Ainu means human. Just that. The people, as distinct from everything else. It's a naming convention shared by indigenous groups around the world. But in the case of the Ainu, it carries a particular weight, because the line between human and everything else is not quite where you would expect it to be. In Ainu understanding, the non-human world is not empty or passive, but rather it is teeming with kamui, divine spirits. You'll find them in the mountains, the rivers, the fires, the animals, and even in a well-used tool. And these spirits are conscious, purposeful, and morally demanding. They give gifts to humans, a bit of food, resources, maybe a little warmth. But there's a catch. They expect specific forms of respect in return. Maintain the relationship, and the world holds together. Disrespect it, and everything unravels. This is the worldview that belongs to the indigenous people of Japan's far north, genetically distinct from the Japanese, speaking a language connected to no other on earth, and carrying one of the most remarkable folklore traditions that most people have never even heard of. Well, if you've never heard of it, perhaps now is the time. Welcome to the channel, and thank you to everyone for keeping this entire channel ad-free. Proudly so. We are crowdfunded by those who followed the links in the pinned comment and video description, Patreon, YouTube memberships, merch store, and donations. Thank you. And if you can't do that, give us a like, comment, and subscribe so we can continue this ad-free educational project right here on YouTube. Thank you in advance. Let's begin. And I suppose we may as well take off from the topic of the introduction. The kamui. What on earth is that? It's a little complicated. Essentially, the concept of kamui is the organizing principle of Ainu cosmology, and the key to understanding everything else in Ainu folklore. So, being the foundation, it's best to start from here. The word kamui is commonly translated as God or spirit, but neither translation is quite adequate to the fullness of what the Ainu people mean by it. You see, a kamui is not necessarily a transcendent thing, not necessarily omnipotent, not necessarily morally perfect in the sense that monotheistic traditions tend to demand of their deities. A kamui is rather just a being of inherent power, awareness, and moral significance that inhabits and animates particular aspects of the world. A species of animal, natural phenomenons, tools, places, diseases. They've got kamui for everything. But a kamui world is not above the human world or separate from it. It rather overlaps it, and requires constant maintenance of the relationship between the two realms for both to function properly. The Ainu recognize kamui of extraordinary diversity and specificity. Kim-un kamui is a mountain deity, the lord of bears, the most important kamui in the Ainu spiritual hierarchy, given the bear's centrality to Ainu subsistence and ritual life. Repun kamui is the deity of the sea, often manifested as an orca whale. Ape-huchi, or Fuji, is the goddess of fire, one of the most important and frequently invoked kamui in daily life, who meditates between the human and spirit worlds. All prayers pass through her, since she is the fire that burns at the center of every Ainu home, and whose smoke carries human requests upward to the kamui world. There are kamui of rivers, wind, thunder, specific mountains. There is a kamui of the weasel, the owl, the eagle. There are kamui of illness, not the malevolent in a simple moral sense, but spirits that have rather been offended or neglected, and whose attention, once fixed on the household, manifests as a disease, and you don't want one of them on your hands. The relationship between humans and kamui is explicitly commercial in its metaphors and moral in its requirements. You see, kamoi visit the world in disguise. The deer you hunt, that's a kamoi. It's just wearing the suit of a deer, as Ainu descriptions sometimes put it, and who has come to the human world to bring gifts, meat and hide, in exchange for gratitude, ritual attention, and proper ceremony that humans offer in return. The kamoi, in this understanding, is not really killed when hunted, more that the fleshy vehicle of the deer suit is destroyed, and the kamoi's essence is liberated to return to the spirit world bearing the wine, the carved inao prayer sticks, and the spoken gratitude that the Ainu hunter has provided. The kamoi world, in several Ainu narrative traditions, is structured exactly like the Ainu world. The kamoi have houses, families, celebrations, and social obligations. They enjoy offerings made to them and report positively on the humans who made them, which attracts other kamoi to visit the human world in the form of game animals, fish, and other resources, so they could get the same sort of treatment. The structure is reciprocal, and it has profound consequences for the Ainu relationship to the natural world. The animals are not resources to be exploited. They are beings of moral standing, whose treatment is subject to ethical requirements that parallel those governing the treatment of human persons. A bear killed carelessly, without proper ceremony or proper thanks, is a wronged kamoi. And a kamoi who's been wronged, well, they're going to report the injustice to the spirit world, deterring other kamoi from visiting in animal form, and causing the community's luck in hunting and fishing to slowly deteriorate. The ethical framework governing the relationship to non-human nature is therefore not essentially different from the ethical framework governing human social relations. Both require gratitude and respect, this maintenance of obligations that run in both directions. Is mutually beneficial, sure, but this is not the framework of most Western traditions, and it produces a fundamentally different relationship to the environment, one whose practical consequences were visible in the sustainable hunting and fishing practices that characterized Ainu life for generations. And one of the, I suppose, most important features of the kamoi concept is its extension to the manufactured object of sufficient age and intensity of use. A worn-out tool, a knife whose blade has been reduced by years of sharpening, or a bow whose wood has been shaped by a lifetime of drawing, may accumulate a kamoi presence that requires respectful treatment rather than simple disposal. The tool is not simply worn out. It's not an old piece of garbage. Far from it. It has rather acquired personhood through use, through the investment of human care and the accumulated memory of the work that it has done. Disposing of it carelessly is an offense against that accumulated presence. This is not a minor peripheral aspect of Ainu belief. It reflects a foundational premise that a personhood and moral standing are not fixed properties of certain categories of being, but are generated by relationship, history, and accumulation of care and attention over time. The world is not divided into persons and things. The division is permeable, and things can become persons through the right kind of relationship. Next up, we have the Eomante, the bear sending ceremony. It's perhaps the most important ritual in traditional Ainu life, not to mention the focal point of the Ainu relationship with the spirit world. It is a ceremony of extraordinary complexity, emotional intensity, and it has perhaps been profoundly misunderstood by outside observers who have tended to describe it in terms that emphasize its surface-level strangeness, without engaging with the theological and social framework that actually gives it its true meaning. The Eomante involves the raising of a bear cub, captured in the spring, typically when the cub is small enough to be handled. It's kind of hard to capture them when they're older. In the community, for 1 to 3 years, they feed it, care for it, and treated as a guest of honor in the human world. At the ceremony itself, the bear is ritually killed, its spirit sent back to the Khmer world with gifts and gratitude, and its flesh and blood consumed by the community in a feast that is simultaneously a celebration and a renewal of the covenant between the spirit and human worlds. The cub, during its time in the community, is treated with genuine affection, alongside its ritual significance. It may be nursed by women alongside human infants. It's given a name. It lives in a special cage built for the purpose. But it's regularly handled, played with, and treated as a member of the community whose needs and well-being truly matter. This is not theater or pretense. In the Ainu understanding, the bear cub is a young Khmer who has chosen to spend time in the human world, and treating it well during this period is a demonstration of the community's reliability as a partner in the exchange relationship. The bear cub experiences Ainu hospitality, care, and food. When its spirit returns to the Khmer world, it reports on what it experienced, and its positive report encourages other Khmer to visit in animal form. The ceremony itself is conducted with elaborate ritual precision. The bear is led from its cage in procession, brought before the assembled community, addressed in formal speeches of gratitude and explanation. It is then offered food and wine. The killing, conducted with specific ritual implements, including the munere, a cross-like press of wooden poles that restrains the bear while causing it minimal prolonged suffering, is followed by immediate prayers and apologies. The bear's blood is then drunk by the hunters as a mark of intimacy of the exchange. The head is given the place of honor at the feast, adorned with inao, the carved willow prayer sticks, whose whittled shavings curl outward in a distinctive form that is one of the most recognizable elements of Ainu material culture. The inao are gifts, objects made with skill and care, offered to the Khmer as expressions of human craft and gratitude. The feast that follows consumes the bear's flesh in an act that is explicitly understood as the community receiving the Khmer's gift in return for the gifts that it has given. But here's the thing. This was all banned in 1955 on grounds that it constituted cruelty to animals, which, well, culture aside, I don't think you can really argue against it being cruelty to animals. I know animals get slaughtered in slaughterhouses and everything, but this is a little bit different. The problem is, this regulation struck the Ainu community as a profound misunderstanding of what the ceremony involved and what it meant. The surprising thing is that the ban was eventually lifted in 2007, which of course a lot of people would have seen as a step back for animal rights, but it is what it is. This was because there was decades of advocacy by Ainu cultural organizations, and the ceremony has been revived in a modified form at several Ainu cultural centers. The revival debate touches on one of the most difficult questions in the study of indigenous traditions, and that is how the practices whose meaning depends on an entire cosmological framework survive the partial destruction of that framework, and what is preserved and what is lost when a ceremony is revived by a community that is largely separated from the daily cultural context that gave the ceremony its original weight. Pretty complicated, huh? The Ainu communities working to maintain and revive the Iomante are grappling with this question from the inside, which is exactly where it should be grappled with, I suppose. Well, next let's move on to the Uyghur, that is the great epic poems of the Ainu oral tradition, and they are one of the most remarkable bodies of indigenous literature in the world. The human Uyghur are heroic narratives told in the first person by human protagonists. long, intricate tales of warriors who go off to distant lands, encounter supernatural beings, rescue the distressed, right wrongs, and then return home as heroes, but also bearing hard-won wisdom. The Kamui Uyghur are spirit songs, shorter but equally intricate narratives told in the first person by Kamui, who describe their experiences as in the divine world and their visits to the human world. Together, these two traditions constitute an oral literature of considerable sophistication, employing specific metrical patterns, elaborate parallelisms, refrains, and specialized vocabulary that differs significantly from the ordinary spoken Ainu. The performance of Uyghur was not a casual activity either. It was a skilled art form, requiring years of training, an extraordinary memory, and the capacity for sustained performance. Major Uyghur could take many hours, or even multiple sessions to complete. The performers were typically women, a feature of Ainu oral tradition that distinguishes it from many other heroic epic traditions globally, where the bard is almost universally male. Ainu women were the primary transmitters of the great narrative tradition, and the female performer's voice, giving expression to heroic male protagonists, created a specific aesthetic quality, an act of imaginative ventriloquism requiring both technical mastery and deep cultural knowledge. The recording of Uyghur by researchers in the late 19th century and early 20th was complicated by this tradition. You see, many of the most important performers were elderly women, whose knowledge had not been transmitted to the younger ones, and the urgency of documentation was matched by the inadequacy of the available recording technology. The content of the Uyghur reflects the Ainu world in its full complexity. The protagonists travel between the human world and the Kamui world, between their home village and distant lands that are simultaneously geographic and supernatural. They encounter enemies who are sometimes human and sometimes divine, fight battles in which the outcome depends on ritual knowledge and spiritual power as much as physical prowess, and navigate relationships with supernatural beings that require the correct forms of speech and behavior to manage safely. The specific challenges and adventures described in the Uyghur are not simply entertaining stories. They are, in the context of oral tradition, practical guides to the ethical and ritual requirements of navigating a world saturated with Kamui, how to address a spiritual encounter unexpectedly, or conduct yourself when you receive supernatural assistance, and what obligations you might incur when you are assisted, what debts require payment. The Kamui Uyghur are particularly fascinating because they are narrated from the perspective of the divine. The spirit speaks in its own voice, describes its own experiences, motivations, and relationships with humans. One famous Kamui Uyghur is narrated by the owl, the Blackiston's fish owl, who inhabits Hokkaido, who presents itself as the guardian and protector of a human village, watching from the forest at night, warning the community of approaching dangers, keeping particular watch over the children, things like that. The owl Kamui's description, in its own domestic life in the spirit world, mirrors the Ainu domestic world it observes in the human realm, reinforcing that principle that the divine and human worlds are structured, kind of the same way. Another famous Kamui Uyghur is narrated by a small fish hook that has accumulated Kamui presence through years of use, and that describes its own inner life with a combination of pride in its function and awareness of the relationship it embodies between the fisherman and the sea. The Uepeke are the shorter prose narratives, closer to what we would call folk tales or legends, that address different register of experience from the heroic epic, where the Uyghur deal with extraordinary protagonists in extreme situations. The Uepeke often address ordinary life, social relationship, the consequences of breaking taboos, and encounters between ordinary people and the extraordinary. They function as a form of moral education, showing through narrative the specific ethical requirements of Ainu life. All the basic stuff, the hospitality of guests, how to treat your elders, and of course, the ritual obligations. Well, how clever characters navigate difficult situations too is a big deal. Many Urpeker have specifically comedic dimensions. The trickster figure, the absurd situation, the resolution through wit rather than force. It all provides a relief from the moral weight of the Kamoi Yukar and the heroic intensity of the major Yukar. Well, let's keep going. Let's talk about the creatures of the Ainu folklore, because there's plenty of them to talk about. The Ainu world is populated with a remarkable diversity of supernatural beings, and that's beyond the major Kamoi of nature and the heroic protagonists of the Yukar. These beings range from the benevolent to the dangerous, from the small to the vast, and their descriptions reveal an imagination that is simultaneously firmly grounded in specific landscape features of northern Japan and extraordinarily creative in the beings it projects onto that landscape. The Koro Pok Kuru, literally people under the leaves of the butterbar plant, are perhaps the most charming and most discussed of the smaller supernatural beings in the Ainu tradition. They are a race of small people, living underground or in hidden places of the landscape, who were in the world before the Ainu arrived, and with whom the Ainu coexisted in a relationship of kind of a weary mutual benefit. Now, in most commonly told versions of the tradition, the Koropokuru would leave fish and game for the Ainu near their houses at night, in exchange for receiving a few small gifts left out for them. They were shy, though, and they didn't like being seen, a detail that echoes fairy traditions across many cultures. If you watch the English folklore video, you'll know what I mean. But also, a relationship would break down when a young Ainu man would grab one of the Korupokuru as it delivers gifts. Big mistake. Whereupon the small people departed and were no longer seen again. That one guy who just had to ruin it for everyone. The story is a parable about the conditions of exchange. Gifts might require the right of relationship, including the respect of the giver's boundaries, and the young man had violated them. Therefore, well, the little people went away, never to be seen again. Grabbing what you want, rather than accepting what is offered, destroys the possibility of reciprocity. There's been considerable scholarly and popular discussion about whether the Koropokuru represent a memory of an actual earlier population, perhaps a pre-Ainu people of smaller stature who inhabited the region before being displaced, or perhaps they were purely mythological figures. The Jomon people, the prehistoric inhabitants of the Japanese archipelago, from whom the Ainu are largely descended, don't show any marked difference in stature from the Ainu themselves. So, the memory of an earlier people interpretation is not strongly supported by physical anthropology. But here's something that's more likely. The Koropokuru belong to a widespread human tendency to populate the landscape with smaller invisible beings who represent the non-human life of the world. The beings who are there when you're not looking, who maintain the world's functioning in ways that humans rarely notice, and whose relationship to the human community is governed by the same principles of respect, exchange, that govern all relationships in the Ainu moral universe. The Repun Kamoi are the next ones, the offshore gods, the sea deities, and they're among the most powerful and most feared of the beings in Ainu tradition, reflecting the centrality of the sea and its resources to Ainu coastal life. The orca whale is the most important of the sea kamoi, understood as the lord of the ocean, who controls the availability of marine resources and whose good will is essential to successful fishing. Ainu fishermen addressed the orca with specific prayers and ritual forms when they encountered it at sea, and the killing of an orca was either absolutely prohibited or surrounded by elaborate ceremony, depending on the specific regional tradition. Everyone had slightly different ideas. The orca's dual nature, simultaneously a powerful predator and a provider of food through its role in driving fish, shows the Ainu understanding of Kamoi power as morally ambiguous, in ways that are not reducible to simple good or evil. The Nitne Kamoi are a category of malevolent spirit, literally bad gods or demon spirits. They represent the dangerous and destructive aspects of the supernatural world. The yang to the yin, I suppose. Unlike the major Kamoi of nature, who are powerful but potentially benevolent when properly respected, the Nitne Kamoi are beings whose intentions toward humans are primarily hostile. They cause illness, misfortune, and inhabit dangerous places. Deep pools in rivers where people might drown, avalanche-prone mountain faces, the margins between the settled human world and the wild natural one. The Ainu shamanic tradition, the ritual practitioners who could diagnose and treat spirit-caused illness, dealt primarily with the Nitne Kamoi, using their knowledge of the spirit world to identify which malevolent being was responsible for a given affliction, and how to sort out that problem, find the influence and neutralize it. The shamanic specialist, particularly the female shaman, the Tusu Kur, was essentially a figure in Ainu community life that no one could do without, one whose knowledge provided the community with its primary means of managing the dangerous aspects of the world. The Upas Kamoi, the snow deity, or frost god, represents the specific supernatural character of Hokkaido winter, which is among the harshest in East Asia, and which shaped Ainu culture in fundamental ways. Winter on Hokkaido brings months of deep snow, temperatures that regularly fall well below freezing, and the specific dangers of a landscape that can become lethal to the unprepared. The Upas Kamoi is not simply a personification of cold, though. It is a being with motivations and requirements, capable of being addressed and appeased, whose severity in any given winter reflects the quality of the human community's relationship to the spirit world. Rituals conducted at the onset of winter were partly practical preparations for the difficult months ahead and partly forms of negotiation with these supernatural forces, whose decisions would shape whether the winter was survivable or catastrophic. And believe me, up in the north in Hokkaido, the winter is extremely cold. Not as cold as northern China, but extremely cold. Anyway, this is the Ainu version of a universal human impulse to address the conditions of life not merely through material preparation, but through the management of the relationships that govern those conditions at this deeper level. Next, let's talk about the Inao, the sacred objects, and a little bit about prayer. First up, the Inao are the physical expression of Ainu prayer, and the material medium of the relationship between the human and spirit worlds. They're pretty recognizable. Wooden objects, most commonly made from willow, that are shaped by cutting and shaving wood in specific ways that produce the characteristic curling shavings that are the Inao's most visually distinctive feature. The shavings are not removed from the stick. They remain attached, curling outward from the surface of the carved wood in spirals that represent both the physical act of human craft and the spiritual offering that the craft embodies. The making of Inao is a skilled art that requires specific knowledge of the appropriate forms for different purposes, different Kamoi addresses, and different ceremonial contexts. A man who could make Inao well was a person of spiritual as well as technical capability, no doubt a popular person in the village. And the diversity of Inao forms is quite remarkable too. There are small inao made for personal prayer, placed at domestic altars or carried on the person. There are large ceremonial inao erected at sacred places in the landscape, at the entry to a village, the margin between the settled and wild worlds, at significant natural features rather, like unusual rock formations or old, large trees that have accumulated a Kamui presence. There are specifically shaped inao for addressing specific Kamui. The fire goddess Fu Qi, who has inao whose forms different is different rather from those addressing the mountain deity, which differ again from those addressing the sea deity, and so on and so forth. You get the point. The language of inao, the visual vocabulary of carved form, pattern, and arrangement, is a material language parallel to the verbal language of prayer, and reading it requires knowledge of the tradition that casual observation cannot really provide you. Next is the Hesychot altar, the sacred windowsill on the eastern side of a traditional Ainu house, through which prayers were directed toward the Kamui. That was the domestic focal point of the Inao tradition. You know how European homes in medieval times would have hearths? Well, Ainu had the Hesychot altar on the windowsill. The Inao were placed on the Hesychot and renewed periodically. Old inao that had served their purposes were not simply discarded, but rather treated with respect as objects that had been in contact with the divine. The Eastern orientation of the altar reflects the Ainu cosmological significance of East as the direction of the rising of the sun and the entry of light and life into the world. The spatial organization of traditional Ainu houses was a cosmological map as much as a functional dwelling, with each direction, each area of the house, and each piece of furniture carrying a specific symbol and significance. The fire in the center of the house was not simply a source of heat and light. It was the residence of Fu Qi, the fire goddess, and the domestic focal point of the entire Ainu spiritual world. The tuke, the ceremonial drinking cup used in ritual context, is another material object of deep significance, carved from wood, often with elaborate decorations, including the mustache lifter bar, which distinguishes the male ceremonial tuke. The cup was used in specific ritual contexts, including the ceremony of sending prayers to the Kamui through the medium of wine, a sake or millet beer that was offered as a gift. The mustache lifter, a small bar attached to the edge of the cup that held the characteristic Ainu male mustache out of the liquid, is one of the most immediately recognizable elements of traditional Ainu male dress and ritual equipment. Ainu men traditionally wore full mustaches, and the specific form of the tuke was designed to accommodate this. The intersection of personal appearance and ritual function in the design of tuke reflects the degree to which Ainu material culture was organized around the requirements of spiritual life rather than purely practical considerations. Ainu shamanism, the practice of specialist ritual practitioners who could communicate with the spirit world, is one of the most distinctive and least widely known aspects of Ainu life. The Ainu shamanic tradition has specific features that distinguish it from both the Siberian shamanic traditions to the north and from the Japanese spiritual traditions to the south. But the thing is, it shares elements of both. Right in the middle, it reflects the position of Ainu people at the intersection of multiple cultural spheres. The primary shamanic specialist in Ainu tradition was the Tusu Kur, literally means one who trembles or the one who shakes, a name that references the physical manifestations of spirit possession that characterized the shamanic state. The Tusu Kur was predominantly, though not exclusively, a woman, and her role in the community was of quite a bit of importance. He was the person who could diagnose the specific spiritual case of illness identify which kamui or nitne kamui, remember that's the bad ones, who were responsible, and conduct the ritual interventions necessary to address the problem. Basically, the diagnosis, treatment, and cure. They all relied on her. Sometimes him, but mainly her. Illness in the Ainu framework was not primarily a physical manifestation. It was a relational disruption, a sign that the relationship between a person, household, or community in some aspect of the spirit world had gone wrong, and it required a kind of correction. The Tusu Kur's knowledge of the spirit world, acquired through training, experience, and the specific spiritual gifts that marked her as a suitable one for the role, gave her the ability to navigate this relational diagnosis in ways that ordinary people simply could not. The shamanic ceremony was conducted in specific contexts requiring the Tusu Kur to enter a state of altered consciousness, typically through rhythmic movement, the use of specific ritual equipment, and the assistance of a few helper spirits who facilitated communication with the other world. The physical manifestations described in accounts of the Tusu, this is the ritual ceremony, the trembling, the rapid breathing, speaking in voices other than the practitioner's own, are consistent with descriptions of shamanic trance states across a wide range of cultures, and have been the subject of considerable anthropological analysis. What is specific to the Ainu tradition is the detailed cosmological framework within which these states are embedded. The Tusu Kur was not simply entering an undifferentiated spirit world, but navigating a specifically structured divine realm, whose geography, inhabitants, and protocols were mapped by the tradition that she'd been trained in. Then there's the Nusa, the ritual altar used in outdoor ceremonies, the spatial focus of many shamanic and community ritual activities. The Nusa typically consisted of a row of inao in various forms planted in the ground at a specific outdoor location, creating a dedicated sacred space at the boundary between the human settlement and the natural world. It was at the Nusa that major ceremonies were conducted, and that the communication between the human community and the Khmer world was most formally managed, or with that specialist knowledge of the Tusu Kur there. Now, the outdoor sacred space was distinct from the domestic sacred space of the Hesekot altar in ways that reflected the distinction between individual and family spiritual practice and community-level spiritual practice. Of course, both were essential, and both required maintenance, but the Nusa ceremony was a communal event in a way that domestic prayer just couldn't match up to. Finally, the Akashi, the male elder, a grandfather-like figure, the complementary ritual specialist to the female Tusu Kur. Where the Tusu Kur's role centered on direct communication with the spirit world through trances and possession, the Akashi's ritual role was grounded in knowledge of correct verbal forms, proper ceremony, and the accumulated wisdom of that oral tradition. The Akashi led the verbal prayer, made the formal speeches of addresses to the Kamui, and conducted the rituals of daily and seasonal life that required expert knowledge of protocol rather than direct spiritual contact of the shaman. This division of spiritual labor between the male and female specialists, each with their own domain of expertise and their own relationship to the spirit world, reflects the Ainu understanding of gender as complementary rather than hierarchical, because both roles are, after all, essential. Neither is subordinate to the other, and the community's spiritual life simply requires both of them to function. Ainu cosmological traditions describe a world whose origins are divine and whose structure reflects the specific features of the North Pacific environment in which they lived. The creation accounts vary considerably across regional traditions. Hokkaido, Sakhalin, and the Kuril Islands each had their own specific versions of the narrative, but certain themes recur with sufficient consistency to constitute a recognizable Ainu cosmological framework. In one widely recorded tradition, the world before creation was a formless chaos, a muddy, watery mixture without distinction or order. A big mess, really. The creator deity, sometimes identified as Kamoi Moshiri, the divine world or divine land, sent a wagtail bird down to the surface of the water to create some land. The wagtail beat its wings and stamped its feet on the surface, compacting the mud, pushing the water aside, and gradually solid land was formed. This creation by an animal agent, rather than directly by a divine word or act, is quite characteristic of a cosmological sensibility in which the natural world, i.e. birds, animals, and specific creatures of the Ainu landscape, are active participants in the creation and maintenance of the world rather than passive objects of divine creation. Now as for the wagtail, that's a small bird quite common in Hokkaido, whose characteristic tail-bobbing movement is easily read as a stamping action. The cosmological narrative is grounded in the observation of actual natural behavior, of course. The structure of Ainu cosmos in the mature tradition involves multiple worlds arranged vertically. The upper world, or heavens, Kamoi Moshiri, where the Kamoi reside in their divine communities. The middle world, Ainu Moshiri, which is the human world. And the lower world, Pokna Moshiri, associated with the dead and the various underworld beings. Communication between these worlds moves along a vertical axis, with fire, particularly the domestic hearth fire, serving as the primary conduit between the human middle world and the divine upper. Smoke rises, and they carry the prayers up. The dead, however, descend. So the model is not entirely unlike cosmological models found across many cultures, but the specific Ainu version has distinctive features, as the lower world is not a place of punishment or darkness, but rather just a parallel domain, whose inhabitants have their own lives and whose relationship to the upper and middle worlds is one of exchange rather than absolute separation. The origin of the Ainu people themselves is addressed in several distinct narrative traditions. One important tradition holds that the Ainu are descended from the offspring of a divine dog and a divine woman, a union that establishes from the beginning the intimacy between the human and animal worlds that characterizes the cosmology. This is not a derogatory origin story in the Ainu understanding. You see, the dog was more of a divine being, and the human-animal mixture that resulted was a feature of the Ainu position in the world as beings who stood at this intersection of the divine and earthly, the animal and spiritual. Another tradition holds that the first Ainu were created directly by the Kamoi and placed in specific landscapes of Hokkaido, with various features of the land created around them to provide the resources they needed. In this version, the landscape is not a neutral environment in which people happen to live, but a specifically designed home, whose features reflect divine intention and whose specific character shapes the people who inhabit it. The concept of Ainu Moshiri, the Ainu land, the human world, is not simply a geographic destination, but a spiritual concept, i.e. the specific portion of the cosmos that the Ainu have begun giving a rather stewardship of. It requires their care and ritual intention to maintain the proper functioning order. The decline of the natural world is not, in the Ainu understanding, simply an ecological problem. It's a relational one, a sign that the obligations of reciprocity between humans and Kamoi have been sufficiently, well, rather insufficiently maintained, that the gifts of the natural world have been taken without adequate return. This theological understanding of ecological decline is not a modern environmentalist retrofit onto a traditional culture, but rather a direct expression of the Kamoi framework that has given the Ainu life generations after generation. It is one of the aspects of Ainu cosmology that has attracted the most serious attention from contemporary environmental philosophers. Well, let's talk a little bit about material culture and art. The specific patterns that characterize Ainu textile and woodwork design, the specific forms of personal adornment and arrangements of objects and all that, well, they all express the understanding of the world and the human beings placed within it. The section will focus, of course, on the aspects of Ainu material culture that most directly intersect with folklore and spiritual tradition that we've been discussing, but of course there's other parts of material culture that are in a different realm, but today we're talking about the folklore aspects. First up, we got the attis, the traditional Ainu garment woven from the inner bark of the elm tree. It's decorated with the geometric patterns that are most immediately recognizable features of Ainu visual culture. The patterns, traditionally applied through embroidery and applique in dark blue and white, are characterized by complex curvilinear forms. You've got spiral scrolls, these interlocking curves, and they all form this visual vocabulary of quite a bit of sophistication, we could say. Well, they're not purely decorative either. The specific forms placed on specific parts of the garment protect the wearer at the specific bodily locations that they cover, serving as a form of spiritual armor. A woman who embroidered a garment for her husband was performing an act of care that was simultaneously domestic and ritual, providing both warmth and spiritual protection. The knowledge of the appropriate patterns for appropriate purposes was a form of expertise, transmitted from mother to daughter, that was valued as any other form of practical knowledge. Then there was the practice of lip tattooing in Ainu women, one of the most discussed and most misrepresented aspects of their culture. Adult Ainu women traditionally wore a tattoo around the mouth, a wide, dark band that extended beyond the natural lip line, giving the tattooed face a characteristic expression that has sometimes been misread by outsiders as intimidating or strange. The practice began in childhood, with small marks applied progressively as the girl grew, expanding to the full design by the time she reached adulthood. The lip tattoo was not merely ornamental, but it was rather a marker of adult female identity, a form of spiritual protection, I guess, particularly important around the mouth at the site of speaking, eating, and breathing, the connection to an ancestral practice that made women recognizable to the divine world as Ainu women rather than a being of ambiguous identity. But what about a woman without a lip tattoo? Well, in the Ainu belief, she was incomplete in the social and spiritual framework. The practice was banned by the Japanese government in 1871 as part of a broader campaign of forced assimilation that stripped the Ainu of multiple cultural practices simultaneously. Ainu wood carving, particularly the carving of ceremonial objects and household items, employed the same curvilinear vocabulary as the textile tradition, expressing in wood the visual language that thread expressed in fabric. The most elaborate carved objects were typically those with the most direct ritual significance: the prayer stick holders, the sake cup stands, and the ceremonial spoons and food containers. The carving of these objects was not a craft separate from spiritual function. It was an act of carving that was quite integral to the relationship with the other world. Performed correctly and with the right intentionality, it invested the object with a spiritual charge and an appropriate purpose. But a poorly made or carelessly made ceremonial object was not just aesthetically deficient, but spiritually sufficient, unable to function as a bridge between the human and the kamui. Useless. Garbage. This integration of craft and spirituality is characteristic of many indigenous traditions, and it represents a fundamentally different relationship between the made world and the sacred than most Western frameworks allow. But before we finish up, let's talk about what the future holds and how we got ourselves into the modern situation of the Ainu culture. The history of the Ainu over the past 2 centuries has not been good. It's one of systematic dispossession, suppression, and marginalization. It's only been partially addressed by more recent Japanese government recognition and the legal protections that have gradually, albeit incompletely, been extended to the Ainu community. The Ainu were officially recognized as an indigenous people of Japan only in 2019. That's right, only about, 7 years ago. A recognition that came after decades of advocacy. And that, sure, while it was welcome, doesn't really reverse the accumulated losses of the preceding century and a half. Understanding the current state of Ainu folklore and tradition requires honest engagement with that history. The Meiji period of Japanese history, between 1868 and 1912, was catastrophic for Ainu culture. The colonial expansion of the Japanese state into Hokkaido, renamed from Eizo, its Ainu name, in 1869, proceeded through the allocation of Ainu lands to the Japanese settlers, the forced settlement of nomadic and semi-nomadic Ainu communities, the prohibition of traditional practices, including the Iomante bear ceremony, hunting with poisoned arrows, and the use of Ainu language in schools. It was all over. The lip tattooing ban of 1871 was one element of a broader project of forced assimilation intended to transform the Ainu into good little Japanese subjects, fitting in with the general population. Well, the explicit aim was cultural erasure, and it achieved substantial success. Within 2 or 3 generations, the majority of the Ainu population had lost fluent command of their language and practical knowledge of their ceremonial tradition. The response of Ainu cultural activists and scholars from the late 19th century onward represents one of the most remarkable stories of resistance in the modern world, in terms of culture. The work of Yukie Chiri, who completed her collection of Kamoi Yuka transcriptions and translations at the age of 18 in 1922, writing in the preface with devastating clarity that she had gathered these songs because, quote, "My race is declining, and the songs will soon be forgotten forever." She died of a cerebral hemorrhage at the age of 19 before she could see the work published. Now, that's sad, I think. But Chiri's collection, compiled with the assistance of the linguist Kyosuke Kindaichi, preserved texts that would otherwise have been lost within a generation, and it stands as a monument to both the richness of the tradition and the urgency of its documentation. Contemporary Ainu culture life is shaped by the tension between the reality of significant cultural loss and the genuine vitality of the revival movements that have emerged over the past 4 decades. The Upapoi National Ainu Museum opened in Shiraoi, Hokkaido in 2020, represents the most ambitious government investment in Ainu cultural preservation to date. The museum has been welcomed by many in the Ainu community, a kind of long overdue recognition, while others raise concerns about the degree to which the Ainu community's own voices shape the institution's interpretive framework. The question of who controls the representation of indigenous culture, the indigenous community, or the national institutions that fund and manage the museums, well, that's a complex one that the Ainu case highlights with particular clarity. The Ainu language, once on the verge of extinction, with only a handful of fully fluent native speakers remaining by the late 20th century, has been another subject of substantial revitalization efforts, including language documentation projects, the development of teaching materials, and the establishment of immersive language programs. The language's isolation, its lack of demonstrated relationship to any other language family, makes it both uniquely precious and uniquely challenging to revitalize, since learners can't draw on the support of a related language community. The current number of fluent Ainu speakers is still very small, but we hope it'll get bigger. What remains, and what the revival movements are working to sustain, is something more than the sum of specific practices, artifacts, and texts, but rather a way of understanding the world. The Kamui framework, the principle of reciprocal relationship between the human and spiritual, the understanding of the landscape as a community of persons rather than a collection of resources. All of these are not merely ethnographic curiosities. They're ways of knowing that the genuine relevance beyond the Ainu community itself, ways of thinking about the relationship between human beings and the world they inhabit that differ profoundly from the dominant frameworks of industrial modernity, and that offer, for anybody willing to engage with them seriously, a genuinely different perspective on what it means to live well in a world that's not merely just a backdrop to human whims. The bear in the forest, the wagtail that stamped the land into being, the fire goddess who carries the prayers, the small people under the butterbur leaves who left fish at the door by night. They all refuse to be wiped away by some scientific understanding or government meddling. They are, in the end of the day, expressions of a coherent and sophisticated relationship to the world. Yuki Echiri, dying at 19 with her collection barely published, she knew what was at stake. We're so glad that she spent that time in her life before she was so cruelly taken away from us, writing down these things. It's a shame. Go and read her work, collection of Ainu divine songs. You should be able to find it. Anyway, the future still receives these stories. They're still speaking. And with fingers crossed and cautious optimism, I think the story of the Ainu people is not quite over yet. Let's hope that preservation efforts continue. Anyway, thank you so much for listening. Hey, I suppose I'm one of the ones who are doing those preservation efforts, right? Me and the lads who came up with this idea for another folklore video. Everyone does their part. And you do yours by just listening to this and liking, subscribing, commenting, and telling your friends. And thank you to everybody supporting on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, merch store, and donation links, keeping everything ad-free. Yeah, a different kind of hero. Anyway, that's enough from me for tonight, and I will see you in the next exciting video. I hope you enjoyed our time together, and I look forward to the next time you pay us a visit. So for now, good night, and farewell. On the 2nd of November, the dead come back. But they don't come back as ghosts or horrors, but as guests. Families scatter marigold petals from the cemetery gate to the front door to show them the way. They build altars stacked with photographs, favorite foods, bottles of mezcal, packs of cigarettes, whatever the dead loved in life, are believed to still crave in death. The kids arrive first, on November the 1st, the angelitos, the little angels, and their altars get toys and candy. The adults follow the next day. Their altars are a bit more robust. And then the cemeteries fill. There's music, laughter, weeping, tequila. The dead and the living spend the night together. And in the morning, everyone goes back home. See you again next year. This isn't Mexican Halloween. It's the Day of the Dead. That's something far more radical. A culture's flat refusal to accept that death just ends a relationship. And that's only one thread in one of the richest folklore traditions on Earth. Today, we go to Mexico. Welcome to the channel. Any newcomers? Hello to everybody coming back. Thank you to those keeping everything ad-free by following the links in the pinned comment and description to Patreon, merch store, and other links. And if you're not inclined to do that, give it a like, comment, and subscribe. That's good enough for us. Now, with all of that being said, let's begin our guide to Mexican folklore. Of course, we have to go back quite a long time, because the Mesoamerican civilizations that preceded the Spanish conquest, the Olmec, Maya, Zapotec, Toltec, Aztec, and dozens of others, produced some of the most complex mythological systems in human history. Now, to reduce all of these down to a single tradition would be quite a impolite disservice to their diversity. But that being said, there are certain shared features that are essential for understanding the folklore that survived them. So let's build our foundation from here. The first is the concept of cyclical recreation. The Aztecs, or more properly, the Mexica, believed that the world had been created and destroyed 4 times before the current era. Each previous world, or sun, had been ruled by a different god, and populated by a different kind of being, and each had ended in quite a catastrophe. You see, the first time ended by jaguars, the second by wind, the third by a rain of fire, and the fourth by a flood. We live in the 5th sun, the sun of movement, and it too will end one day. They say it'll be destroyed by earthquakes. Well, it all remains to be seen. But this is not pessimism. It's not a bad thing, it's just a cycle of death and rebirth. Cosmology. And, well, it's irrelevant how we feel about it. The universe is a cycle of creation and destruction, and the role of humanity is not to prevent the end, because the end is inevitable, but rather, our role is to delay it through the proper performance of ritual. The 5th sun was created at Teotihuacan, when the gods themselves sacrificed their lives in a great bonfire so the sun could be born. The sun required blood to move across the sky. Human sacrifice, the aspect of Aztec religion that most horrified the Spanish, and pretty much everybody else, and that has dominated Western perception ever since. Well, that was understood not as cruelty, but rather as reciprocity. The gods gave their blood so we could live. So we had to give a little blood back to make sure the sun could still move. The logic is internally consistent, even if it is devastating in its conclusion. The second shared feature is the centrality of corn, or maize. Corn is not really a crop in Mesoamerican thought. It is the substance of humanity itself. The Popol Vuh, the great creation narrative of the Quiche Maya, written down in the 16th century but drawing on far older oral traditions, tells how the gods tried 3 times to create human beings. First they tried mud, but that dissolved. Then they tried wood, but that lacked a soul. Finally, they tried corn dough, and lo and behold, that one worked. So, we are corn people. Our flesh is corn. And it's not a metaphor in the way that modern people might use the word metaphor. It's rather ontology. The identity of corn and human flesh is real, and it produces a relationship with the crop that goes far beyond agriculture. Corn growing is an act of creation in itself. Eating corn is basically like a communion. And wasting corn, well, that's a big no-no. A kind of sacrilege. This belief persisted, and it does persist, across indigenous Mexico. And it gives Mexican food culture a spiritual dimension that is invisible to outsiders but unmistakable to anyone raised within the tradition. Now, the third feature of the figure of Quetzalcoatl, that is the feathered serpent, is quite interesting, one of the most important and perhaps misunderstood deities in Mesoamerican tradition. Quetzalcoatl was not a single god with a single story, but rather a complex of overlapping figures, a creator deity, a wind god, a cultural hero, a historical ruler of the Toltec city of Tula, and a symbol of the union of the earth and sky. The serpent, earth with the feathers of the Quetzal bird sky. His worship predates the Aztecs by centuries. Feathered serpent imagery at Teotihuacan, which flourished from roughly 100 BC to 550 CE. The myth of Quetzalcoatl's departure, driven from Tula by the trickster god Textalipoca, sailing east on a raft of serpents promising to return, has been endlessly discussed in relation to the Spanish conquest, with some scholars arguing that Moctezuma might have initially identified Hernan Cortes with the returning god. Now, that's a fancy story for sure, but we don't know if that is historically true, and many modern scholars are deeply skeptical. The myth of the departed god who will return is one of the great narrative structures of Mexican folklore, and it echoes through the culture in ways both obvious and subtle, in messianic movements, in political rhetoric, and in the folk belief that old powers are not dead but just somewhere sleeping, waiting to wake up. There are two other figures from the old pantheon who persist in folk consciousness, even if their names have been forgotten. Tlaloc, the rain god, with his goggle eyes and fanged mouth, was one of the most important deities in central Mexico for over 1,000 years. His image appears at Teotihuacan, centuries before the Aztecs. The rituals performed by farmers in rural Mexico to bring rain, the placing of crosses on hilltops, the offering of food at springs and processions to sacred caves, contain elements that scholars have traced to Tlaloc worship, elements that survived the conquest by being attached to Catholic saints associated with water and agriculture. San Isidro Labrador, the patron saint of farmers, inherited many of Tlaloc's ritual functions, such as the festival of San Isidro in rural Mexico. It's often indistinguishable in practical details from the pre-Columbian rain ceremonies it replaced. Coatliloque, the serpent skirt, the Earth Mother, the goddess of life and death together. That's another figure whose presence persists beneath the Catholic surface. The great stone statue of Coatliloque, discovered in the Zocalo of Mexico City in 1790, and now housed in the National Museum of Anthropology, is one of the most powerful works of sculpture ever created. A great figure with a skirt of writhing serpents, a necklace of human hearts and hands, two serpent heads meeting to form her face. Somewhat terrifying, but also maternal. The earth that gives life, and the earth that devours. The Mexican attitude towards death, the comfort with skulls, and the humor in the face of mortality. Well, the refusal to separate the beauty from the terrible. All of this owes something to Coatliloque, to the Mesoamerican understanding that creation and destruction are not opposites, but the same force viewed from just different angles. Now, there's no figure in Mexican folklore more feared, famous, or argued about than La Llorona, the weeping woman. Now, she is a ghost, a warning, a metaphor, and a bit of a cultural obsession. She's been the subject of films, operas, novels, academic dissertations, and the terrified whispers of children across the entire Spanish-speaking Americas for over 400 years. And her story in the most common form is devastatingly simple. Of course, there's regional variations, but we're going to boil it down to a generality. Because if we were going to tell every regional variation, well, we'd be here for hours. Now, a beautiful woman, sometimes named Maria, sometimes unnamed, falls in love with a man often described as wealthy, Spanish, or of higher social status. They have children together. But the man abandons her. Not cool. Or he marries another woman. Or perhaps he reveals that he never intended to stay in the first place. In her grief and rage, the woman drowns her children in a river. Immediately she is consumed by horror at what she has done. She dies of grief, or taking her own life, or perhaps divine punishment, and is condemned to wander the waterways of Mexico for eternity, weeping and searching for her children. Ay, mas hijos, oh my children, that's her cry. You can hear it at the night near rivers, canals, lakes, and irrigation ditches. And if she finds you, especially if you're a child, or a man who resembles the lover who betrayed her, she will get you, mistaking you for the children she lost, and dragging you into the water to share her fate. The La Llorona story is told across all Mexico and throughout Latin America with countless local variations. In some versions, she is a Mexican noble woman who killed her children rather than let the Spanish take them. In some, she is La Malinque, the Malantzin, the indigenous woman who served as Cortez's translator and lover, and has been both revered and reviled in Mexican history as the mother of the mestizo nation and as the ultimate traitor. In some versions, she is simply a village woman, poor and desperate, betrayed by a man who promised everything but delivered nothing. The multiplicity of versions at this point is quite interesting. You see, La Llorona is a figure capacious enough to contain the grief of an entire civilization. She's a mother who lost her kids. She's the indigenous world that was drowned by conquest, the woman destroyed by a man's betrayal. She's all of these things at the same time, and the reason she has endured for centuries is that her grief is inexhaustible, because the conditions that produced it have never been resolved. Scholars have traced possible pre-Columbian roots for La Llorona, the Aztec goddess Quetzalcoatl, the serpent woman, that's Quetzalcoatl, who was said to wander the streets of Tenochtitlan at night, weeping and crying out, dressed in white, sometimes carrying the body of a child. She was one of the omens said to have preceded the Spanish conquest, a supernatural warning of a catastrophe to come. The Florentine Codex, compiled by the Franciscan friar Bernardino de Sahagún, was the indigenous informant in mid-16th century, records her appearance among the 8 prodigies that disturbed Moctezuma in the years before 1519. Now, whether La Llorona is a direct descendant of Quetzalcoatl or a colonial-era creation that absorbed pre-Columbian elements is debated. But the connection is significant, because it suggests that La Llorona is not merely a ghost story, but a deep cultural response to loss, a figure that the Mexican imagination has needed in one form or another for a very long time. The practical folklore surrounding La Llorona is specific and local. In communities near rivers and canals, which means most of Mexico, particularly the Valley of Mexico where canals once crisscrossed the landscape, parents warn children with absolute seriousness not to go near the water after dark, because obviously La Llorona is going to take them. This was not a bedtime story told for entertainment, but rather a safety measure with genuine urgency. And think about it in practical ways. Canals and rivers were genuinely dangerous, and kids playing around them drowned quite regularly. So anything to keep the kids away from that kind of danger. La Llorona was, at one level, a pedagogical tool, the personalized form of real danger, made vivid enough to override a child's curiosity. But she was also more than that, because adults believed in her too. Night watchmen, taxi drivers, farmers returning late from fields. People across Mexico have reported hearing the wailing near water, and these reports continue to the present day. The anthropologist Matthew Luper has documented La Llorona sightings in urban Mexico City as recent as the 2000s, in neighborhoods built over old Aztec canal systems, as though the weeping woman has followed the water even underground. Ooh, she's right there, beneath your feet, ready to grab you. The supernatural bestiary of Mexico is one of the richest in the Americas, and its creatures are not the distant, mythological beasts of classical tradition. They're local and immediate. They might live in the ravine behind the village, in the tree outside the window, or even in the body of the person sitting right next to you. This immediacy is what makes Mexican folk creatures so unsettling. They're not safely confined to that once upon a time. No, they're right here, right now. The Nahual, sometimes spelled Nagual, is perhaps the most distinctly Mesoamerican of all Mexican folk beliefs. The Nahual is a person who can transform into an animal. Might be a jaguar, an owl, coyote, dog, turkey, but if they're really malevolent, maybe even a ball of fire. The concept has deep pre-Columbian roots. In Nahuatl, the word Nahuali refers to a sorcerer or a person's animal double, and the ability to transform was associated with specific deities. The smoking mirror, Texalipoca, the god of night, sorcery and transformation. In post-conquest Mexican folklore, the Nahual became a figure of profound ambivalence. Some Nahuales were healers, curanderos, who could take animal form to travel the spirit world and retrieve lost souls. Others were brujos, sorcerers who used their power for malice, transforming at night to spy on enemies, steal from neighbors, and cause illness. In many communities, the belief that certain individuals could transform into animals persisted well into modern times, and anthropologists working in rural Mexico have documented elaborate systems of belief about how Nahuales operated, how they could be identified and stopped. Iron, prayer, catching them red-handed in the act, or simply watching for the person in the village who was always tired in the morning, obviously because they'd spent the night running around in their animal form. The concept of the tonal, the animal spirit companion that every person is born with, is closely related to the Nahual, but distinct from it. In Mesoamerican thought, every human being has a corresponding animal that shares their fate. If the tonal is injured, then the person is injured. If the tonal dies, well, you get it. The tonal is not a pet or a familiar, though. It's rather a parallel self living in the world, connected to you by invisible bonds that you might not even be aware of. The curandero, the healer, might diagnose a patient's illness not by examining the patient, but by journeying to find their tonal and discovering that it had been trapped, injured, or lost. Not a metaphor, but a diagnosis. And the treatment is real medicine within the framework of a belief system, i.e. the liberation or healing of the tonal. The chaneques, also called aluques in Maya regions, are small, mischievous nature spirits who guard the forests, rivers, and wild places. They're typically described as child-sized, sometimes invisible, sometimes appearing as small children or dwarves. The chaneques are guardians of the natural world. Specifically, they guard the boundaries between the human and the wild. If you enter the forest without permission, if you take more than what you need, you show disrespect to the land, they're going to show up and punish you. They'll steal your soul. Or more precisely, they will frighten you so badly that your soul detaches from your body, a condition known as susto or soul loss, which is one of the most widespread and persistent folk illnesses in Mexico, and you don't want to get that. The symptoms of susto are specific: lethargy, depression, loss of appetite, inability to sleep, and a general wasting away. The cure requires a curandero who can retrieve the lost soul from the chaneques and restore it to the body. A process that may involve rituals, prayers, offerings left at the place where the fright occurred, and the limpia, the ritual cleansing. Now, the Lecusa, the owl witch, is another figure of particular dread. In Mexican folklore, owls are almost universally associated with death and witchcraft. The hoot of an owl near your house is a bad omen. Someone's gonna die, or a witch is keeping an eye on you. The Lecusa is specifically a bruja who has transformed into a large owl and who perches on rooftops or flies around houses at night. She is said to target families with newborns, men who have been unfaithful, and people who have offended her in their human form. In some regions of northern Mexico and the Texas borderlands, the Lecusa is enormous, the size of a person, and her eyes glow red. The remedy is to hang scissors in the shape of a cross above the door, or to throw salt toward the owl, or to curse at her in specific terms that break the transformation. The Lecusa belief is a living tradition, and it is reported with complete sincerity by people in rural and semi-rural communities throughout Mexico and the diaspora to this day. The Alabríes deserve mention here, though they occupy a peculiar space between folklore and modern folk art. The original Alabríes were fantastical creatures dreamed by the Mexico City artist Pedro Linares in 1936 during a fever-induced delirium. Brightly colored chimeras with the bodies of dragons, the wings of butterflies, the heads of roosters, each one different, and each one shouting the word Alabríe in his dream. Linares began making them as papier-mâché sculptures, and artisans in the Oaxacan village of San Martin Telcayete adapted the concept into carved wooden figures, painting them in dazzling psychedelic colors that have made them quite famous. The Alabríes are not traditional folk creatures in the way that the Nahuals and Chanaques are. They're more modern, barely a century old, but they have been absorbed into the folk imagination so completely that they now appear in the Day of the Dead celebrations, in popular culture, and in the folk understanding of the spirit world, just as though they'd always been there. And you see, that's how folklore works. It's not a closed canon. It's rather a living tradition that always absorbs new material and sometimes just makes its own. The Cadello, a spectral dog that appears to travelers at night, is another figure. Now there are two Cadellos, one white and one black. The white Cadello is a protector, sent by God to guard drunkards and lost souls wandering dangerous roads at night. But the black Cadello is a demon, sent to lead you astray and devour your soul. The two Cadellos sometimes fight over a human charge, and the outcome determines whether you make it home alive. The Cadello tradition is strongest in southern Mexico and Guatemala, and it is a folklore of the road, you see, of the dark stretches between villages, the dangers of traveling alone and after too many drinks, of the belief that even in the most dangerous moments, protection and destruction are both possible, and that which one you encounter sometimes depends on forces beyond your control. Well, moving on from that, let's return to the beginning. You see, in the introduction, we mentioned the Day of the Dead, Dia de los Muertos, and now we got to return to that in a bit more depth because, well, it's pretty cool, layman's terms, but it's also a way of understanding the relationship between the living, the dead, and the divine that draws on both Catholic and Mesoamerican traditions while producing something that belongs entirely to neither. Let's start with the ofrenda, that is the altar built in the home for the returning dead, the centerpiece of the celebration, and it is constructed with extraordinary care, according to specific principles. A traditional ofrenda has multiple levels, 2, 3, or 7, depending on the region and the family's tradition. The levels represent the layers of the cosmos: earth, sky, the underworld, or in more elaborately Catholic interpretations, the stages of the soul's journey. Each element on the ofrenda has a specific function. The marigolds are not decorative. Their intense color and scent guide the dead to the altar, and their spirits follow the fragrance. The copal incense, another pre-Columbian element, purifies the space and creates a path between the worlds. The candles represent the light that guides the dead. The water quenches their thirst after a long journey from Mictlan, the Aztec underworld. The salt purifies. The bread, the pan de muerto, feeds them. And the photographs, the personal belongings, the food and drinks, these are the proof that the dead person is remembered, which is the only thing that the dead really want. The Aztec concept of death and the afterlife was radically different from the Christian one, and this difference is visible in the Day of the Dead even today. In Aztec theology, your fate after death was determined not by how you lived, but rather how you died. Warriors who fell in battle and women who died in childbirth, which was considered a form of combat, went to the house of the sun, accompanying the solar deity across the sky. Those who died by drowning or by lightning went to Tlalocan, the paradise of the rain god Tlaloc. Everyone else, the vast majority, went to Mictlan, the land of the dead, a cold, dark, and quiet place, ruled by a skeletal god. Now, Mictlan was not punishment. It was simply where the dead went. It was not hell, it was just the destination, and reaching it required a journey of 4 years through 9 levels of increasingly difficult trials. The living helped the dead complete this journey by providing offerings. You had food, water, tools, companions, all at specific intervals after death. When the Spanish imposed Catholicism, they moved the indigenous celebrations of the dead, which had been originally observed in August, to coincide with All Saints and All Souls Day, November the 1st and 2nd. The overlay was imperfect, and the imperfection is what makes the Day of the Dead so culturally distinctive. The Catholic theology of the dead, purgatory, intercession, the communion of saints, merged with the Mesoamerican theology of the dead, Mictlan, the journey, the obligation of the living to feed and guide the departed. And all up, they produce something that is both and neither, a celebration that uses Catholic dates and Catholic prayers, but that operates according to a logic that is fundamentally indigenous. The dead are not in purgatory waiting for prayers to release them. They are rather on a journey, and they need your help. They need food, drink, light, and love. They can't do it on their own. So go and build that altar, not as a memorial, but as a supply station. Next up, we have Mexican folk medicine. Curanderismo is one of the most elaborate and internally consisting healing traditions in the Americas. And the special thing is, it is very much still alive. Curanderismo is not a historical curiosity or a marginal practice confined to remote villages. It's used by millions of people across Mexico and the diaspora, often alongside, not instead of, modern biomedical care. The curandero, or curandera, is a healer, a herbalist, a spiritual practitioner, and a community counselor, and their role in Mexican life is pretty difficult to overstate. Curanderismo operates in the principles that illness has 3 possible causes: natural, spiritual, and emotional. Natural illness, a broken bone or an infection, well, you best go to a doctor for that. But many illnesses are not natural. They're caused by spiritual imbalance, by supernatural aggression, or by emotional shock. And these require a different kind of treatment. The most important folk illnesses in the Mexican system are susto, mal de ojo, empacho, and maler. Susto, a soul loss caused by fright, is treated going through a ritual called a barida or limpia, in which the curandero sweeps the patient's body with herbs, often rosemary, basil, or rue, while reciting prayers and calling the soul back to the body. The patient may also be told to return to the place where the fright occurred, and to call out their own name. Mal de ojo, the evil eye, is caused by a strong or envious gaze, and is treated by passing an egg over the body and then cracking it into a glass of water. The shape of the egg white reveals the nature and severity of the affliction. Empacho, a kind of spiritual or physical blockage in the stomach, is treated by massage and by pulling the skin of the lower back, a technique called trona el empacho. Malaria, or bad air, is an illness caused by exposure to harmful spiritual winds, particularly in cemeteries, ruins, or other haunted places, and is treated with limpias, herbal baths, and the burning of copal. Now, speaking of limpia, the ritual cleansing, that is perhaps the central practice of the curanderismo. It can take many forms: sweeping the body with herbs, passing an egg over the body, spraying the patient with mouthfuls of holy water, passing candles over the body, or smudging with copal smoke. The logic of the limpia is simple and powerful. Illness is a contamination, a spiritual dirt, and the limpia cleans it away. The herbs, the egg, the smoke, the water, these are the sponges that absorb the negative and carry it away from the body. The curandero then disposes of the contaminated materials. The herbs are burned, the egg is broken, the water is poured out at a crossroads, ensuring that the illness is not merely removed but completely destroyed. The herbal knowledge of curanderos is genuinely vast. Mexican folk pharmacopoeia includes hundreds of plants, many of which have been in continuous use since pre-Columbian times, and many of which we have demonstrated have pharmacological activity in modern studies. Epazote for intestinal parasites, Damiana for depression and anxiety, Arnica for inflammation, Yerba Buena for digestive complaints, Flor de Manita for cardiac conditions, and so on. The Badianas manuscript, the Libellus de Medicinabilis Indorum Herbis, let me do that one again, Libellus de Medicinalibus Indorum Herbis, excuse the Latin, compiled in 1552 by the Aztec physician Martin de la Cruz, and translated into Latin by Juan Bandiano, is one of the earliest pharmacopoeias of the Americas, and documents a medical tradition of extraordinary sophistication. The curanderos of today are the interiors of this tradition, modified by centuries of interaction with Spanish herbalism, Catholic prayer, and the practical demands of communities that often have limited access to modernized healthcare facilities. The spiritual dimension of the curanderismo also includes the use of temazcal, the Mesoamerican sweat lodge, a dome structure heated with volcanic stones onto which water and herbs are poured on to create a dense and fragrant steam. Now, it's not merely a bath, it's more a ritual of rebirth. The dome represents the womb of the earth goddess, and entering it is a symbolic return to the womb, from which you emerge purified, renewed, and reborn. Sounds like it's worth a try, right? Temazcal ceremonies were documented by the Spanish in the 16th century, and were initially suppressed as pagan, but they survived, as so much really did survive in Mexico, by going underground and re-emerging when the pressure was off. Today, temazcal ceremonies are practiced across Mexico by curanderos, midwives, and increasingly by urban Mexicans seeking spiritual and physical healing, and they represent one of the most direct, unbroken connections to pre-Columbian ritual practice in the Americas. On December the 12th, 1531, according to tradition, a recently converted indigenous man named Juan Diego saw a vision of the Virgin Mary on the hill of Tepeyac, just north of Mexico City. She spoke to him in Nahuatl. She appeared as a dark-skinned woman, dressed in a mantle covered with stars. She asked that a church be built on the spot, the same spot where, before the conquest, a temple to the Aztec mother goddess Tonantzin had stood. When the bishop demanded proof, roses appeared on the barren hillside in December, and when Juan Diego opened his cloak to show the bishop the roses, the image of the Virgin Mary was miraculously imprinted upon the fabric. Now that cloak, the tilma, still hangs today at the Basilica of Our Lady of Guadalupe in Mexico City, the most visited Catholic site in the world, by the way. The Virgin of Guadalupe is the most important religious figure in Mexico. More important in practice than Christ himself, some might say. She is on the flag of the Mexican Revolution. She is tattooed on the arms of gang members and embroidered on the vestments of archbishops. She hangs from the rear-view mirrors of taxis and is painted on the walls of the cantinas. She is invoked at baptisms, funerals, soccer matches, and at political rallies. She's both Orthodox Catholic and folk religion bound in one, but she's also the boundary between the two. But in the Mexican context, it's kind of impossible to draw that. The folklore surrounding Guadalupe is vast. Her appearance on the hill of Tepeyac, the same hill where Tonantzin was worshipped, is key to her power. She is the point of fusion between the indigenous and the Catholic, the mother goddess who speaks Nahuatl and wears a mantle of stars. The great Mexican poet and essayist Octavio Paz argued that Guadalupe is the true spiritual mother of the mestizo nation, the figure who makes it possible to be both indigenous and Catholic, both conquered and faithful, without any contradiction. The folk practices surrounding her feast day, the serenades at midnight, the pilgrimages to the basilica, roses and candles, and the dancers in their feathered headdresses, performing the indigenous influence choreography on the steps of the church, they're a demonstration of that fusion that defines Mexican culture. The indigenous and the European, pagan and Christian, ancient and modern. It's held together, perhaps not by logic, but by devotion. Logically, the Catholic Church would have stamped all this out. I mean, they're not known for their inclusion of indigenous religious practice. But, like we said, things go underground. The folk practices surrounding Guadalupe extend into every corner of Mexican life. Truck drivers paint her image on their vehicles for protection on the road, and you'll see plenty of boxers with their images, with her image on their shorts too. Mothers even name their daughters Guadalupe, Lupita, more than any other name in Mexico. The Mañanitas, birthday serenades, sung to her on December 12th at the Basilica beginning at midnight, draw millions. And the ex-votos, small painted tin panels thanking her for miracles, are a folk art form of extraordinary power, painted by ordinary people, often a little naive in style but devastating in emotional impact, depicting the accident survived, the illness cured, a child safe, each one accompanied by a handwritten inscription, expressing gratitude in the most direct, unadorned language imaginable. The ex-votos are displayed in churches and shrines across Mexico, and they constitute a collective autobiography of the Mexican people, for all their fears, suffering, faith, and their conviction that the dark-skinned mother on the hill of the Tepeyac is still listening. Mexico also has a thriving tradition of folk saints, figures who are venerated as saints by popular devotion, but who have never actually been canonized by the Catholic Church, and in most cases, never will be. These folk saints occupy a fascinating space between the official religion and popular folklore. Their cults tell us something important about Mexican spirituality and how it actually works on the ground level. First off, we've got Jesus Malverde, the so-called narco saint, venerated primarily in the northern state of Sinaloa. According to legend, he was a bandit in the early 20th century who stole from the rich and gave to the poor, a kind of Mexican Robin Hood who was hanged by authorities around 1909. His shrine in Culiacan is often visited by drug traffickers, migrants, the poor, desperate, and the merely hopeful. They leave offerings of cash, personal objects, prayers, and believe it or not, sometimes drugs. Malverde is not in any way endorsed by the church, as you can imagine. He may not even be in existence as a historical person at all, but still he's venerated with complete sincerity by those people who feel that the official saints do not really understand their situation. These people who live outside the law, or at least on its ragged edge. And they need a saint who understands, who's been where they've been. After all, they just feel like they're talking to a stuffed shirt, if it's someone else. And then there is Santa Muerte, Holy Death, the skeletal saint, the most controversial and fastest growing folk devotion in the Americas. Santa Muerte is depicted as a female skeleton, often wearing a long robe and carrying a scythe and a globe, and she is venerated by an estimated 10 to 12 million people in Mexico and the United States. The Catholic Church has condemned her cult unequivocally, calling it a blasphemous one, a satanic one, incompatible with Christianity. And yet her devotees are, in many cases, sincere Catholics, who don't see any contradiction whatsoever in praying to both the Virgin of Guadalupe and to Holy Death. Santa Muerte is the saint of last resort, the one you turn to when everything else has failed, when the church has kicked you out, when society doesn't want you. She doesn't judge or discriminate. She accepts everyone, the sex worker, the drug dealer, prisoner, migrant, a queer person, someone with AIDS, the person who has been told that they are beyond salvation. Her appeal is precisely her lack of moral conditions. I mean, she's death, and that is the great equalizer. The roots of Santa Muerte are debatable. Some scholars see her as a direct descendant of the Aztec goddess of death. Others argue she is an ex-colonial era figure, derived from European personifications of death that were brought to Mexico by the Spanish. The truth is probably a bit of both. She's a figure that draws on Mesoamerican comfort with skeletal imagery and on European memento mori traditions, fused in her crucible of Mexican folk religion into something that belongs entirely to Mexico. Her rapid growth in the last 2 decades, from a hidden, marginalized cult to a visible, public, and increasingly mainstream devotion, is one of the most significant developments in the religious history of the Americas. And it is, at its core, a folk phenomenon. It's not driven by priests or theologians, but by ordinary people who have found her bony embrace, a kind of spiritual acceptance that the priest wasn't really handing out on the Sunday morning service. The Mexican Ritual Year is one of the most densely packed festival calendars in the world. There are an estimated 5,000 distinct annual fiestas celebrated across the country, and that includes patron saint days, harvest festivals, carnival celebrations, Holy Week processions, Day of the Dead observances, and virtually all of them contain elements that blend Catholic liturgy with an indigenous ritual in ways that are locally specific and endlessly inventive. The Danza de los Voladores, the Dance of the Flyers, is one of the most spectacular survivals of pre-Columbian rituals. 5 men climb a 30-meter pole. One sits on top, playing a flute and drum. The other 4, tied to the pole by ropes wound around their waists, launch themselves into the air and spiral slowly down. Hanging upside down, the ropes unwind. Each flyer makes 13 revolutions, and 4 times 13 is 52, the number of years in the Mesoamerican calendar cycle, a sacred count that governed the rhythm of Aztec and Maya time. The Danza de los Voladores is performed today in Papantla, Veracruz, and other communities, and it was recognized by UNESCO as Intangible Cultural Heritage in 2009. Now, it's not really a show, it's more of a prayer for fertility, for rain, for the continuation of the cycle performed in the air between earth and sky, in the space where human and divine meet. Semana Santa, Holy Week, is observed across Mexico with a fervor that is both deeply Catholic and unmistakably Mexican. In the town of Taxco, Guerrero, penitents carry enormous bundles of thorny branches on their bare backs through the streets, their feet bleeding on the cobblestones. In the Tarahumara communities of the Sierra Madre, Holy Week is a ritual drama in which the community divides into 2 groups, the Pharisees, representing evil, and the soldiers of God, representing good, who enact the cosmic battle through days of dancing, drumming, and ritualized combat that owes as much to indigenous ceremony as to Catholic liturgy. In Ixtapalapa, a working-class neighborhood of Mexico City, the Passion Play is performed with a cast of thousands, and the man chosen to play Jesus Christ is considered to be genuinely blessed. And he genuinely suffers. He's tied to the cross for hours in the sun. Well, they are proper participations of many people. The line between representing Christ's suffering and experiencing it dissolves, and the theology of identification, of literally taking the pain into your body, is felt, not theorized. Next we have La Posada, celebrated for 9 nights before Christmas, from December 16th to December 24th, another distinctly Mexican folk Catholic tradition. Groups of neighbors process through the streets carrying figures of Mary and Joseph, singing a litany in which they request posada, shelter, at each house. The householders refuse, singing back that there is no room. Finally, at the designated house, the door opens, and the pilgrims are welcomed in. And when they are, the party starts. Piñatas, punch, tamales, and the breaking of the piñata that is itself a ritual of complex symbolism. The traditional piñata is a 7-pointed star, and the 7 points represent the 7 deadly sins. The blindfolded person swings the stick and represents faith. The breaking of the piñata represents the triumph of faith over sin, and the candy that falls, well, that's the rewards of God. This is a folk theology, never officially promulgated by any catechism, but it transforms a children's party game into a almost cosmological drama, and the 9 nights of La Posada mirror the 9 months of Mary's pregnancy, the 9 levels of Mictlan, and some scholars argue the 9 levels of the Aztec underworld, through which all of the dead must pass. The numbers align in ways that are probably not coincidental. Finally, there is Carnival, celebrated just before Lent. It takes wildly different forms across Mexico. In Puebla, thousands of participants reenact the Battle of Puebla in the story of the bandit Agustin Lorenzo, firing real muskets loaded with gunpowder blanks in a cacophony of smoke and noise that shakes the ground. In Tlaxcala, Carnival features the Huehues, groups of dancers wearing elaborate masks and costumes, including the Catrines, figures dressed as 19th century European dandies, which is itself a commentary on class colonialism and the absurdity of cultural imitation. In Veracruz, Carnival is a Caribbean-influenced one, with comparsas and floats. Each regional carnival is a palimpsest of local history, indigenous ritual, and colonial imposition, but also a bit of popular creativity, telling a different story about what it means to live in a particular place with a particular past. Now, just before we finish up for today, it's important to remember that Mexican folklore is not receding, it's expanding. One of the most dynamic, productive, and globally influential folkloric traditions in the world today, that's for sure. And its influence extends far beyond the borders of Mexico itself. The Mexican diaspora, over 37 million people of Mexico, living in the United States alone, has carried the traditions northward. The Day of the Dead celebrations are now held in cities across the United States, and increasingly around the world. Also, curanderismo is practiced in Los Angeles, Houston, Chicago, and New York. The Virgin of Guadalupe is venerated wherever there are Mexican communities. The corrido, the narrative folk ballad that has been Mexico's primary form of popular storytelling since the 19th century, has evolved into the narco corrido, a controversial but wildly popular genre that narrates the exploits of drug traffickers, with the same formal structure and moral complexity that earlier corridos brought to revolutionaries and bandits. The tradition is not preserved in amber, but it is alive, and like all living things, it changes. And the corrido is worth dwelling on. You see, it's a narrative ballad, a story told in song, that has served Mexico's popular newspaper, its oral history, and moral commentaries since the 19th century. The great corridos of the Revolution, La Cucaracha, La Adelita, Corrido de Pancho Villa, told the stories of the revolution as the people experienced them, not as the governments narrated them. They celebrated bandits, mourned martyrs, mocked the pitiful, and immortalized the defiant. The corrido form is deceptively simple, strophic, usually in waltz time, with a narrator who addresses the audience directly. But it has this intense power to it. In a culture where literacy was limited and official history was controlled, the corrido was the people's medium, and its truths were often more durable than anything published in a newspaper or decreed by a president. Well, at the heart of it all, there is this collision that continues, the ancient, violent, creative collision between the indigenous and the European, between the pyramid and the cross, and between the corn and the wheat, the skull and the flower. Mexican folklore is an ongoing negotiation of that collision, and has produced one of the richest, most resilient, and emotionally powerful cultural traditions on earth. As a matter of fact, the last Mexican thing I attended was Mexican Independence Day celebration at a Mexican restaurant in Guangzhou, China. That's how far it goes. They had a band playing La Cucaracha and everything. Everyone was dressed up in sombreros, and we all danced and drank till the morning. It was fantastic. The time of my life. Met a pretty girl, too. That was good. Anyway, good memories. In any case, Mexican folklore has a lot to offer. So, you should go down south and check it out, depending on where you are. I know that about 56% of you are from the US, so why not go and check it out south of the border, cross the Rio Grande, and see what's going on. You might have fun. Anyway, thank you for joining me. Another addition to our ever-growing folklore playlist. It's good that it's filling out, huh? Certainly making something worth preserving here on YouTube. Thank you for joining me. See you next time, and, tell your friends. We'll all be here waiting for them to join the club. Farewell for now. Many a ruler and empire walked through Palestine. Egyptian, Mesopotamian, Roman, Byzantine, Arab, Crusader, Ottoman. They all crossed that same piece of land between Africa and Asia, and every one of them left a little something behind. Not just ruins, but songs and stories and rituals. Layer upon layer of cultural sediment deposited over millennia, forming a single living tradition. A Palestinian wedding custom might carry some trace of a Canaanite fertility rite. A harvest song might echo pre-Islamic Arabian poetry. An embroidery pattern might encode information about a woman's village, her family, her status, her life. A visual language passed from mother to daughter across generations. It's not confusion or borrowing. It's just what happens when a culture occupies the same landscape for thousands of years. It seems to accumulate extraordinary depth. And we are diving deep into those depths today with our guide to Palestinian folklore. Good to see you all here. Just before we start, thank you to everyone keeping this ad-free across the entire library of the channel. Those supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store and donations, links in description and pinned comment. If you can't do that, give it a like, comment and subscribe and share it around with your friends. Anyway, that being said, let's get started. Palestine is one of the most continuously inhabited landscapes on Earth. Jericho has a credible claim of being one of the oldest continuously occupied cities in the world, with evidence of settlement going back over 10,000 years. The Canaanite civilization that preceded the Israelite period left traces in place names, in agricultural practices, and, as scholars now believe, in folk rituals that persisted in the countryside for thousands of years after the Canaanites themselves ceased to exist as a distinct political entity. The Finnish Palestinian scholar Tawfik Kanan, a physician and ethnographer who spent the first half of the 20th century documenting the folk beliefs of Palestinian villagers, was particularly attentive to these survivals. In his landmark study, Mohammedan Saints and Sanctuaries in Palestine, published in 1927, Kanan documented hundreds of local shrines, called maqamat, scattered across the Palestinian landscape. Small domed buildings, sacred trees, springs, and hilltop sites where villagers came to pray, make vows to tie rags to branches, light candles, and seek the intercession of a local holy figure called a wali. Kanan recognized that many of these sites predated Islam, and in many cases even predated Christianity. The sacred tree on the hilltop, the spring with healing powers, the stone that women touched for fertility, well, these were all patterns that reached back into the Canaanite religion, into the worship of Baal and Asherah, and the local deities of that long-gone Bronze Age. Well, as for the villagers who visited these sites in the 1920s, they might have had a little bit of an idea that these places were significant, but they didn't know that they were performing rituals with 3,000-year-old roots. As a matter of fact, they didn't really need to know. The landscape remembered enough for them, even when the people had forgotten. This deep continuity is one of the Palestinian folklore's most remarkable features. The anthropologist Shelag Weir, writing about Palestinian village life, observed that the agricultural calendar of Palestinian peasants, the Fellahin, followed rhythms that had been established in the region long before Islam, long before Christianity and anything else, reaching back into the seasonal cycles of the ancient Near East. The timing of planting and harvest, the festivals that marked the solstices and equinoxes, all of these had pre-monotheistic origins that were later absorbed into the Islamic calendar and given Islamic explanations, but whose underlying structure remained to be fundamentally ancient. The Thursday visit to the cemetery, the springtime picnic at the Wali's shrine, and of course the certain nights of fire lighting. These were not inventions of Arab conquest, rather inheritances from a world so old that its origins had been lost even to memory. But one of the most striking survivals was the veneration of sacred trees. Canaan documented dozens of sacred trees across Palestine: oaks, terebinths, carob sycamores, a little bit of everything. They were believed to be inhabited by awliya, saints, or by jinn, or simply by a numinous power that had no name. Rags were tied to the branches by supplicants. Nails were hammered into the trunks as part of healing rituals, transferring the disease from the body into the tree. Oil was poured on the roots. Sick children were passed through hollows in their trunks to be healed. And these practices are attested in Canaanite religion. The worship at high places under sacred trees that the Hebrew Bible condemns repeatedly is in all probability the ancestor of Palestinian tree shrines. The condemnation itself is evidence of continuity. You don't need to repeatedly forbid something that nobody is doing right. But let's move on from that. Let's talk about the jinn. Now, the jinn in Palestinian folklore are not exotic. Rather, they are domestic. They are your neighbors, albeit invisible neighbors, but neighbors nonetheless, living in the same landscape, sharing the same water sources, and ultimately subject to the same god. The Palestinian relationship with the jinn is one of the most richly documented in the Arab world, largely thanks to Canaan's meticulous fieldwork, and it reveals a worldview in which the boundary between the seen and unseen was porous, negotiable, and absolutely central to daily life. Palestinian jinn had addresses. They lived in specific places: abandoned houses, ruined buildings, maybe an old well or a cave, not to mention the corners of bathrooms, and most importantly, beneath certain ancient trees. The putum tree, the Atlantic terebinth, was particularly associated with jinn habitation, as were the very old oaks and carob trees. Now, these trees were not cut down, not because of environmentalism in a modern sense, but because cutting down a jinn's tree would, well, that would bring a terrible retribution. It might be illness, madness, a miscarriage, or death of livestock, things like this. Canaan recorded cases in which villagers attributed specific misfortunes to the felling of a particular tree, even one decades earlier. See, the problem is, the jinn are kind of like elephants. They have long memories, and they're not known for their forgiveness. They tend to hold a grudge a little bit. The rules for coexisting with jinn were elaborate and strictly observed. You said Bismillah in the name of God before putting hot water down a drain, because a jinn might be in the pipe. You said Dastur, permission, before entering a ruin or an unfamiliar building. You didn't throw stones at night. You might hit a jinn by mistake. And you didn't whistle after dark. You also didn't linger at a crossroad at twilight, the Maghrib hour, the hour between day and night. That belonged to the jinn, the time when they were most active and most dangerous. Children were brought indoors at Maghrib. Laundry was taken off the line, the doors were closed. The transition from day to night was not merely a change in lighting. It was rather a change in sovereignty. Sure, the humans ruled in the daylight, but when the dusk came and night fell, the time belonged to the jinn. Now, certain jinn were known by name and reputation. The Karina, sometimes called al-Subyan, mother of children, was a female jinni who attacked newborns and new mothers. She was the Palestinian equivalent of the Persian al, and the precautions against her were remarkably similar. Iron objects placed around the birthing room, blue beads hung on the baby, amulets containing Quranic verses sewn into the infant's clothing. The fear of the Karina was not abstract, because, well, in practical terms, infant mortality in Palestinian villages was devastatingly high, well into the 20th century. The Karina provided an explanation, a name for the nameless terror of losing a child, but more importantly, a set of actions that you could take. You couldn't really prevent a disease that you didn't understand, but you could hang up an amulet. You could burn some incense. You could recite some protective sutras. Do what you can with what you understand. The Karina gave you something to fight against, and that, in terms of psychologically, was a lot better than just being helpless. But there was also the ghoul, that is Ghul, which is basically ghoul, right? A word that has entered English but lost most of its original meaning. In Palestinian folklore, the ghoul was a shape-shifting jinn of the wilderness, the bar, open country beyond the village. Well, it appeared to solitary travelers, often in the form of a beautiful woman or a friendly stranger, luring them away from the path. And once you followed the ghoul into the wilderness, you were lost, spiritually and literally. The ghoul might then devour you, or it might simply lead you in circles until you died of thirst and exhaustion. The remedy was the adhan, the Islamic call to prayer, which was powerful enough to cause the ghoul to flee, or the striking of iron, which all jinn feared. The ghoul stories are, among other things, a folklore of the desert edge, the borderland between the sown and the unsown, between the village and void, that defined much of the geography of southern Palestine. Palestinian folklore also knew the Afarit, a more powerful and, well, malevolent category of jinn. Now, the Ifrit was bigger, stronger, and more dangerous than an ordinary jinn, and encounters with the Afarit were narrated with a particular dread. They were said to inhabit ruins, and Palestine, with its layered archaeological history, was full of them. You had the Roman columns, the Crusader walls, Ottoman khans, all half buried in the landscape and all potentially home to supernatural occupants who didn't take visitors. The most feared ruins were those that contained underground spaces, cisterns, cellars, burial chambers, because the Afarit preferred darkness and depth. Shepherds gave wide berth to certain ruins, and children were absolutely forbidden from playing in them, not because of the danger of falling stones, though that was real enough, but because an Afarit might seize them. But if you know about kids, they probably played in them anyway. Anyway, the practical and supernatural dangers were in the Palestinian worldview, not separate categories. They were the same danger, but just viewed from a different angle. And then there were the Silah, a female jinn of extraordinary beauty, who appeared to men traveling alone, often near water sources. She would ask for help, a ride, a drink, directions, something like that, and if the man complied, she would reveal her true form and devour him. The Silah could be identified by her feet, which were sometimes described as hoofs or turned backwards. The detail about the feet is widespread in jinn folklore across the Arab world, and it shows a practical message. You have to look at the details. Look carefully. beauty can be deceiving, and the truth is often found in those details that the illusion cannot quite get right. Palestinian folk narrative was overwhelmingly a woman's art. The stories were told by women, to other women and children, in the domestic space of the home, usually in the evening after a day's work had been done. The storyteller, the Hakawatia, as it's called, was often an older woman, a grandmother or an aunt, and her authority was absolute for the duration of the tale. The opening formula was specific and beautiful. It would be something like, there was, or there was not, in the oldest of times, things like that. Now this formula is shared across the Arab-speaking world, but what followed was distinctly Palestinian in its setting, character, and concerns. The Palestinian hikaye, which is their oral tradition, as studied by the scholar Ibrahim Muhawi of the folklorist and the folklorist Sharif Kanana in their essential collection Speak, Bird, Speak Again, published in 1989, based on the stories recorded in the West Bank and Gaza, reveals a narrative tradition of remarkable sophistication. The tales were not just simple moral fables. They are complex explorations of social power, gender relations, family dynamics, and the tension between individual desire and community obligation. A typical hikaye might concern a young woman who is mistreated by her stepmother. Once again, evil stepmothers across the whole global breadth of folklore. Or a younger son who must prove himself against his older brothers, perhaps a girl who is transformed into a bird and must find her way back to human form. The structures are familiar from the folk narrative worldwide. Cinderella types, quest narratives, transformation tales. But the details are where they become consistently local. The food is Palestinian food. Mujadara, Mansaf, Musakan. The landscape is a Palestinian landscape. The olive grove, threshing floor. The social tensions are Palestinian tensions. The dynamics of extended families, the power of the mother-in-law, and the vulnerability of the bride in her husband's household. So, once again, these may be globalized concerns. Muhawi and Kanana made a crucial observation about the gendered nature of these tales. The hikaye functioned, in part, as a space in which women could articulate truths about their lives that they couldn't really state directly. A woman who could not publicly criticize her husband's family could tell a story in which a cruel mother-in-law was punished by supernatural forces. A young woman who dreaded an arranged marriage could listen to a tale in which the clever heroine outwitted an unwanted suitor. Now these tales were not really escapism, they were more of a parallel discourse, a way of speaking about real power relations through a safe medium of that once upon a time. The closing formula of the hikaye acknowledged this specifically. Basically, that's the end of the story. The bird has flown to its nest, and ours is the best of all. Something like that. The story was over, but those truths lingered in the room. Certain tale types were distinctly Palestinian in their emphasis. The clever maiden stories, in which a young maiden outsmarts a king or a wealthy man through wit and linguistic skill. They're particularly prominent in the Palestinian repertoire. Muhawi and Kanana argue that these stories reflect the real social intelligence that Palestinian women needed to navigate a patriarchal world in which their formal power was limited, but their informal influence was quite considerable. The clever maiden doesn't really rebel. She doesn't overthrow social order. She works within it, using its own rules, language, and values, and she wins. The stories are not revolutionary. They're strategic. They teach survival through intelligence, and they suggest that the deepest form of power is the ability to understand a system so thoroughly that you can turn it to your advantage without appearing to challenge it at all. Animal tales, kurafiat, were another important genre, told especially to children, but enjoyed by adults as well. The hyena appeared frequently as a figure of stupidity and brute force, easily outwitted by smaller and more clever animals. The fox, the talab, that was the trickster, the clever one, the eternal survivor. The gazelle, beauty and grace. The tortoise, patience. These animal tales functioned as a moral education, teaching children that values that the community prized, like cleverness over strength and patience over haste. They were also entertainment, sure, but they were performed with voices, gestures, and sound effects by storytellers who were, in their own way, consummate performers. Palestinian proverbs, amthal, are another vast reservoir of folk wisdom, and they are among the most vivid in the Arab-speaking world. For example, the eye cannot rise above the eyebrow, meaning know your place, do not overreach. And also, he who wants to marry my mother, I'll call him uncle, meaning be pragmatic and accept what you can't change. Next one, the world is never free of traitors, which, well, doesn't really need much explanation. The proverbs are terse, rhythmic, often darkly humorous, and they encode a worldview that's deeply realist, unsentimental about human nature, skeptical of power, and, well, committed to the family unit as the basic structure of social life. They were used constantly in daily speech by both men and women, and a person who could deploy the right proverb at the right moment commanded a specific kind of social authority, the authority of the tradition itself, speaking through them. But if there is a single art form that embodies Palestinian folklore more completely than anything else, it's tatriz, the cross-stitch embroidery that adorned the traditional thobe, the long dress worn by Palestinian women. Tatriz isn't a decoration. It's more like a language of sorts, a visual communication tool, a system of communication so precise and so deeply encoded that a knowledgeable observer could look at a woman's dress and tell you where she was from, whether she was married or unmarried, how wealthy her family was, and what region's aesthetic traditions she belonged to, all from those little patterns stitched into fabric. Each village, and Palestine had over 800 villages before 1948, had its own distinctive embroidery patterns, its own preferred color combinations, its own characteristic chest panels and sleeve designs. The women of Ramallah favored bold geometric patterns in deep red and maroon on white linen, with a wide, heavily embroidered chest panel called the kabeh. The women of Bethlehem used couching techniques, with gold and silver thread, producing a shimmering, luxurious effect that reflected the town's relative prosperity and proximity to the markets of Jerusalem. The women of Galilee used bright colors, greens, yellows, oranges, and their patterns tended toward the floral and the curvilinear. The women of the Nakab Desert, the Bedouin, used indigo-dyed fabric, and bold geometric patterns could be read at a distance across the open landscape. To a trained eye, the dress was more of a map, a declaration of identity, kind of like a passport of sorts. The motifs themselves carried meaning. The cypress tree, al-sarwe, symbolized longevity and resistance. The moon, al-kamar, symbolized beauty. The eight-pointed star was a ward against the evil eye. Birds in pairs represented marital harmony. The zigzag pattern of the baker's path evoked the daily rhythms of village life. Some motifs were ancient. The triangular pattern that scholars have identified in Canaanite pottery appears barely changed. in Palestinian embroidery 3,000 years later. Others were a bit more modern. By the early 20th century, women were incorporating new images. The British flag during the Mandate period, sometimes mockingly, the map of Palestine after 1948, defiantly. The embroidery was a living tradition, absorbing new content without abandoning old forms. After the Nakba, Tatriz took on an additional dimension. It became an act of memory. Women in refugee camps continued to embroider, and the patterns they stitched were the patterns of the villages they had lost. A woman from Lifta, living in a camp near Amman, would stitch the patterns of Lifta, not because she needed a dress in the old style, but because a pattern was a record. It was proof, a way of saying, this village existed. I was born there. I came from it, and I carry it with me. Palestinian embroidery became, in the decades after 1948, one of those symbols of Palestinian cultural identity, displayed in museums, worn at political gatherings, and taught to daughters and granddaughters as a form of intergenerational transmission. A thread, literally, connecting the present to the past. The colors of Tatriz were themselves a language. Red, the dominant color in most Palestinian embroidery, was associated with life, with blood, with the earth itself, specifically the red soil of the Palestinian hills. A married woman's dress was a heavily red one. An older woman's dress shifted toward darker tones, indigo, black, deep maroons. It reflected her changed status. A woman in mourning wore blue. The green of Islam appeared in some patterns, and the gold thread of Bethlehem work signaled wealth and urban sophistication. The thread itself, originally hand-spun and hand-dyed with natural pigments from pomegranate skin, sumac, and indigo, was by the early 20th century increasingly imported European floss, and the shift in materials brought new colors and new possibilities. But the grammar of embroidery, the relationship between pattern, color, meaning, and placement, it all remained intact, even as the vocabulary expanded. A woman who understood Tatriz could read a dress the way a scholar reads a text, with attention to structure, nuance, and what is said between those lines. The Palestinian wedding, al-Urz, was more of a production than an event. It lasted days, sometimes a full week, and every single stage was ritualized. Every song prescribed and every gesture had this meaning laden to it. The wedding was the supreme social performance of village life, the moment when families displayed their wealth, their alliances, their generosity, adherence to tradition, and it was saturated with folklore from beginning to the end. The process began long before the wedding day itself, with the jaha, the formal delegation of men from the groom's family who went to the bride's family to ask for her hand. The jaha is a highly ritualized negotiation, conducted through intermediaries, governed by precise etiquette, and of course, lubricated by coffee. The offering and acceptance of coffee was itself a coded communication. If the bride's father served coffee, the negotiation could proceed. If he didn't, well, the answer is no, and no means no. The mar, the bride price that is, was agreed upon, and the engagement would be formalized. The night before the wedding was the Leilat al-Henna, the henna night. The bride's party, a woman's celebration of extraordinary richness, would take place. The bride's hands and feet were decorated with intricate henna designs, applied by a specialist, the hanana, while the women of both families sang, ululated, danced, and performed the zakarit, the high-pitched trill of joy that is one of the most recognizable sounds in Palestinian culture. The henna itself was believed to have protective properties. It was not merely cosmetic, but apotropaic. a ward against the evil eye, and against jinn who might be drawn to the bride's vulnerability on the threshold of her new life. The songs sung during the henna night were specific to the occasion. They praised the bride's beauty, teased the groom a little bit, lamented the bride's departure from her family, and affirmed the bonds between the two households. Many of these songs have been recorded by ethnographers and ethnomusicologists, and they constitute one of the richest bodies of women's oral literature in the Arab world. The wedding procession was the crescendo. The groom, accompanied by his male relatives and friends, proceed through the village to claim their bride, accompanied by music, the tabla drum, the flute, the double pipe, and the dabke, the line dance that is perhaps the most iconic element of Palestinian folk culture. The dabke is not merely a dance, it's a statement of identity. A line of men, arms linked, stamping the earth in unison, led by a lawe who improves variations while the line maintains the rhythm. The stamping is deliberate. You're marking the ground, you see, claiming it, pressing your presence into the earth. In the context of a people whose connection to their land has been systematically contested, the dabke carries a weight that transcends entertainment. It is an assertion. We are here. This is our feet on this ground, and we're not bloody leaving. Well, the music of the wedding, and of Palestinian folk life more broadly, was built around a small number of instruments with enormous expressive range. The midwiz, a double-pipe reed instrument played with circular breathing, produced a dense buzzing. Insistent sound was the signature of Palestinian folk music, immediately recognizable and profoundly tied to place. The shababe, a simple end-blown flute, was the shepherd's instrument played in the hills, its sound carrying across valleys. The tabla and the darbuka provided rhythm, and the voice. Above all, the voice carried the poetry. The wedding singer, often a man, the poet-singer called the bada, would improvise verses praising families, teasing the groom and complimenting the bride's beauty, and weaving in proverbs and folk wisdom as he went on. A skilled bada was a celebrity, hired from village to village, and his improvisational ability was judged with the same critical attention that a jazz audience might bring to a piano solo. The quality of the wedding singer was a direct reflection on the family's social standing. A great bada means a great wedding, and a great wedding means you're off to a pretty good start. Now, after the wedding itself, the bride entered her husband's household, and a new set of rituals would begin. Rituals designed to ease the transition and protect the new couple from supernatural harm. A piece of bread dipped in olive oil was placed above the door for the bride to touch as she entered. The bread and oil, the two sacred substances of Palestinian agriculture, would bless the threshold. The groom might break a clay pot at the entrance, the shattering driving away any jinn, and in some villages, the bride would step over a trail of water poured from the door to the bed, water as purification, as blessing, as the element that sustains life. Every little gesture layered with meaning, and the meaning was always double, practical and protective, social and supernatural. The olive tree is to Palestinian folklore what fire is to Persian folklore, or what water is to Polish folklore. It is the sacred center, the organizing symbol and the thing around which everything else arranges itself. Palestine's been an olive country for at least 5,000 years. And well, the archaeological record shows olive cultivation in the region from the early Bronze Age. And the olive tree has accumulated layers of meaning that are almost impossible to disentangle. Economic, spiritual, familial, national. The olive has it all. An olive tree can live for hundreds of years. And in Palestine, many trees are genuinely ancient. Gnarled, massive, their trunks split and hollowed by time, but still producing fruit. These trees were not merely property, they were ancestors. A family's olive tree was their most valuable possession. More valuable than the house sometimes, because the house could be rebuilt, but the tree could not be replaced, at least not in a human lifetime. The inheritance of olive trees was governed by specific customs, and disputes over olive trees were among the bitterest feuds in village life. To uproot an olive tree was an act of violence equivalent of destroying a house. Worse in some respects, because you see the tree's alive and killing it's a kind of murder, certainly. And that's not a metaphor. Palestinian farmers spoke of their trees as family members. They gave them names. They mourned when one of them died and celebrated when a young tree bore its first fruit. Kind of like when you watch your own child take its first steps or speak its first words. That's how important they were to them. The olive harvest was the central event of the agricultural year, and it was saturated with ritual and song. The harvest began in October and could last through December, depending on the size of the family's groves. Entire families participated, men, women, children, grandparents, and the harvest songs that accompanied the work were among the most beautiful in Palestinian repertoire. These were work songs. Their rhythm matched the rhythm of picking, of beating branches with sticks, sorting olives on the ground, but there were also songs of love, longing and praise for the land and the tree. The olive tree was addressed directly, praised and thanked, as though it were a person who had chosen to give gifts voluntarily. Olive oil was used in virtually every aspect of Palestinian life. It was food, the basis of cooking, the dip for bread, the preservative for cheese and vegetables. It was medicine, applied to wounds, massaged into skin, used to treat ear infections and stomach ailments. It was also fuel. Olive oil lamps lit Palestinian homes for millennia. Soap, too. The famous Nablusi soap, made from olive oil and lye, was one of Palestine's most renowned exports back in the day. And it was sacred, used to anoint the sick, to bless the dead, to fill the lamps in the mosques and churches. The olive tree connected the mundane and the spiritual, the kitchen and the shrine, the family and the land, all in this unbroken chain of meaning. Other agricultural customs were equally rich. The wheat harvest had its own songs and rituals. The threshing floor was a communal space where grain was separated from chaff, using a wooden sled dragged over the stalks. And the Baydar was a social space, a place of gathering, gossip, and courtship. The first rain of the season, the Wasme, was celebrated with special prayers and with the firing of guns into the air. The planting of the first seeds was preceded by a prayer and by the invocation of God's blessing upon the soil. The entire agricultural cycle was, in effect, a liturgy, a continuous conversation between the farmer and the land, mediated by God and by the accumulated wisdom of generations past. The Palestinian agricultural calendar was also marked by specific folk observances tied to the weather and stars. The Saida, the 40 coldest days of the winter, beginning in late December, were a period of particular danger and ritual caution. The elderly villagers tracked the Saida with quite a bit of precision, counting the days and observing specific signs. The flowering of the almond tree marked the midpoint, and the end of the Saida meant that the worst was finally over. The Kamsin, the hot desert wind that blew up in spring, was feared not only for its physical effects, but for its supernatural associations. You see, the Kamsin was believed to agitate the jinn, and people were advised to stay indoors and avoid conflict during Kamsin days, because tempers were frayed and the supernatural world was restless. Even the weather in the Palestinian worldview was not merely meteorological. It was spiritual and moral, connected to a web of meaning that linked the sky, soil, spirits, and community into this single living, breathing system. Palestinian beliefs about death and the dead reveal a worldview in which the boundary between those two was not a wall but a curtain, and a pretty thin, permeable one that occasionally gets parted. The dead were not gone. They were nearby. They could hear, see. They could be pleased or not so pleased. And they retained a connection to the living that required active management. The rituals surrounding death were precise and immediate. When a person died, the body was washed by family members of the same gender, wrapped in a white shroud, and buried before sunset if possible, or at least by the following day at the latest. You could not delay this. The dead person's soul was believed to remain near the body until burial, and prolonging its wait was a unimaginable cruelty. At the grave, prayers were recited, and those present addressed the deceased directly. This is your new home. May God make it spacious for you. The language was intimate and conversational. You spoke to the dead person as though they could hear you, because you believed they could. The mourning period, the Aza, lasted 3 days, during which the bereaved family received condolences in a dedicated space, often a tent erected near the house. Coffee, always unsweetened because sweetness was inappropriate to grief, was served to visitors. Meals were brought by neighbors and extended family, because the bereaved were not expected to do the cooking. They'd been through enough already. The social architecture of mourning was a communal support system of considerable sophistication. The burden of grief was distributed across the community, and the bereaved were never really left fully alone. The dead returned, too, on specific occasions. Thursday nights, the eve of Friday, the holy day, were particularly associated with the visitation of the dead. Incense was burned, candles lit, and food sometimes left out or distributed to the poor in the name of the deceased. During the last 10 nights of Ramadan, the dead were believed to be especially close, and families visited cemeteries, cleaned graves, and recited the Fatiha. The Arba'in, the 40th day after death, was marked by a special gathering, because the soul's final departure from the earthly realm was believed to occur on this day. Until the Arba'in, the deceased was in a kind of liminal state, not fully departed and not completely alive either, and the living bore a responsibility to ease that transition through prayer, remembrance, and a bit of charity. Dreams of the dead were taken with utmost seriousness. If a deceased relative appeared in a dream and asked for something, whether it be water, food, a bit more prayers, the request was fulfilled immediately upon waking. If the deceased appeared unhappy, it was a sign that something was wrong, a debt unpaid, a grudge unresolved, a grave being untended. The dream was a communication, and ignoring it was both disrespectful and dangerous. Canaan recorded numerous cases in which villagers changed their behavior on the basis of dream visitation from a deceased relative. They might have made pilgrimages or paid off their debts, things like this. The dead were in no way passive. They were participants in the ongoing life of the family, and their wishes carried authority that the living could not easily refuse. The cult of the Awliya, the saints, was closely related to the relationship with the dead. Across Palestine, the landscape was dotted with maqamat, shrines to local holy figures, some historical, some legendary, some whose origins had been entirely forgotten. These were not mosques, not really. They were more sites of folk devotion that existed alongside formal Islam, sometimes uneasily so. At a maqam, you could make a vow, a nadir, promising a saint a sacrifice, a donation, or a specific act of piety in exchange for the fulfillment of a prayer. Women visited Makamat for fertility. Mothers brought their sick kids. Farmers prayed for rain. Pretty practical concerns. The saints were intermediaries, wasta, to use the Arabic term for mediation, between the human and the divine, figures who could carry your petition upward, because they were closer to God than you. The practice was and is theologically controversial within Islam. Purist scholars always objected to saint veneration as a form of shirk, the association of partners with God. But the practice persisted, because it met a need that formal theology could not. The need for personal, local, accessible points of contact with the divine. Someone who knew your village, family, and your particular suffering. Hilma Grankvist, the Finnish anthropologist who spent years living in the village of Artas near Bethlehem in the 20s and 30s, produced some of the most detailed accounts ever written of Palestinian death customs. She documented the keening, the ritual wailing performed by women over the body, a formalized expression of grief that followed specific melodic patterns that included direct addresses to the deceased, praise of their virtues, and laments for those they left behind. The keening was not private. It was public, performative, and communally understood as both an expression of genuine grief and social obligations. You wailed for the dead, because silence was an insult, because the quality of your mourning was measured by your love, and because the dead person's soul needed to hear that they were mourned before they could fully move on. Next we have the evil eye, al-ayin or ayin al-hasud, the eye of envy, the single most pervasive folk belief in Palestinian culture, cutting across every social boundary. Muslim and Christian, urban and rural, educated and literate. Everyone knows about the evil eye. The conviction that a look of envy, whether conscious or unconscious, could cause real physical harm to its objects was so deeply embedded that it shaped daily speech, social behavior, and material culture in ways that are quite difficult to overstate. The protections against the evil eye were layered and redundant, because the danger was omnipresent. A single defense was never enough. The first line of defense was verbal. You did not praise a child's beauty or health without immediately adding, mashallah, what God has willed, which deflected the envy by attributing the good fortune to God rather than to the child itself. If you forgot to say mashallah, you were expected to spit lightly, symbolically to avert the evil eye you had just cast. Mothers were particularly vigilant. A beautiful child was often deliberately left slightly dirty or a little bit disheveled so it would not attract too much admiration and therefore dangerous glances. Some mothers gave their children ugly nicknames, calling a beautiful girl the dark one or a healthy boy the sickly one, to deceive the evil eye into thinking that the child was not worth envying. The second line of defense was material. Blue beads were hung on babies, animals, and doorways of houses, even on the dashboards of cars. The color blue was believed to deflect the evil eye, though the reason for this specific association is still a bit debated. The hand of Fatima, the Kamsa, was another ubiquitous protective symbol. An open hand, sometimes with an eye in the palm, hung above doors worn as jewelry, painted on walls. Alum, shab, was burned over coals to diagnose and cure the evil eye. The smoke was wafted over the inflicted person, and the shapes the melting alum formed on the coal were read as indicators of who had cast the eye and how to remove it. Amulets, hijabat, were another crucial element. These were small pouches containing written verses of the Quran, specific prayers or mystical number squares, sewn shut and worn around the neck or pinned to clothing. Amulets were prepared by men, typically a sheikh or a religiously learned person, but they were commissioned and deployed by women who managed the protective infrastructure of the household. A newborn child might wear 3 or 4 hijabs simultaneously, one against the evil eye, one against jinn, one for health, and one for a general blessing. Sort of like a spiritual multivitamin, I suppose. The amulet was a technology of protection, and like any technology, it had its specialists, regional variations, and ongoing debates about efficacy and best practice. Palestinian folk medicine, Tib Shabi, was another domain where the seen and the unseen intertwined. Herbal remedies were the first resort for most ailments. Sage was brewed for stomach complaints and sore throats. Thyme, mixed with olive oil, was both a food and a medicine, believed to sharpen the mind and strengthen the body. Chamomile was used for calming nerves and settling digestion. Black seed was considered a cure for virtually everything. Well, a belief supported by a hadith that black seed cures every disease except death. But when herbal remedies failed, the explanation was often supernatural. The illness was caused by the evil eye, by a jinn, or by sorcery, and the remedy shifted from the botanical to the spiritual. Bring back the amulets, Quranic recitations, burning of incense, and perhaps the intervention of a healer who could see what ordinary eyes could not. Of course, there is a before and after in this story, and that is the year 1948, this catastrophe of the Nakba, shattering the world in which Palestinian folklore had lived. Over 700,000 Palestinians were expelled or fled from their homes. Over 400 villages were destroyed or depopulated. The physical landscape of Palestinian folk life, the olive groves, the threshing floors, the shrines, the ancestral houses, was, in vast areas, simply erased. The bulldozers came in and just destroyed everything. The fellahin who had maintained the agricultural rituals, the women who had sung the harvest songs, or those grandmothers who had told the hikayat, they found themselves in refugee camps in Gaza and the West Bank, in Lebanon, Jordan, and Syria, now living in tents and then in concrete block shelters, while their old homes were occupied by these strangers, completely cut off from the land that had given their traditions and lives meaning. But the folklore survived. It survived because it lived in people, not in places. The women in the camps didn't stop embroidering. The grandmas continued to tell stories. They said their tales in landscapes their children had never seen, but they could describe them in precise detail. The songs were still sung, the proverbs still spoken. The recipes were cooked with whatever ingredients were available, modified but recognizable. The dabkeh was danced, the zakarit rang out at weddings, the hijabat was sewn. Folklore was preserved not in a museum, but in the heart. The scholars who documented this survival deserve quite a bit of recognition. Mukhawi and Kanana's Speak Bird Speak Again rescued the Hikaye tradition from oblivion. The work of Palestinian Folklore Society, Inash, INASH, founded by Samia Khalabi, and the Popular Arts Center at Al-Bideh, collected, archived, and displayed embroidery, pottery, costumes, and oral traditions. The ethnomusicologist Nadia Yaqub documented Palestinian wedding songs. The historian Rochelle Davis recorded the village memory books that Palestinian refugees compiled to preserve the details of their lost communities, the names of every family, the location of every well, the pattern of every dress. They're not really academic exercises, but more acts of salvage, performed with the urgency of a people who knew if they did not record these things now, they would be taken away from them forever. And so, today, Palestinian folklore exists in a state of dynamic tension. between preservation and transformation, between a diaspora and the homeland, between the rural past and urban present. Young Palestinians in Ramallah and Haifa learn tatreez in workshops. And there's even a few hip-hop artists in Gaza that sample traditional Midwiz melodies. Restaurants in Amman and Beirut serve musakan and muklabe as conscious acts of cultural assertion. The dakve is performed in solidarity rallies in London and Chicago and Sao Paulo. The olive tree remains the central symbol, a living metaphor that what has been cut down can grow back again and again, and those roots go a lot deeper than anyone expected. But perhaps this is the most important thing to understand about Palestinian folklore. It is not a relic, not a museum piece or object of nostalgia, but still a living practice. But it is maintained under conditions of extraordinary difficulty, adapted to circumstances that its creators could have never imagined, and charged with significance that goes far beyond entertainment or cultural curiosity. Every story told, quiet, persistent, and unyielding, shows that this culture exists, that it has depth, beauty, and history, and it will not allow itself to be erased. The bird has flown to its nest, and ours is the best. Thank you so much for listening, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed this exploration of Palestinian folklore, and I hope you've just enjoyed the series in general we've been doing on folklore. We've done quite a few of them now. That playlist is filling out. Anyway, I would like to thank you for liking, commenting, and subscribing, telling all your buddies, and for those who supported financially, keeping everything ad-free for everyone else. So thank you very much to you good people. Good night, everyone, and I will see you in the next exciting episode. Good night for now, and farewell. It is a warm evening in an oasis village of the Tarim Basin, and a circle of Uyghur villagers gathers under the grapevine trellis. Standing in the center is an elderly man recounting a beloved tale. A mother sheep and her lamb outwit a ravenous wolf on the summer pastures. As the wolf licks his chops, the clever sheep persuades him to wait a little while until their return journey, where they'll be a little bit fatter and better to taste. Months later, with the wolf lying in ambush, a quick-witted hare appears, claiming they be an envoy of the Chinese emperor sent to collect wolf skins. Well, the wolf flees in terror, and the audience, upon hearing the crescendo of the story, erupts into laughter. It's a lively scene, and while it's made up for dramatic effect for the introduction, it captures the essence of Uyghur folklore. That is that rich tapestry of oral literature, brimming with its talking animals, clever tricksters, mythical creatures, and of course, moral lessons. In this folklore, it's a world where humor and wisdom help the weak triumph over the powerful, and where centuries of history and cultural influence are preserved in stories with much deeper meanings. And so today, continuing our folklore series, we're talking about the culture of the Uyghurs. It's going to be an interesting one today, I think. I hope you're enjoying following along with the playlist. So before we begin, allow me to just welcome you to the channel. If you are new here, perhaps you'll click that subscribe button. A like and comment also help push us out in the algorithm. And a reminder, this video and all videos on this channel are 100% mid-roll free. No pesky interruptions. It's all about your experience and enjoyment. We are supported by the members on Patreon, YouTube memberships, super thanks and PayPal donations, and also those who check out the merch store. If you are interested in any of those links, you may navigate to the pinned comment, video, and channel description. Now, with that out of the way, let us begin. So first of all, like many ancient cultures, the Uyghurs possess a body of myths that seek to explain the origins of the world, humanity, and of course their own place within global history. And while much of this mythology was transmitted orally and only written down much later, scholars have identified a few recurring themes that align with broader Turkic mythological traditions and echo with the religious history of the region, which, well, is admittedly quite complicated. In fact, the very concept of mythology was recognized by Uyghur scholars over 1,000 years ago. The 11th century lexicographer Mahmud al-Kashgari noted in his compendium of the Turkic dialects that the Turkic word koshmak, or kam, referred to an ancient oral narrative and stories of deified heroes. Well, this early acknowledgement reminds us that Uyghur mythic storytelling certainly has deep roots. And of course, Uyghur creation myths exhibit patterns found across Central Asia. One common motive is the earth diver theme. Now, this was basically the theme where the world was initially a vast sea, until a divine or heroic figure helped form the more solid parts of it. In some variants, a deity sends an animal, often a water bird, to dive to the depths and fetch mud or sand that expands into the continents. Other versions speak of the sky, and earth once being joined until a primordial being split them apart to form up the larger universe. But these tales are only fragmentarily recorded, which is unfortunate, but still they carry echoes of the ancient Tengirist beliefs of the early Turkic tribes, centered on the sky god Tengir and the sacred union of the sky and the earth. So we can only imagine early Uyghur shamans reciting such cosmogonic stories around campfires, imparting a sense of that cosmic order and divine origin into their nomadic world. Now, one particularly important mythic narrative is the legend of Oguz Kagan, semi-divine warrior ancestor. This epic legend, known in various Turkic traditions, holds special significance in Uyghur folklore as well. Oguz Kagan is depicted as a prodigious hero, born with mysterious marks and extraordinary abilities. And there's an old legend that says he spoke his first words as a mere infant and was hunting wild beasts by the time he was 3 years old. As a young man, Oguz undertook heroic quests, fighting monsters, uniting the tribes under his leadership, this kind of thing. The saga describes how he divided his domain among his 6 sons, who became founders of the great Turkic tribes. In one poetic Uyghur rendition of this tale, the birth of Oguz is described in pretty striking imagery. The infant hero's face, bluish sky blue with eyes glowing like coals, who after only 40 days could walk and speak with the wisdom of a fully grown adult. Now, this origin story has been called one of the great poetic epics of the Uyghur tradition, linking Uyghurs to a prestigious lineage that includes distant Turkic and even Mongolic relatives. Notably, an old manuscript of the Oguz Kagan epic in the Uyghur script was found in Turpan, suggesting that the Uyghurs had adopted and localized this legend by at least the medieval era. Well, through this legend, the Uyghurs assert a proud identity as descendants of a divinely sanctioned ruler. A pretty powerful narrative, especially when one considers that the real Uyghur states rose and fell over the centuries. In any case, before the advent of world religions, the Uyghurs and their predecessors practiced forms of shamanism and nature worship. Traces of these early beliefs survive in the folklore. We have things like sky gods, sacred mountains, and animistic spirits. The old Turkic belief that wolves were ancestral protectors, for example, is reflected in the legends of wolves guiding or nurturing progenitors of Turkic clans, i.e., the Grey Wolf legend. We'll get to that a little later, but one Uyghur myth tells of a young boy who survived of a great battle. A she-wolf nourished him in a hidden valley, and from their union sprang the forefathers of various tribes. Now this is just one of the stories, at least surrounding wolves, and such myths serve to sacralize the lineage of clans, connecting them symbolically to the vitality and cunning of the wolf, a revered totemic animal, of course. Additionally, reverence for the sun, the moon, and the stars also appear in some stories. For instance, in certain folk songs and tales, the sun and the moon, named Kun and Ai, are personified as benevolent forces guiding the people. Of course, in later times, Islam became dominant, and it remains so in Uyghur cultures today. But these older mythic symbols did not vanish overnight. Instead, they often blended into new narratives or lived on as folk superstitions. As for the Uyghur homeland, it is historically known as Turkestan, and it saw an overlay of multiple religions: shamanism, Buddhism, Manichaeism, Islam, Nestorian Christianity. Each one of them, of course, left quite a mark on the folklore. Let's take, for example, from the Buddhist period, as around the 9th to 12th century, when Uyghurs in the Turpan region were predominantly Buddhist. We have an intriguing tale. Things like magical monks, Naga-like dragons, and concepts of reincarnation show up in Uyghur folk stories long after Buddhism waned. A character known as Pershan, from the word Bishu for a monk, appears in several tales as a hermit or sorcerer with supernatural powers, a likely remnant of Buddhist lore, later understood through an Islamic lens, even as a kind of mystic or a wizard/monk. Similarly, Manichaean influence possibly survives in the moral dualism of certain legends, where cosmic battles of light and dark are hinted at. In any case, after the 10th century, Islamic cosmology and legendary took center stage. Uyghur myths began to incorporate prophets and saints. Creation stories might be retold a little to align with Islamic teachings, referencing Allah shaping Adam from clay, etc. And flood myths merged with the Quranic story of Noah. Well, yet intriguingly, even as these global religions were adopted, the Uyghurs often localized them. One local legend claims that at the dawn of time, Eden itself was located in the lush oasis of Kashgar, a way of placing Uyghur land at the heart of the sacred geography of the world. But like many cultures, Uyghur folklore has tales of ancient disasters, floods, droughts, celestial events, and the heroes who once rescued humanity. If you want to know a little bit more about the flood myths, I did a whole video on global flood myths a couple months ago, depending on when you're watching this, I suppose. In any case, one popular myth recounts a massive flood that once covered the Tarim Basin completely. But humanity, they got lucky. They were saved by a benevolent figure. In Islamic versions, it's Noah or Noh. In older versions, perhaps some kind of shaman king who built a great vessel just in the nick of time. Of course, some renditions localize the story. A high mountain in the region is pointed out as the place where the ark finally came to rest, and life had a chance to begin anew. And then there's another legend that speaks of a hero archer who shot down extra suns in the sky when a calamitous heat threatened the world. A pretty obvious parallel to the well-known Chinese myth of Hou Yi, indicating how cross-cultural contact on the Silk Road could introduce foreign mythic motives into Uyghur oral tradition. Over time, These disaster myths likely serve to impart both a warning about human folly, but also a hopeful message that exceptional heroes or divine mercy can deliver people from the catastrophe. Now, before we move on to the next section, in analyzing the Uyghur folklore and mythology, we can pretty much classify the narratives into different categories, that being creation myths, flood and catastrophe myths, origin of civilization myths, and time and space origin stories, and so on. Now, the broad range of themes shows that Uyghur mythic lore, though not as extensively recorded as Greek or Indian mythologies, is indeed comprehensive in its scope. These myths provided early Uyghur societies with a framework to understand the natural world, and of course their destiny within it. And even in modern times, echoes of these ancient myths persist in festivals, idioms, and archetypes of later folk tales. And there's plenty of festivals going on in Xinjiang, especially in Urumqi. Yes, they seem to have them going all the time. It's one big party over there. Well, studying them gives us a glimpse of the world view of the Uyghur ancestors. Certainly a world teeming with all sorts of folkloric elements. But it also shows us how successive layers of belief were absorbed, with shamanic myths giving way to Buddhist miracles, and those in turn Islamicized into legends of prophets and saints. In any case, the end result is quite complex. Syncretic mythology that is uniquely Uyghur, reflecting that spiritual odyssey of the people, a very interesting part of the world, the crossroads of Asia. So let's move on from the primordial myths to more human-scale legends. These stories that we find, the epics, the legends, and historical tales, often blur the line between myth and history. Real figures existed, and real events happened, but they are embellished with a bit of fantastical element, while fictional heroes are treated with the reverence of history sometimes too. The Uyghur epic tradition is closely tied to that of other Turkic peoples, yet it has distinct flavors. So let's consider some of the most prominent legendary narratives and figures that are cherished by Uyghurs even till today. First, we have Dastan and the oral epic tradition. The Uyghur term Dastan refers to epic narratives, usually long oral poems or prose tales that recount the adventures of heroes, lovers, or saints. For centuries, these dastans were performed by itinerant bards or story singers in bazaar squares and at communal gatherings, accompanied by the gentle strumming of the two-stringed dutar or the rhythmic pulse of a framed drum. A skilled dastan storyteller could hold an audience captivated late into the night. The performance aspect is pretty important. Melody, intonation, sometimes dancing would animate the story. And it was this tradition, oral storytelling, that allowed epic stories to be preserved without the need for writing, and also allowing them to be adapted over time. Each generation of storytellers might add embellishments or perhaps local details, keeping the epics alive and relevant. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, foreign scholars like the Swede Gunnar Jarring recorded portions of these epics and noted that a good dastan performer was highly respected, often invited to weddings or festivals to recite famous tales. The existence of multiple variants of the same epic in different places, that is Kashgar, Turpan, Khotan, etc., shows how the oral epic was truly a living art, collectively owned by the people. It was everyone's and no one's all at the same time. Well, then we have Alpamish. Among the epic heroes known across Central Asia, Alpamish stands out and is present in Uyghur lore as well. He is a legendary warrior celebrated for his strength, bravery, and above all, loyalty to his people. In the epic of Alpamish, he must rescue his betrothed bride from an enemy tribe, undergoing trials of combat, imprisonment, and separation, before ultimately reuniting with her and restoring her honor. The Alpamish tale is more strongly associated with the Uzbeks and Kazakhs, but Uyghur oral tradition also features it, sometimes under local titles, or with localized episodes. Now, in terms of the Uyghur version, it often emphasizes communal values. Alpamish fights not just for personal love, but to defend his clan's freedom against the oppressors. Itinerant Uyghur minstrels in the 19th century were known to sing verses of Alpamir, as it is pronounced locally, during summer pasture gatherings. The endurance of this epic among the Uyghurs shows the shared Turkic heritage of hero tales, and there's quite a lot of crossover, just like there is with Uyghur language and Persian language, this kind of thing. In any case, its themes of exile and return, and of upholding justice, certainly resonate in a region that often faced political upheavals. And of course, even today, Alpamish is taught as a cultural classic. Children might hear simplified prose versions of his feats, linking them to a heroic past. But then we have romantic epics, Tahir and Zuhra, Garib and Sanam. Not all stories are about war. Some are tragic romances that have become staples of folklore storytelling. The tale of Tahir and Zuhra is one such epic known in Uyghur tradition, and of course among the other Turkic peoples. It tells of two lovers, often portrayed as being inseparable as two halves of the same soul, but they are cruelly parted by fate and family opposition. Think about a Romeo and Juliet sort of thing. Tahir, a talented poet or sometimes a singer in some versions, and Zura, a beautiful noblewoman, fall deeply in love. But Zura's father forbids their union. Through poems, songs, and secret meetings, their affection only grows, but so do the obstacles. In the Kashgar variant of this epic, recorded by folklorists in the early 20th century, the narrative is filled with haunting songs. Tahir's lute accompanies verses comparing their love to the moth and the flame, destined to unite, even if it means perishing. And the end, well, it's not a good ending. It's quite tragic. Tahir dies of longing, and Zura, upon hearing of his death, dies at his graveside, only for the folk legend to claim that red roses bloomed from their joined graves. Now, this story is sometimes called the Uyghur Romeo and Juliet for obvious reasons. It emphasizes qualities admired in Uyghur culture too: fidelity, devotion, and the notion that true love transcends death. Another popular romance is Garib and Sanam, known elsewhere as Ashik Garib. In this tale, a poor youth Garib wins the heart of the maiden Sanam through his music. But to marry her, he must embark on a journey to earn wealth and status. After years of trial, including encounters with bandits and supernatural beings, he returns in disguise just in time to stop Sanam's forced marriage to another. These romantic dastans often blend love stories with moral lessons, and a few elements of the fantastical too, such as prophetic dreams or magical assistance, making them entertaining yet edifying. But they also highlight the musical side of Uyghur folklore. The hero's song, or the heroine's lament, often features as a defining moment of the narrative. Again, always this integration of poetry into the story. But Uyghur folklore also preserves legends of historical figures, elevated to almost mythological status. One such figure is Satak Bugra Khan, the 10th century prince of the Karakhanid dynasty, who is celebrated as the first Uyghur, or at least Turkic, ruler to embrace Islam. Over time, Sadak Bughra Khan's biography turned into a legend, with many miraculous elements. In popular lore, he was guided by angels and could perform feats of strength thanks to his newfound faith. The Tazkirah, that is, hagiography, of Sadak Bughra Khan has become part of oral literature. Storytellers would recount how as a young man Sadak secretly converted to Islam, slew a fearsome infidel giant in single combat, and eventually led the rest of his people to embrace the new religion. This legend served a dual purpose. It glorified a local hero and reinforced Islamic identity by casting the conversion as a divinely ordained thing and quite heroic. Listeners hearing this story in a tea house in Kashgar around, say, 19th century or so, wouldn't only just be entertained, but they'd feel a kind of sense of pride in their Islamic heritage, and also the sanctity of their land. And by the way, his tomb in Artush near Kashgar is actually a pilgrimage site. Just a bit of trivia for you there. Now similarly, the epic of Ughuz Khan, mentioned earlier in the mythic context, doubles as a legendary history of the Uyghurs. Some Uyghur chronicles, compiled in the 17th and 18th centuries, trace the genealogy of local rulers back to Oghuz and his sons, effectively merging folklore with royal propaganda. Another beloved legendary character is Anwar Khoja and his wife Yusuf Khani, from the oral epic sometimes titled Flowers of Immortality. This tale, collected from Khotan storytellers in the 1920s, seems to be a mix of romance, moral allegory, and adventure all together. It follows the brave young man Anwar and Yusuf Khani, a wise and virtuous maiden who endure many challenges, including being separated by an evil king and facing magical tests. In their quest to be reunited, they have to go through these trials. Ultimately, through piety and courage, they find the mythical flower of immortality and overthrow the tyrant. The story's fantastical journey through deserts and mountains, encountering fairies and ogres, not only entertains, but is once more another way to impart a lesson about faith and integrity. But interestingly, it contains a few thinly veiled critiques of despotic rulers, which of course would resonate with the common folk living under capricious khans or warlords. But what about a more localized level? Virtually every town in Xinjiang has its own folklore and legends, explaining particular landmarks or the town's founding. All you need to do is ask an old man about it, or ask some kids even, and they'll be very keen to tell you. For example, in the oasis of Turpan, people tell the legend of the Flaming Mountains, how a mighty dragon was slain by a hero, and its blood turned into the red sandstone hills that glow under the desert sun. In Khotan, an oft-told legend recounts the discovery of jade. A poor boy follows a rainbow after a storm and finds where it touches the earth, revealing jade pebbles. Thus, Khotan's jade, famed along the Silk Road, was believed to be a heavenly gift. And then there's another charming story, that of the fragrant concubine Iparhan, the historical Uyghur woman from Kashgar, who according to the legend was so beautiful and naturally perfumed that she was brought to the Qing Emperor's courts in the 18th century. Folk embellishments claim she carried with her a piece of her homeland's soil and a sachet of local spices to preserve her Uyghur identity in Beijing, and that even the flowers would turn their heads toward her because she just smelled so good. Now, of course, the history of Iparhan is debated. The legend did take on a life of its own, though. Among Uyghurs, it became a symbol of yearning for home and resistance to some new cultural assimilation. Some versions say she tried to assassinate the emperor or refused to smile for him. A kind of quiet defiance, I suppose. In any case, all of these heroic epics and legends, they all have a common thread emerging. First, there is an emphasis on justice and morality. Heroes are valorous, but they're also righteous. And evil rulers or demons ultimately face defeat, reinforcing a moral universe where good eventually triumphs, even though it might seem very hopeless. Second, faith and destiny. They often guide the outcomes. Whether it's the will of God in Islamic legends, or the degree of fate in older epics, the idea that a higher power watches over the just is prevalent. And third, we see a cultural blending. Islamic heroes might fight alongside fairy tale-like creatures, and traditional Turkic warriors might voice Sufi-like wisdom. And that is the layered heritage of the Uyghurs, absorbing various influences into their storytelling. And just finally, these stories had a bit of a didactic role. Beyond entertainment, they taught listeners about their history, instilled pride in cultural heroes, and transmitted values of courage, honor, and devotion. Now, of course, all of the most epic heroes inspire a lot of admiration, but it's often the witty characters and clever tricksters that steal people's hearts in folklore. And Uyghur folklore is especially rich in humorous fables, anecdotes, and tales. These stories, usually shorter and more anecdotal than epics, I suppose, they serve to entertain with laughter while slyly imparting lessons about human nature and the survival through cleverness. So let's have a look at a few of them, shall we? First of all, we'll look at Nasreddin Efendi. No discussion of Uyghur folklore would be complete without that. Nasreddin is a legendary witty rogue and a wise fool figure, framed throughout Turkic and Islamic worlds. And among Uyghurs too, he is a superstar of folk-telling. Now, dozens upon dozens of Nasreddin jokes and tales circulate in the Uyghur oral tradition, typically short anecdotes where Nasreddin's sharp tongue and quick thinking turn the tables on the rich and pompous. But what makes Nasreddin so endearing is his dual nature. He often plays the fool or poor beggar, but through humor and paradox, he always exposes a deeper truth or cleverly achieves justice. For the Uyghur audience, Nasreddin Efendi embodies a self-image of irreverence towards authority and the triumph of the underdog's wit. As one scholar quipped, his stories reinforce a Uyghur's self-image of irreverence for those in positions of power, valorizing witty retorts and disdain for protocol in public life. Well, consider one classic Nasreddin tale often told in Uyghur communities, the Efendi and the Pot. Nasreddin Efendi once borrowed a large pot from a wealthy neighbor, and when he returned it, he placed a small pot inside the large one. Now the neighbor was surprised and asked the question, "What is the little pot?" And Nasreddin gravely replied, "Congratulations, your pot gave birth while it was in my care." Well, the greedy neighbor was delighted by this miraculous gain, but later eagerly lent Nasreddin his prized copper cauldron too. But this time, Nasreddin failed to return it. When the man came angrily to demand his pot back, Nasreddin sighed and said, "I'm sorry to tell you, but your pot has died." The neighbor was not happy with that, but Nasreddin shrugged. If a pot can give birth, surely it can die too. The neighbor was left speechless, and the listeners burst into laughter at the Efendi's logic. Well, beneath the humor lies a sharp critique of greed and gullibility. Nasreddin wins by using a powerful man's own absurd logic against him. In countless such anecdotes, Nasreddin tricks those greedy misers, outwits tyrannical khans or crooked judges, and even pokes fun at himself to deflate others' pretensions. And each tale is quite short, often just a set-up and a punchline, and that makes the story easy to remember and retell. They function almost like jokes or parables, simple enough for children to enjoy, yet layered with enough insight for adults to appreciate. The Nasruddin tales likely entered Uyghur folklore during the Islamic period by Central Asian intermixing. They originated around the 13th century in Persia/Turkey, and then spread widely. By the 20th century, Nasruddin Efendi was so ingrained in Uyghur culture that compilations of his stories were printed in Uyghur and Chinese, and even used for subtle social commentary. For instance, a 1982 collection titled The Effendi and the Pregnant Pot, translated by Gigliesi, highlighted stories where Nasruddin shows the abuses of rulers and the wisdom of the common folk, aligning neatly with the socialist ideals of critiquing feudal lords. Such tales, like one where Nasruddin visits a prison with a king, also called a padishah in Uyghur, and finds only one truly guilty man inside, all the others claiming innocence, prompting him to urge the king to free the one guilty man, lest he corrupt all of the innocent souls around him in jail. Using comedy again to make a rather barbed statement about justice. Now, Uyghurs have historically savored this aspect. Through Nasruddin, they could safely mock authority and laugh at the powerful, a subtle form of resistance throughout the medieval and even close to modern times, where dissent was dangerous. You find the same too in Qing dynasty times in China too. Now today the character of Efendi is quite iconic. You'll find him depicted in Uyghur cartoons, puppet shows, and even in a theme park in Kashgar called Apandiland. People still swap Nasruddin jokes, each with that familiar setup. One day Nasruddin Efendi was asked something, and then you know that a clever punchline is coming. This popularity is a testament to the universal appeal of that same archetype of the trickster who speaks truth to power in a bit of a cheeky way. But then we also have the animal tales and fables that often carry their own morals. Many of these resemble Aesop's fables, or even Panchatantra tales, showing the influence of the broader Asian traditions of storytelling. The story of the wolf, the sheep, and the hare was one that we saw in the introduction. That's a perfect example. The weak, the sheep and the lamb, survive by their wits, and with the cooperation of another clever creature, the hare, defeat the strong but rather foolish oppressor, the wolf. Such tales typically reinforce values of cooperation, cleverness, and sometimes just the pragmatic lesson of work smarter, not harder. Another common motive is the friendship or rivalry of unlikely animals. For instance, there is a Uyghur story of the fox and the raven and the wolf. In one variant, a fox and raven form a pact to get food. They trick a greedy wolf by making him think that the sky is falling, or that a hunter is near, causing the wolf to abandon his feast, which the fox and the raven then share. At the end, the wolf is left hungry, and, well, a little damaged of his pride, teaching that greed and arrogance lead to downfall. Children love these stories, especially the ones about talking animals, but they're also cautionary lessons. A sly fox stands in for the clever poor man, while the blundering wolf or boastful bear represents a bully or an unjust ruler. Interestingly, certain animals carry culturally specific symbolism. The hare, the rabbit, in Uyghur tales is frequently the trickster hero, much like the European fox. Well, as noted in one review of Uyghur folklore collections, the hare's prominent role reflects the significance of the hare as a mythological figure in many cultures. And that's not just Uyghur or Turkic cultures either. It's quite common all over the world. Now, in contrast to that, The camel might be depicted as proud and foolish. There's a story explaining why the camel has a short tail. It was punished for its arrogance originally, whereas the mule often plays the long-suffering everyman character. One humorous fable tells of a boastful donkey who insists he can sing like a nightingale, only to be beaten by villagers covering their ears. Pretty straightforward admonition against pretending to be something you're not. And then there are fantastical creatures, giants, dragons and imps, that kind of thing. They occasionally appear too, sometimes borrowed from Chinese or Persian lore, but once again localized in their setting. A one-eyed giant called Dev Asbab figures in a tale where he demands a village sacrifice youths to him, until a brave girl outwits him in a fashion that is quite reminiscent of Scheherazade, by telling him never-ending riddles that drive him mad. Well, apart from Nasruddin, Uyghur anecdotes include other recurring comic characters. Let's talk about the mullah and everyday humor. Sometimes a foolish mullah or village cleric, a stingy merchant, or a henpecked husband feature in their own stories. Jokes about bumbling religious teachers who misquote scripture, or a miser who ends up tricking himself are quite popular, reflecting a general skepticism towards hypocrisy and excessive piety when divorced from common sense. For instance, one joke says, a mullah was asked, "What's more important, the sun or the moon?" And he answered, "The moon, because it shines at night when we need light, whereas the sun shines in the daytime when there's already plenty of light around." This silly logic pokes fun at presumably a learned man's folly, a gentle way for ordinary folk to assert their own practical wisdom over hollow erudition. And here's another anecdote. A man asks his miserly friend to loan him a rope. The friend says, "Sorry, I'm using it to tie up flour." Well, he asks him, "Who ties up flour with a rope?" And he replies, "Well, if I don't want to lend it, any excuse is good enough." It's a wry and sarcastic humor, beloved by Uyghurs, often delivered with a straight face. Dryness. And such everyday jokes likely peppered conversations historically in the tea houses of towns like Yarkand and Yengisar. They create a sense of shared humor, and importantly too, a kind of social adhesive. Alongside narrative tales, Uyghur folklore includes a vast repertoire of proverbs and sayings, and these seem to encapsulate wisdom in a more concise form. The proverbs cover aspects of, well, pretty much all forms of everyday life: work, faith, family, human nature. For example, a Uyghur proverb says, the fool of a horse, the fowl of a horse rather, plays in the dust, meaning that children follow the example of their upbringing, just as the fowl imitates its mother's habits. Another common saying, the wound of the tongue does not heal, a warning about the lasting harm of saying something hurtful to somebody, emphasizing the culture's stress on courtesy and careful speech. So during the mid-20th century, researchers like Gunnar Jarring collected thousands of such proverbs from different Uyghur regions. They found that while some proverbs are unique to the Uyghurs' environment, etc., references to dust, camels, mulberry trees, things like that, many have universal equivalents, showing the common human experience between these cultures. For instance, a Uyghur might say, "Chase 2 rabbits, and you won't catch either of them." Essentially the same wisdom as don't try and serve 2 masters, don't try and do 2 things at once, this kind of thing. Proverbs often get invoked in daily conversation and traditional storytelling as punchlines or morals. A folktale might conclude explicitly with a proverb to drive home its point, Or a speaker might preface it with advice such as the old people say, followed by a rhyming proverb. Never really get too tired of hearing of them, as long as they're not there to beat you over the head with that kind of practical wisdom. But what do these trickster tales and fables, all these little jokes and parables, tell us about Uyghur culture and values? Well, importantly, they champion the underdog. The heroes are rarely kings or wealthy nobles. More often, they are poor peasants, tailors, shepherds, animals symbolic of the common man, like a little rabbit versus a wolf or a sheep versus a wolf, this kind of thing. Victories are achieved not through might or magic bestowed by birth, but through cleverness, quick thinking, and sometimes even just plain cheek. It's a bit different from the Greek tradition. We think of things like Odysseus and all that sort of thing. These great kings going out to do heroic sagas and all the rest. It's a little bit more grassroots level. In any case, all traditions are equally as interesting, I think. But of course we have to mention that folklore is not only found in spoken or written tales. Among the Uyghurs, it vividly manifests in dance, music, and performing arts that have been transmitted alongside stories. Now, I don't know if you watch the yearly Chinese New Year performances that CCTV puts on, but pretty much every year they'll have this fantastic sort of Uyghur cultural expedition that they put on. And usually it's a big dance thing, and they wear their traditional outfits and everything, or tell a short story. They'll usually have one of these at the annual New Year Gala. I always look forward to that, always something unique. In any case, in Uyghur culture, telling a story is often a multi-sensory experience. A tale might be sung, accompanied by instruments, or acted out in this communal setting. It's an interweaving of narrative with music and movement that has produced some of the most treasured elements of Uyghur heritage, such as the 12 Mukam and the lively Meshrep gatherings. So, let's talk a bit about that now, starting with the 12 Mukam, the crown jewel of Uyghur traditional music and oral art is undoubtedly the On Iki Mukam, or the 12 Mukam. Now, the Mukam is a large suite of songs, instrumental pieces, spoken interludes that together can last for hours. Collectively, the 12 Mukam comprise a monumental repertoire often likened to an encyclopedia of Uyghur folk music and oral literature. And in fact, in 2005, UNESCO recognized the Uyghur Mukam of Xinjiang as a masterpiece of oral and intangible heritage of humanity, showing once again its great significance. But what exactly is in these Mukam? Well, each one is essentially a musical mode or suite, often associated with a certain mood or time of the day, containing multiple sections, around 20 to 30 songs and instrumental melodies that progress from slower, contemplative pieces to fast, dance-like conclusions, a kind of crescendo at the end. The lyrics of Mukam songs are drawn from diverse sources, of course. Some are folk lyrics from ancient times. Others come from classical Uyghur poetry, especially from the 18th century poetess Amanisa Khan, who is traditionally credited with systematizing the 12 Mukam. And still, others are snippets of love stories or perhaps moral tales. In performance, a small ensemble plays lutes like dutar or fiddles like gijak, frame drums like dap, and sometimes flutes, while one or more singers alternate between singing and doing the narration. A full Mukam performance is a feat of endurance and skill. It often takes 1 to 2 hours per Mukam suite. Performing all 12 in a cycle, well, that could go for days. Historically speaking, These makam were performed at courts and elite gatherings, but they have their roots in folk weddings and communal celebrations as well. Folklore content is prominent in the lyrical narratives of the makam. For instance, one song in the makam might recount the plight of a lovelorn hero separated from his beloved, echoing the themes of romantic dastans we mentioned earlier. And another might be a playful wedding song, full of a bit of innuendo and folk wisdom for newlyweds. An instrumental section might be traditionally linked to a legend, such as Mushavir, which local musicians say was inspired by the sound of a legendary horse or the ambience of a particular oasis at night. Thus, while mukam music is music, well, it's also storytelling through song. Listeners are expected to catch the references to famous literary tales or beloved folklore characters in the lyrics. In one mukam ballad, the singer might suddenly adopt the persona of Majnun, the archetype or mad lover from Middle Eastern lore, or cite a line of advice uttered by Nasruddin Effendi, weaving the fabric of shared folklore into a single performance. While the transmission of mukam was traditionally oral, master passing it on to apprentice, much like the telling of folk tales. In the 20th century, especially during the cultural policies of the 50s, mukam were collected, notated, and formally taught to preserve them. Even so, in Uyghur communities to this day in Xinjiang, a great mukam singer is revered as a custodian of culture, someone who carries the memory and melodies of their people, the emotive soul of the culture. When an elder musician performs a mukam at a family festival, the room often becomes hushed as the familiar strains and words evoke collective nostalgia. It's like the ancestors are speaking right to them. While alongside music, dance is a vital medium of folklore expression. Uyghur dance is renowned for its grace, rhythmic footwork, and expressive hand movements. Often dances are tied to specific stories or symbolic meanings. For example, the Samani dance, traditionally performed during the harvest or New Year, is said to originate from an ancient legend of peasants stamping down grain and celebrating the bounty. Over time, this evolved into a stylized dance, imitating those motions, preserving in art the memory of an agrarian ritual. Another beloved dance is the Dolan Meshrep dance of the Dolan Uyghurs, which involves energetic leaps and spins. Local lore connects it to the old heroic tales of hunters and warriors displaying their prowess. And even the delicate turning of wrists and swaying of the torso in a woman's dance might have narrative significance too. Many Uyghur dances are meant to visually represent themes like a blooming flower, a flying dove, flowing water, all common metaphors in folk poetry. In more theatrical forms, though, dancers might literally act out a story. Martial or torch dancers, for instance, sometimes depict a line of young women each holding a lit candle or torch, representing souls or stars. Older folk in the audience might recall a tale about guiding spirits through the darkness. At weddings and parties, it's common for someone to perform a comical dance that caricatures a folktale character, say an old man hobbling like the foolish husband from a well-known joke, to everyone's amusement. Thus, dance isn't just entertainment, but it's a kind of folklore pantomime. Furthermore, it's integral to one of the most important folklore social institutions, the Meshrep. It's a traditional community gathering. Historically, especially among Uyghur men, it includes dance, music, oral storytelling, games, and moral discussion. It is part social party, part cultural salon. In a Meshrep, which might be hosted to mark a life event or just regularly in a village, participants will take turns in singing folk songs, playing instruments, or performing dances, often spontaneous and participatory. There is typically a host or meshrep bashi, the leader, who guides the proceedings, ensuring there's a balance of seriousness and comicness, of decorum and fun. Folktales and jokes, like the Nasruddin stories, are recounted by skilled raconteurs between the musical numbers. Dramatic skits might be improvised, where well-known local characters are gently parodied, similar to commedia dell'arte, I suppose. And crucially, dances serve as highlights. The famous Sama dance that concludes many meshreps involves everyone forming a circle, clapping and dancing with increasing tempo, symbolizing unity and collective joy. The meshrep thus encapsulates folklore in action. It is a living workshop where the community creates, performs, and passes on its cultural stories and values. And because of its vital role in sustaining Uyghur heritage, it was inscribed by UNESCO in 2010 on the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. Alright, so Uyghur folklore has also found expression in folk theatre forms too, and one historic example is the Koshap and Orip storytellers, essentially duos who performed humorous dialogues and skits in markets. These comic dialogues often featured one straight man and one clown, something like vaudeville acts, I suppose, and their content drew heavily on folk tales and daily life anecdotes. In the early 20th centuries, traveling performers would stage scenes from romantic epics or humorous folk tales in makeshift theaters, accompanied by musicians. An observer in the 1920s in Kashgar might have seen a rough stage with performers reenacting the story of Laila and Majnun, or dramatizing a local legend about a trickster deceiving a judge, complete with props and costumes. This was a way to bring stories to life visually, although formal Uyghur opera or theater in a European sense developed later under Soviet and Chinese influence. Its roots lie in these folk performances. And to this very day, elements of folklore storytelling can be seen in Maishara, a traditional one-woman comedic act, where a female performer humorously lectures the crowd on morality, peppering her speech with proverbs, folk songs, and impersonations of community members. Similarly, Darwas, tightrope walking, that is a revered Uyghur folk art that, while primarily acrobatic, often involves a performance with narrative elements. The tightrope walker might play a character, say a heroic figure, crossing a high bridge, or exchange banter with a clownish character on the ground in between feats, essentially adding a story context to the stunt. The Uyghurs also have an age-old tradition of oral poetry that often blurs song and story. The Makam system we discussed is one high example, but on the different, more grassroots level, there's also more simple folk songs, kujek or yerchi, that tell short tales or moral lessons. A farmer might sing a little song while working in the field about a lazy fox who ends up hungry, a cautionary fable in melodic form. Lullabies sung by mothers incorporate folk beliefs and small stories to soothe the child. Some lullabies tell of cradle visited by angels or relate the tale of a baby nightingale that will grow strong. Work songs like those sung during communal building of an irrigation canal or at a mulberry harvest often contain call and response lyrics with proverbial wisdom or references to historical migrations and ancestors' deeds. Now, one unique genre of oral narrative poetry is the mashrapishe, essentially extended, humorous or satirical poems recited at meshreps or gatherings. These could be improvised verses, teasing specific people, or even commending social issues in a veiled form, commentating. Such oral poets had to be quick-witted and culturally knowledgeable, drawing on a reservoir of folktale and references to make up clever rhymes on the spot. It's all about making the audience laugh, but ultimately at the end, having them walk away with something to think about too. The key takeaway from all these performance aspects is that Uyghur folklore is not confined to text or simple oral narration, but is rather a performative, communal experience. Music and dance in particular, they were the most powerful carriers of tradition. They engage emotions directly. The body movement in a dance can symbolize concepts without words, making the story accessible for those who might not even speak the language. Of course, it's always a sight to behold if you get to see one of these performances. But of course, beyond all the grand epics and jokes, there was also the beliefs about superstitions and those small little customs that shaped daily life. Still do. These elements of intangible culture, from protective charms and seasonal festivals, they might not always be stories in a narrative sense, but they are rich with symbolic meaning and often have their own little tales and legends behind them. In Uyghur folk belief, the natural and supernatural worlds are closely intertwined. Many Uyghurs traditionally accepted the existence of invisible beings that share a world with humanity. An inheritance from the ancient shamanistic and later Islamic cosmologies. One common category of such beings is the jinn, known in Islamic lore as spirits that can either be good or evil and are made of smokeless fire. In rural Uyghur communities, people long held that jinn could inhabit deserted places, empty buildings, or even specific large trees and graves. If someone fell ill quite suddenly or misfortune struck a household out of nowhere, it might be attributed to offending a jinn or an evil spirit. Folklore offers a myriad preventative forms to protect yourself from these unseen forces. For example, to ward off jinn, Uyghur mothers would hang a pouch wrapped in bright-colored cloth called a ponchak on a tree near their home or on a child's cradle. Kind of like how we'd hang up a horseshoe, this kind of thing. Inside the pouch could be found bits of incense, Quran verses on paper, or even garlic, a blend of Islamic and pre-Islamic protective symbols. Now, fire, that has an especially important role in folk spirituality. Uyghurs would sometimes use fire to purify or protect. An old custom during certain ceremonies, say, moving into a new house or during the spring Nuruz festival, was to light a small fire of juniper or poplar wood and have family members pass through the smoke or jump over the flames. The folk reasoning was that fire, being sacred since Tengris times, burns away impurity and scares off the evil spirit. The Uyghurs' landscape is also dotted with mazar, or shrine, sites, tombs of reputed saints, Sufi masters, or local heroes, which have been focal points of pilgrimage and rich sources of legend. Visiting these shrines and participating in their associated festivals has been an integral custom, blending Islamic piety with folk belief in the saints' intercession. Many of the shrines carry their own legends. For example, the Mazar of Imam Asim in the Taklamakan desert is honored with the annual pilgrimage and ritual circling. The legend goes that Imam Asim was a warrior saint who fought infidels in ancient times. He was martyred in the desert, and a sandstorm miraculously buried his enemies, forming the sand dunes around his tomb. Pilgrims recount how people who go with pure intentions to Imam Asim's shrine often witness small miracles or have their prayers answered. A barren woman might finally conceive after praying there. A sick child might get better. That kind of thing. Another example is the Ordam Padishar Mazar near Kashgar, which local lore identifies with the legendary Islamic hero Ali, or another early saint. Folklore describes celestial lights or guardian owls seen around the shrine at night, protecting it from desecration. And then there is the seasonal festivals and the life cycle customs. The turning of seasons and life milestones are accompanied by customs rich in folklore. Take Nowruz, the spring equinox New Year celebrated widely in Central Asia and among Uyghurs as well. Nowruz among the Uyghurs historically included preparing a special stew with 7 ingredients, cleaning homes, and youth gathering to sing and dance the night before. Folklore explains Nowruz as the day when the sun smiles and the earth is reborn. A charming local superstition says that on Nowruz morning, one should go outside and step on a piece of green grass while making a wish, because on that day, grass can hear your heart's desire and convey it to the spirits of the earth. Another custom is that when young girls hang colorful eggs from flowering trees, and the story would be told about how those represent the eggs of a mythical bird that brings prosperity. Similarly, harvest time in late summer had the first fruits feast. When tasting the first grapes of the seasons, people utter blessings and tell the story how a saint, sometimes Al-Qadir, the Green One, taught people agriculture and blessed the fruit of the land. These narratives tie human activities to a sacred timeline or mythical past, and it gives meaning to a recurring natural cycle. So when it comes to weddings, too, Uyghur customs are laid with symbolic acts and sayings. Before a bride enters the groom's house, a family might hold a mirror in front of her or sprinkle water behind her. Folklore says this is to confuse any evil spirit trailing her and to ensure she brings light and clarity into her new home. The practice of the bride crying in a special melodic way before leaving her parents' house, known as yiglash, is a ritualized expression accompanied by improvised crying songs, where she laments leaving her home. Now, as for births, one can find a host of old wives' tales and rituals too. After a baby is born, a knife or piece of iron might be placed by the cradle to cut off any evil spirit, a relic of the old shamanic belief in iron's protective power. There's an endearing custom of the cradle thief, too. In some villages, an older woman from the father's side will playfully steal the newborn's cradle and hide it, demanding treats or a small ransom. The folklore behind this is that long ago a grandmother saved her grandchild from an actual kidnapper by hiding the baby in a basket, and now the act is just remembered as a harmless prank. Now, of course, we can't talk about birth without death, and even in mourning, there's a little sprinkling of folklore. Now, while the Islamic practice prescribes certain rites, Uyghur folk customs added on gestures and beliefs. For example, spilling a bit of water at the doorstep after a funeral procession leaves, rather. People say it helps the departing soul cross into the next world, kind of like providing them with a road of water, I suppose. Some might quietly recount a legend of the soul's journey, i.e. the soul will cross a bridge as narrow as a hair, with their good deeds turned into light to guide them. Just better hope that your good deeds were enough. This imagery is not quite directly Quranic, but it is derived from local imagination and perhaps Central Asian Buddhist afterlife concepts, just adapted to the Islamic tradition a little more. On the 7th and 40th days after death, families hold memorial meals, where aside from prayers, they ensure to tell a few anecdotes celebrating the deceased's life, effectively turning that person into just another element of folklore for the community. Now, if the person was particularly virtuous, sometimes little legends would spring up. etc. claimed that a green bird landed on their grave, a sign of a soul's peace, or that they appeared in someone's dream giving wise advice. Stories like that usually help the living relatives cope and accord the death as a respected place in communal memory. It's certainly fair to say that France has a deep and old culture, one that goes back before the days of the Romans, back to the times of Gaul. And it's with these roots in ancient times that we find the beginnings of what is unmistakably French folklore, a tradition passed down by word of mouth by the old bards, and eventually put to paper by the later generations. But it's a bit more complex than the surface-level stories we might find in the modern retellings. The magic of the old world gives us plenty of mystery to find, if we are willing to take the time to look for it. So if you are willing, let's go together and take a look. Today we're continuing, after a bit of a hiatus, our series on global folklore. And we turn to France today. Finally, we're back. Well, I'd like to first welcome you all. Hello, everybody. And a quick thank you to those supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the occasional donation. Everything's ad-free across the breadth of all the playlists because of that. And if you can't afford to do that, well, just give us a like, comment, and subscribe, and that helps push us out in the algorithm. Anyway, with all that being said, let's get on with it. Our guide to French folklore. I hope you enjoy. There are a few larger-than-life figures across French storytelling traditions that stand out for their fame and significance. And they often straddle that line between myth and history. You'll find that too quite a lot. But they do embody the values, fears, and aspirations of the eras that cherished their tales. In exploring the next three, which would be Melusine, Roland, and Bluebeard, we'll uncover medieval romances, heroic epics, and some cautionary tales. Each have left quite a mark on the collective French memory. So let's get straight into the first one, which would be Melusine, the serpentine fairy of Lusignan. There are a few figures that illustrate the blend of mythology and medieval lore in France as vividly as Melusine. She is portrayed as a beautiful water fairy, or a fae, that is F-A-Y if you want to look it up, who transforms into a part serpent creature on certain days. One of the most famous mermaid-like beings in European legend, and certainly not the only one, too. Ask the Germans about that. They have their own ones. The earliest comprehensive account of Melusine appears in the late 14th century Roman de Melusine by Jean d'Arras of 1393, a courtly romance that intertwines fantasy with the real genealogy of the Lusignan noble family. The tale is set in Poitou, and begins with the knight Ramondin encountering Melusine by a forest spring one night, after he has unwittingly killed his lord. Mistakes happen, you know. Melusine, a mysterious maiden of supernatural aura, offers to help him, and agrees to marry him. But there is a condition. Just one rule: he must never look at her on Saturdays. Ramondin swears to honor this condition, and with Melusine as his wife, he prospers. She magically builds the splendid Château de Lusignan and bears him many children, founding a mighty lineage. But crucially, Melusine spends each Saturday in seclusion, for on that day she assumes her other form. From the waist down she becomes a serpent or a fish-like creature, and she's not keen on showing her husband that. Now, just quickly, this motive, the half-human fae whose enchantment requires this periodic transformation, connects Melusine to a broader class of mermaid, or I suppose we could say swan maiden legends in European folklore. It symbolizes the union and perhaps a bit of tension between mortal men and otherworldly wives. In any case, for many years Ramondin keeps his promise, but eventually curiosity gets the better of him. Prodded by gossip, he spies on Melusine during her private time and beholds her in this serpent form. Though initially he remains silent, a family tragedy later drives him to accuse Melusine openly, shouting, "Away, you odious serpent, contaminator of my honorable race." Almost said horrible, excuse me. Well, that's pretty harsh, isn't it? Odious serpent, contaminator, strong words. Well, it's at this betrayal that the fairy woman is forced to leave. Certainly hard to come back after that. Letting out a wail, Melusine transforms fully into a dragon-like creature, and she departs forever, circling the castle walls as she goes. In Jean Daras's romance, her departure is pretty heartrending. She forgives Ramondine, but must fulfill the curse that had long ago condemned her to this fate, a curse laid on her by her own mother, Presina, which declared that Melusine would be monstrous on Saturdays until winning her husband's unconditional love. Well, Melusine's story has been read as an allegory of marriage and faith, where trust is paramount and curiosity can shatter happiness, much like the classical myth of Cupid and Psyche, or the modern thing of looking at your girlfriend's phone while she's in the shower checking those Instagram messages, I'm sure none of you do that. Well, her serpentine half also invites interpretation. 19th century commentators saw in Melusine a relic of local water spirit worship or nature goddess, later demonized by Christian storytelling, of course. Indeed, Melusine's connection to water and springs suggests that she may originate from pagan Celtic or Gaulish folklore of female lake spirits, comparable to Celtic nymphs or the Lady of the Lake in Arthurian lore, which you'd know about if you watched our English folklore video. The Lusignan family propagated the Melusine legend to legitimize their dynasty, claiming descent from a fey ancestress, which imbued their line with a bit of mystique. And I'm sure it's hard to prove that wrong as much as it is to prove it right. Over time, though, the image of Melusine seems to have shifted from a cursed wife in a medieval romance to a more benevolent fairy in later folk tales. In some folk beliefs, she became a banshee-like figure. It was long said that Melusine's ghostly form would appear wailing atop the ramparts of Lusignan whenever one of the descendants was about to die. This element, the fairy as a harbinger of death, once again shows her role as kind of protective but an eerie spirit. I mean, it's nice to get a warning, but certainly puts everybody on edge, doesn't it? Now, the core Melusine tale was adapted in various forms across Europe. A poetic version by the Congruent in the 15th century closely followed Jean Daras, while translations like Thuring von Ringeltingen's German Melusine in 1456 spread the fame around that area. These retellings sometimes took a few liberties. They altered the motivations. For example, in one version, Melusine seeks marriage to gain an immortal soul, akin to the later story of Undine. Folk variants also cropped up. In rural France, any ruined castle associated with the Lusignans might claim a Melusine's tower. Even in modern culture, Melusine endures. For example, the two-tailed mermaid logo of a well-known coffee chain is often noted to resemble Melusine. Write in the comments if you know which one that is. Yet, for all these variations, the essential narrative remains stable. A fey woman bound by a magical condition, tragically sundered from her human love. Well, that's a pretty quintessential fairy tale, isn't it? It really does exemplify French folklore's capacity to blend this fairy mythology with chivalric legend, and it yields a tale at once enchanting as it is, filled with melancholy. Those echoes from the ancient spring colts to medieval romance, and beyond. But I suppose it all depends who's telling it. Where Melusine is rooted in folklore, Roland lies at the heart of France's chanson de geste epic tradition, a semi-historical hero elevated to legend. Roland, French Roland, as they call him from the Old Frankish Hrodland, was actually a Frankish military commander under Charlemagne, famously killed at the Battle of Roncesvalles Pass in 778. However, the medieval epic poem La Chanson de Roland, the Song of Roland, around the 11th century, so a couple hundred years later from the actual events, transformed this historical skirmish against the Basque ambushers into a grand saga of Christian knights versus Saracen hordes. In French folklore and literature, Roland became a paragon of the loyal and a brave knight, the perfect hero of those early days of feudalism, as one 19th century critic noted. Well, his legend disseminated through oral and manuscript copies, and it would grow with each retelling, accumulating marvels and miracles far beyond the kernel of truth recorded by chroniclers like Ainu. In the epic, Roland is depicted as Charlemagne's nephew and one of the 12 peers of France, a peerless warrior indeed. At Roncesvalles, Roland commands the rear guard of Charlemagne's army and is treacherously attacked by a vastly larger force. But Roland was too proud to call for help until it was too late. He fights valiantly with his legendary sword Durendal and the horn Olifant. With nearly superhuman prowess, he holds off waves and waves of foes, and when defeat is imminent, Roland finally blows his horn to summon Charlemagne. But he blows it so loudly that literally blows up his temples as well. He strives to break Durendal on a rock to prevent its capture, yet the enchanted blade will not yield. It's too strong for that. Ultimately, Roland dies a martyr's death under a pine tree, soul borne to heaven by angels, a scene of almost biblical grandeur, immortalized in stanza form. And yes, it is your homework. Go and read the Song of Roland. Over time, the sword Durendal actually acquired its own folklore. According to legend, Durendal contained relics of saints in its hilt and had been given to Charlemagne by an angel. One famous legend holds that as he lay dying, Roland hurled Durendal through the air, and by divine miracle it flew hundreds of miles and embedded itself in the cliffs of Rocamadour in southwestern France. And indeed, for centuries a sword claimed to be Durendal was displayed lodged in a high rock wall at Rocamadour's sanctuary, becoming a local wonder. Until, by the way, it disappeared. Apparently it got stolen in 2011, so there's another historical mystery that we're waiting to figure out. Another enduring legend concerns Roland's breach, a spectacular 40-meter high gap in the Pyrenees at the French-Spanish border. Pyrenean folklore asserts that Roland, in a final feat of strength, cleaved this gap with Durendal, either attempting to destroy the sword after Roncesvalles, or to create a pass through which he could see France one last time before dying. The Brèche de Roland is a real geological formation, and its association with Roland exemplifies how legend can be mapped onto landscape, giving natural features a heroic or sacred meaning. Not a bad tourist attraction. I just hope they got a little cafe there, Always helps. Now, in terms of the symbolism, Roland primarily symbolizes feudal loyalty, but also this Christian heroism. In the Song of Roland, his refusal to call for help too early is portrayed as prideful, but ultimately valorous. It turns him into a kind of martyr hero who dies for his king and his faith. Of course, this resonated strongly in medieval Christendom, Roland's horn blast becoming emblematic of a desperate last stand. For medieval audiences, Roland's story also reinforced the perceived righteousness of the Frankish conquests in Spain, transforming a conflict with Christian Basques into one against the Muslim Saracens. And that reflected later crusading ideology too. In folk tradition, beyond the epic, Roland took on a more folkloric aura. He's often cast as a giant or a superhuman figure in local tales. All across France, one can find megaliths and rock formations dubbed Roland something something. You've got Roland's footprint, Roland's chair, etc., supposedly created by the strides of the great hero or his exploits. In the Pyrenees, aside from the breach that we talked about, legend said Roland and his horse leapt across a chasm to escape enemies. In Spanish lore of a salto de Roldan. These anecdotes show how Roland in folklore is a culture hero whose presence sanctifies and explains the local terrain. Anyway, the character was continually reinvented. I mean, going back to the late 8th century, things are going to change over time. Over the medieval epics, Renaissance and Baroque writers, like Ariosto in Orlando Furioso, took Roland, or Orlando as he's sometimes called, into a fantastical new adventure, albeit those are Italian renditions. In folk songs and stories, Roland persisted as a proverbial strong man, kind of the ideal of a knight in the French tradition. Notably, as the Enlightenment skepticism set in, belief in saints and miracles was beginning to wane. Yet the tale of Roland remained as cherished literature, rather than literal truth. It's more about the enjoyment of the story rather than any real accuracy, at least in terms of folklore. Well, by the 19th century, Romantics rediscovered La Chanson de Roland with quite a bit of patriotic fervor, celebrating it as France's national epic. Monuments and paintings further embedded him in cultural memory. You'd have things like Roland raising his sword or blowing the Olifant horn. Today his name adorns streets and schools, and he lives on through adaptations, all the way from opera to graphic novels. Though clearly a legendary exaggeration of a historical figure, Roland occupies a mythic space in French folklore. He's pretty much what King Arthur is to the Brits, a hero at the threshold of myth and history, eternally blowing that horn in the collective imagination. Well, the next one we've got is a little bit darker. They can't all be great heroes. That's not what folklore is about. We turn to Bluebeard, or Barbe Bleue, a murderous husband whose story has terrified and fascinated since the 17th century. Bluebeard is the protagonist of the famous French fairy tale first published by Charles Perrault in 1697. Though elements of the tale drew on older medieval legends. In Perrault's tale, titled La Barbe Bleue, Bluebeard is a wealthy but hideous nobleman, of course distinguished by his unnaturally colored blue beard, hence the name. Creative, right? Well, he serially marries young women, only for them to disappear under mysterious circumstances. Put two and two together, it's pretty obvious what is happening. He weds yet another bride, the heroine of the story, and gives her free rein of his mansion while he is away, except for one room which she may never go in, a door that must never be opened. You can guess what happens, right? Eventually, curiosity overcomes the wife. She opens the forbidden chamber, and lo and behold, she's quite rightly horrified to discover the floor drenched in blood and the corpses of Bluebeard's previous wives hanging on the walls. Ah, so that's why he didn't want her to go in there. Makes sense. Well, the poor wife, of course, is in quite a state when she sees this. In her terror, she drops the key, which becomes stained with blood, and the stain magically cannot be washed off, betraying her disobedience when Bluebeard returns. Bluebeard's not happy. He's quite enraged, and he moves to execute his wife for defying him. Only through delaying tactics and the timely arrival of her brothers does the wife narrowly escape murder. As for Bluebeard, he is killed, and his fortune is inherited by the survivors. Perrault concludes with an explicit moralité warning against female curiosity in hasty marriage, but perhaps he could have mentioned that you probably shouldn't be killing your wives either. That's also not good. Well, the Bluebeard tale, classified by folklorists as a maiden killer type tale, is cautionary, and it has widespread analogues. It resonates with the classical Eve motive of forbidden knowledge, the curiosity of the wife leading to peril, and also with the motive of the test of obedience. Perrault's version is the best known, but scholars note earlier incarnations too. In Brittany, a legend about a 6th century villain named Connemore the Accursed shares a few striking similarities. Connemore allegedly killed several wives upon prophecy that he would die by his son's hand. When his last wife, Tryphone, became pregnant, he attempted to murder her too. But she was saved, in this case by a saintly intervention, and Connemore was slain instead. This Breton legend was often cited as a real-life basis for Bluebeard's character. Another historical figure frequently invoked is Gilles de Rais, a 15th century baron of Brittany who was convicted of heinous murders, though of children, not of wives. Later popular imagination conflated his crimes with the Bluebeard archetype. Perhaps we'll talk about him in detail in a different video. He certainly deserves it. Indeed, the Bluebeard figure may be a composite drawing on such infamous characters to personify the archetype of the serial wife-killer. Over time, the Bluebeard story was retold and, I suppose, watered down in various folk versions. Sometimes the wives are replaced by a single previous wife, or just a bloody spectre to frighten the new bride. The forbidden chamber motive connects to older folk stories, such as the White Dove or Fitcher's Bird, collected in Grimm's Tales of Germany, where a sorcerer or ogre kills curious girls, indicating a pan-European spread of this narrative. Yet, Perrault's telling remains the definitive French version, notable for its straightforward brutality and its clear moral. Later adaptation, like Bela Bartok's opera Duke Bluebeard's Castle in 1911, go psychologically into Bluebeard's character a bit more, and they portray him more as a tragic figure rather than a one-dimensional monster. In local French tradition, Bluebeard is typically located in a castle, quote, somewhere in France. But a few places lay claim to the story's setting, for example, the Château de Combourg in Brittany, or the castle of Tiffauges, Gilles de Rais' home. They're sometimes touted as Bluebeard's castle in tourist lore, though with little historical basis. In any case, it helps draw crowds, and they probably have a nice cafe. Maybe, I don't know. In any case, at its core, Bluebeard is often interpreted as a grim warning to young women entering marriage. In Perrault's 17th century context, arranged marriages to older men of power were pretty common. Nothing unusual to see there. And the tale, I suppose it vividly externalizes the anxieties of a young bride, the mysterious husband with a terrible, terrible secret, the loss of agency, and the life or death stakes of matrimonial obedience. The forbidden room can symbolize the privacy, or perhaps secrecy of a spouse's past, into which one trespasses at one's own peril. The blood stain on the key, that's also a powerful image of guilt that cannot be concealed, implying that crimes will out, and transgressions always leave some kind of permanent mark. Remember, it's all metaphorical, you know what I mean. Now, it is noteworthy that Perrault appended to Bluebeard a second moral advising wives to be courageous and clever in their adversity, suggesting the tale's lesson was not purely this admonishment, but also an encouragement that wit and solidarity can overcome this tyrannical evil. But in a broader folkloric and perhaps Jungian sense, if we're going to go that route, Bluebeard represents the predatory monster in domestic guise. Now that's a theme that recurs in many don't talk to strangers type stories. Think of Little Red Riding Hood, things like that. That Bluebeard is outwardly wealthy and courtly, but hides a blood-stained chamber filled with corpses of his ex-wives, is perhaps a commentary on how appearances can deceive. Don't be taken in by all of the good stuff. Maybe she should have married that potato farmer down the street, Interestingly, unlike many fairy tales, Bluebeard doesn't have any magical creatures or spells. Now, aside from the mildly magical key, but this is all in allegory. The horror in this tale is more psychological and very just base-level human instinct. This sets it apart from the canon of French contes de fées as a proto-Gothic tale. Certainly something that wouldn't be out of place in a, let's say, a 19th century or early 20th century Gothic tale. You think about some girl being taken away to some castle and mysterious goings-on. It seems a little bit Bram Stoker-esque, I think. In any case, its endurance is seen in the way Bluebeard has become a byword for a wife murderer. Even if you look up in Merriam-Webster, it notes Bluebeard as meaning a man who marries and kills one wife after another. Thus, from Perrault's literary salons to the rural grand-mère's fireside storytelling, Bluebeard's shadow has loomed large, and will continue to do so. Well, in any case, moving on, one of the most fascinating aspects of French folklore is its regional variety. Each province or region, shaped by its own history and landscape, cultivated distinct creatures and spirits. Many popular surveys of French folklore focus heavily on, say, Breton fairies or Burgundian loups-garous, but several areas have equally rich traditions that deserve a bit of attention on their own. And so here, let's take a look at a selection of supernatural beings and ghostly legends that form some of the underrepresented regions. Picardy in the north, Auvergne in the Central Highlands, Corsica in the Mediterranean, and Savoy in the Alpine East. Of course, let's start with Picardy and the White Beast. From the flat fields and wooded vales of Picardy comes the eerie legend of La Bête Blanche de Picardie, the White Beast of Picardy. First recorded in local oral literature by the folklorist Émilion Gilbert in 1880, this tale tells of a mysterious white creature that haunts the countryside. As the story goes, a Picard farmer walking home at night under a full moon hears the rustling in an alfalfa field, as if an animal was stalking behind him. He whistles, thinking it might be a lost dog, but gets no response and continues wearily. Suddenly, a large white beast, sometimes described as a dog-like or a wolf-like but unnaturally pale being, springs out and passes between the man's legs, and then begins circling him rapidly. The man is understandably quite terrified and starts swinging at it with his stick, but he hits only air. The creature is very swift. It whirls around him without ever making contact. He's in trouble, real trouble. Accompanying him all the way to the edge of the village, the white beast then in a flash transforms into a man, and then vanishes. The man survives. He's pretty shaken up, but he's physically unharmed. Probably not going to get much sleep that night, though. Unlike typical werewolf tales, the white beast of Picardy does not maul its victim, but it seems content just to instill fear and perhaps test the traveler's courage. In Gilbert's retelling, locals interpreted the apparition as a kind of loup-garou, a werewolf in enchanted form. Yet, notably, this beast was not violent. Now that's a rare case where the encounter ends without bloodshed, and that leaves the protagonist thankful that the creature was not of the murderous sort and just wanted to, I don't know, give him a scare, a bit cheeky, a trickster type being. Picardy's white beast can be seen as representative of shape-shifting spirits common in French folklore. Its white color and playful menace are reminiscent of the Norman and Picard loup sorcière or witch wolf. Supposedly witches take on the shape of a wolf to harried travelers. Gilbert, indeed, collected a companion tale of loup sorcières, where spectral wolves pursued a drunk farmer but kept leaping back to avoid his blows, vanishing at the boundary of the village. The white beast, similarly, might have been seen as a sorcerer or perhaps a lost soul in the guise of an animal, bound by some rule not to follow into human settlements. In terms of symbolism, though, white or pale ghosts often signal an unearthly presence. In contrast to natural wildlife, such a creature could have been a folk explanation for unexplained frights in the night, perhaps inspired by real encounters with albino animals, or the play of moonlight and mist giving ordinary beasts this kind of ghostly appearance. Of course, think about it. When you go on those night walks, I know about you, I'm a night walker, I love it. Sometimes your eyes play tricks on you, especially if you're a little tired or you're walking home from work, something like this. Tell me in the comments if you've ever seen anything that you think is strange at night. I think we've all seen something weird. Anyway, stories like this, they also implicitly reinforce community borders. Note that the beast disappears at the village edge, as if acknowledging the sanctity of the human realms, a pattern also seen in werewolf lore where the curse holds sway outside, but not within one's home village. Even into the 20th century, Picardy's elders would sometimes caution youngsters about venturing out on nights of the full moon, invoking the Bête Blanche as a cautionary figure. And while not as famous nationally as, say, the Beast of Gévaudan, which we discussed in the werewolf folklore video, the White Beast of Picardy remains an intriguing piece of local folklore. It embodies the liminality of the village frontier, the threshold where the wild and supernatural meets the domestic. The fact that it does not harm might even reflect the subtle regional ethos, a certain Picard pragmatism that not all that is strange wishes us harm. As Gilbert himself noticed, unlike the savage werewolves of other provinces, Picardy's white beast seemed almost benign, or at least restrained. In any case, it provided a thrilling tale, and today it stands as a charming footnote in the catalogue of French phantom beasts. Well, let's move on to the Auvergne region in central France, with its ancient volcanoes and deep forests, and we find a trove of folklore teeming with wolves, witches, and other nocturnal terrors. In Auvergne, as in many rural parts of France, belief in the werewolf persisted well into the 19th century, perhaps longer in the more urbanized areas. In 1879, an anthropologist noted that belief in werewolves among Auvergne's country folk is widespread and ultimately integral to their occult imagination. Unlike the single infamous case of the Gévaudan beast in the 1760s, which some view as a historical cryptid, Auvergnat werewolves were part of a recurring folk narrative. Travelers and lonely shepherds claimed to see men turning into wolves at crossroads under the full moon, or to encounter wolves that behaved in unnervingly human ways. Oral evidence, for what that's worth, suggests that as recently as the mid-19th century, werewolves were considered a very real menace in remote parts of Allier, Cantal, and Puy-de-Dôme. Dogs, it was said, would not bark at a werewolf's approach, sensing something unnatural. And as for bullets, they would not fell it, unless you got your bullets blessed by a priest. Which, I don't know how many priests are going to do that. Americans watching, next time you go to church, take some bullets for the priest to bless, just in case there's some werewolves around. See if he does it. In any case, one distinctive Auvergnat legend speaks of the galipots, a local term for a shape-shifter or roving malevolent spirit in beast form. In Livradois-Forêt, southeast Auvergne, it was often believed that a sorcerer named Liancaud commanded a whole pack of werewolves, almost like some kind of a mafia boss of the supernatural. Peasants whispered that Liancaud's wolves enforced his nefarious will, terrorizing those who crossed him in the dead of night. Well, another notable figure in the Livradois lore is the Letien, described by folklorist Antonin Sabatier in 1912. The Letien was a goblin that manifested as a burning horse's head floating in the darkness near certain haunted crossroads. Imagine stumbling through the black woods and seeing a fiery equine skull suddenly rushing at you. It's hard to keep calm in that situation. In Sabatier's account, one forested hollow had a reputation for either Letiens or werewolves attacking the unwary travelers. His own grandfather reportedly fired a pistol at a lunging werewolf in the 19th century, causing the creature to flee, raising the question of whether it was truly a beast or perhaps a masquerading bandit. Hard to tell after he's ran away. Sabatier mused that the encounter could mark the waning of the werewolf's power in modern times. By then, the rational explanation competed with the supernatural one. Perhaps it was just a highwayman dressed up in animal pelts. After all, that's the best way to keep warm, right? Auvergne's supernatural wolves were typically described as huge, black, sometimes ash-gray wolves with glowing eyes, capable of standing upright or vanishing at will. The loups sorcières, the sorcerer's wolves, were believed to be humans, often even the neighbors, who donned wolf shape to attend the witch's sabbath or settle grudges. Protective charms against them included herbs, making the sign of the cross, or simply avoiding crossroads at certain hours. The Letien, or other goblin apparitions, like many French esprits follets, could be warded off by iron objects, keys or nails, reflecting another widespread folk belief in iron's magical power, mostly because it's forged in fire. This is pretty much over all of Europe. This is why people would hang horseshoes at the precipices of their houses, things like this. Auvergne also had legends of revenants, the restless dead, and Christmas werewolves, men cursed to roam as wolves on Christmas Eve for their sins, adding to a general atmosphere that the night in Auvergne belonged to the supernatural. These beliefs served multiple social functions. They were cautionary tales to keep people, especially the kids, safe indoors at night, but also to discourage antisocial behaviors, since anyone behaving oddly might be suspected as a werewolf. Basically, just get everybody to toe the line of society and fit in. Otherwise, you're going to be dragged off somewhere and questioned. But they also gave a kind of narrative form to very real dangers. For instance, wolves existed, and they do attack livestock or lone people, so attributing some attacks to werewolves made them part of a moral universe rather than a random tragedy. In any case, by the late 19th century, as literacy and skepticism spread, elites might ridicule such beliefs as backward. Yet even then, folklorists like Paul Sebillot noted that the rural anecdotes about werewolves were told with a genuine conviction. Well, let's leave mainland France for a while and go to the Mediterranean island of Corsica, because that's a bit unique. It's got its own distinct branch of lore. Two of the most striking Corsican folk figures are the Mazzeri and the Signadori. These are not mythical creatures per se, but rather supernatural roles taken by a certain gifted or cursed people within Corsican villages, making them part of the folklore, just as witches or shamans are in other cultures. Let's start with the Mazzeri, which are often translated as dream or soul hunters. According to Corsican belief, a Mazeru, which is that's the singular form, is an individual, male or female, many who are women, who usually unbeknownst to themselves initially has to go out in spirit at night to hunt animals in their dreams. In these nocturnal visions, the Mazeru stalks and kills a wild animal, perhaps a boar, a deer, or a bird, only to then see, in the moment of the creature's death, the face of a fellow villager superimposed on the animal's face. That's not a good surprise. This act prophesies that the person thus recognized will die within a year, often within days or weeks. In essence, the Mazzeri are involuntary harbingers of death. By hunting the soul double of someone, they seal that person's fate. If the animal is only wounded, the person might merely suffer an accident or illness. Importantly, Mazzeri do not choose their targets out of malice. They're just seen as acting out an otherworldly ritual beyond their conscious control, almost as instruments of fate. Many Mazzeri are horrified by their own gift or curse, depending on how you look at it. More of a curse, really. In Corsican oral accounts, a Mazzeru might wake up weeping, knowing that they have dreamed of killing a familiar animal and thus which a neighbor is likely to die next, a burden of knowledge that they don't really want to carry. Anthropologist Dorothy Carrington, who studied Corsican culture, traces the Mazzeri belief back to the very ancient and perhaps Neolithic hunting cults, given its deeply primeval character and connection to wild game. But on the opposite end of the spectrum are these Signadori, from Signa, a sign to you make the sign of the cross, Signadori are folk healers and anti-witchcraft practitioners, highly respected, relatively common in villages too, traditionally more numerous than the Mazzeri. A Signadora, often a woman, though men can be Signadori too, but it's more often women, specializes in curing the evil eye, a malady believed to be caused intentionally or not by someone casting a jealous or malevolent gaze that drains the victim's vitality. Symptoms? Well, they include persistent headache, weakness, unexplained weeping, and misfortune. Few of you probably went, hang on a minute, that's me. Well, hopefully not the unexplained weeping. Or any of the others. I hope everybody's in good health and having great fortune in their lives. Anyway, the Signadora performs a quiet, ritualistic healing ceremony, usually at home. Typically, she will mutter secret prayers while dropping oil into a bowl of water, observing the oil's patterns to diagnose the presence of the evil eye. The Signadora then breaks the curse by making the sign of the cross, and often disposes of the water and oil outside, symbolically casting out the illness. These prayers, always taught in strictest confidence, and often learned on Christmas Eve, it is said, lose their efficacy if revealed to others, so you have to keep it a secret. Signadori are viewed as the forces of light in Corsican folk spirituality, explicitly positioned as the antithesis of the Mazzeri's shadowy dealings. As one account puts it, They are held to represent the element of light in the Corsican occult world, while the Mazeri are shrouded in shadow. In practical terms, the Signadori also treat natural illnesses with herbs and traditional medicine, but their unique role is combating the malocchio, the evilness and spells, sometimes beyond the scope of a regular doctor. I mean, if all else fails, go the old-fashioned route. You got nothing to lose. Nearly every Corsican village had stories of particular families where Mazerism ran in the blood. Mazeri were often secretive or reluctant. Some were only recognized after their death, when villagers recalled their predictive dreams. It was believed a Mazeru's power came in an incomplete form of a baptism, a priest's slip-up during the ritual, or a calling in adolescence through a dream initiation. While feared or shunned by some, Mazeri were also seen with a sort of tragic respect. They didn't cause death. It wasn't really like that. They merely just foresaw it in this symbolic form. Interestingly, Mazeri were not associated with the devil in Corsica's folklore, unlike witches elsewhere. They were just seen as operating in a dream realm of a parallel world, with even a suggestion that this gift is pagan in origin, predating Christian frameworks. I mean, if it's predating it that much, well, the devil is kind of irrelevant, right? Now, meanwhile, the Signadori, they were pillars of the community. You wanted them around. Usually the nice old lady of a devout Catholic faith. Yes, certainly devout in the Christian ways, but they paradoxically practiced a semi-magical folk rite. But it was all sanctioned by tradition. Nothing bad about it. White magic, if we're going to put it that way. They often inherited the knowledge. The role might pass on from grandmother to granddaughter. The community's trust in a Signadori was strong. Even when the church formally disapproved of folk healers, the locals knew that no priest could or would spend time to cure the evil eye the way that a Signadora could. They just weren't qualified. You'd call a priest for other stuff. Notably, despite the Inquisition's presence in Corsica in the 16th and 17th centuries, Signadori were never persecuted as witches, likely because their work was seen as fundamentally benevolent and compatible with Catholic prayers. It was just a little extra sprinkling. They openly performed their rites in pretty much every village as late as the 20th century. Thus, Corsica's Mazeri and Signadori illustrate a unique folk cosmology. Nightly battles of fate, daily rituals of healing. You can imagine a metaphoric reading that Mazeri represent the harsh realities of life and death in Corsica's historically violent, vendetta-marked society. I mean, good Lord, we could make a whole video just on Corsica, I can tell you that much. Whereas the Signadori represent the community's efforts to hold on to health, divine protection, and a bit of hope. To this day, Carrington's seminal book, The Dream Hunters of Corsica, 1971, and other studies treat these beliefs with the respect they deserve, due to an internally coherent system of thought, a blend of pagan survivals and Christian devotions, that makes Corsican folklore really a world unto itself. But let's move on, because we're going to Savoy, high up in the French Alps and Jura Mountains, and the neighboring alpine areas, where we encounter the Sirvan, a type of household goblin or brownie unique to alpine folklore. The Sirvan belongs to the same general family as the Anglo-Scottish brownie or the German kobold, a small, elusive domestic fairy who attaches itself to a farm or a homestead. But the Sirvan has distinctive local traits, not exactly like the goblin you would usually encounter.
Well, I don't know if you're encountering goblins in your daily life, but I don't know. Some people are basically goblins. Described in one account as a 25 to 30 centimeter tall lutin or imp with curly blonde hair, a tanned complexion, and clad in a rustic garb, green shirt, embroidered vest, leather breeches, and a knitted cap. The Servan is generally benevolent, a protector of cattle and the household. According to Alpine tradition, Servans reside around stables, haylofts, or old hollow tree stumps near the farm. They help milk the cows, keep foxes away from the chickens, and may even invisibly lead herds to good pasture. In return, the farming family leaves out offerings for the Servan: a bowl of soup, a hunk of bread and cheese, a pat of butter, or a cup of milk. If treated well, the Servan ensures the cows give abundant milk and the farm thrives. But if insulted or neglected, it can turn mischievous. How mischievous? Well, it's not going to be really, really bad. It's just going to do stuff like hide your tools. It'll tangle the manes of the horses. And in some stories, it would even sour the milk. One Savoyard saying went, "Whoever has a Servan has a good guarantor," reflecting the idea that a happy Servan is generally a guarantee of prosperity. Of course, the other side of it, a guarantee of soured milk. The folklore also imbues the Servan with shape-shifting abilities. In the Bouger region, it is said that the Servan can appear as an animal, perhaps a cat, a dog, maybe even a wolf, if it wishes to play tricks or observe humans unnoticed, a good little disguise. Many tales tell of a farmer seeing a strange cat or fox around the farm that vanishes impossibly, or never seems to age. That's kind of a sign that it was a Servan in disguise. Unlike malicious shapeshifters, the Servan's transformations are usually harmless pranks, or the tests of a farmer's kindness. For example, there is one story that recounts a traveling peddler spending a night in a barn in Savoy. He shares his supper generously with what he thinks is a stray cat, and the next morning he finds a silver coin left on his pack, the Servan's reward for his generosity. Gambles pay off sometimes, Savoyard belief placed Servans not just at individual farms, but also at specific landscape features. You could find them guarding mountain passes, bridges, and sometimes dangerous footpaths. It was in these roles that they resembled tutelary spirits or guardians of the land. Shepherds in the 19th century world would pour a libation of milk on the ground for the Servan before moving herds to these summer alpine pastures, almost like an offering to the local deity of that place. Such practices show a continuity with pre-Christian traditions, where spirits of a place were honored, perhaps echoes of Roman or Celtic household gods. By the 19th century, these beings were thoroughly folded into Christian folklore. The Servan might be called the bon petit âme, the good little soul, regarded with affectionate reverence, rather than a formal worship, I suppose. One delightful legend from Haute-Savoie tells of a Servan who helped build a farmer's chalet. Night after night, unseen hands stacked logs and plastered walls. The grateful farmer left out new clothes for the Servan as thanks, but upon receiving the clothes, a fine red cap and tiny clogs, the Servan was offended. You see, in many fairy traditions, gifting cloves frees the sprite from its obligations. Immediately comes to mind if you ever saw Harry Potter, where Dobby gets the sock from Harry, and then he's freed from his obligation because he's received clothing. Yeah. This isn't a new thing, it's just old traditions. Now the Servan put on the garments and was heard departing, saying he was now too grand for this place. too good for us, I suppose. Well, it mirrors similar tales of English brownies or Scandinavian niece who leave when given clothes. And it conveys a gentle moral. Don't offer payment for sincere help. Just appreciate it. I suppose so. Look, when people are doing nice things for you, I suppose it's not a seesaw. You don't have to keep weighing the scale to make sure everything is even. Perhaps not every act of generosity needs to be met with another one. Otherwise, people feel obligated the other way again. You know what I mean. Anyway, we're not all goblins and spirits, so perhaps we don't take it too seriously. A good thank you is perhaps the best course of action. In alpine cultures, the servan also served to explain the unexplainable around the farm. Missing items, inexplicably clean stables in the morning, or lucky streaks in farming. You could attribute that to these helpful imps. They were a way for people living in harsh mountain environments to personify the care and threats around them. A sudden avalanche or rockfall might be blamed on angry mountain spirits, whereas a barn surviving a storm unscathed, well, you might credit that to the vigilant servan. Though belief in servans waned in the 20th century with modernization, echoes remain in regional festivals and local vocabulary. The very word servan links to the French servir, to serve, or the Arpitan dialect word for servant, emphasizing its role. Studying the servan and its analogies across the Alps, Switzerland, Piedmont, etc., reveals an example of how French folklore shares its motives with wider European folklore, yet it always adapts them to the local milieu. The servan is Savoy's answer to the brownie, a small friend of the household, equal parts whimsical and helpful, embodying the values of hospitality and respect for the unseen. When most people hear the word folklore, they might think of quaint fairy tales told to children around a campfire. But Korean folklore, that's something far more intriguing, far more mysterious, and at times even a little bit unsettling. So allow yourself to imagine shape-shifting foxes lurking in the shadows, mischievous goblins who delight in causing chaos, and even beings from heaven descending to earth to shape the destiny of the Korean nation. That's what we're talking about today, the captivating folklore of Korea, all the way from the ancient shamans to the modern streets of Seoul. And we'll go through these myths and legends, talking about how centuries of history, religion, and regional traditions all came together to form a rich tapestry unlike anything that you've heard before. So come with me, as today we continue our series into our folklore guides by country, all available in the playlist, and we talk about the modern nation of Korea. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. If you're coming back, good to meet you, and if it's your first time here, I invite you to click that subscribe button. You'll get plenty of more videos like this. So, we also have no ads in this video or any other videos on the channel, completely uninterrupted for your enjoyment. We are supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the people who check out the merch store, and also the occasional donation through, where is it? Oh yes, the YouTube super thanks, and the PayPal link, which is in the description. You may also find all the other links in the video description, channel description, or the pinned comment. Now, with all that being said, let's continue now, and today we can talk about the folklore of Korea. Enjoy. Of course, like with any other folklore tradition, we have to go way back. We're going to start tracing the origins. Long before any kingdom or written record, the Korean peninsula was home to indigenous, shamanistic, and animistic beliefs. The early Koreans, like many ancient peoples, saw the natural world as teeming, alive with spirits. Rivers, mountains, trees, animals, all inhabited by spirits and gods. And as for the humans, well, it was up to them to try to live in harmony with, or at some points appease, the unseen forces. Of course, this worldview gave rise to a term called Muism, Korea's native shamanism, a kind of polytheistic religion centered on ritual mediation by shamans, mostly women, by the way, called Mudang. Now it was their job to sort of communicate between the humans and the spirits. Korean shamans led ceremonies, offering food, dance, and songs to gods and ancestors, a practice that has surprisingly persisted into the present day, despite the later suppressions. But in these early oral traditions, we find creation myths that explain how the land and its features came to be, and a prominent example is the myth of the giant goddess Mago Halme, an earth mother figure said to have shaped the land by carrying mud in her skirt and urinating mighty streams to form rivers. I don't think we'll be swimming in them anytime soon. Well, though Margot does not appear in official records, she survives in folk memory as a kind of archetype of a creator grandmother, a reflection of the significant role of female deities in Korean folk imagination, and we'll certainly get to a few more of them later on. Now, we also hear from these early times the sun and moon myth, that is a tiger and a bear or siblings becoming the sun and the moon together, and also local legends explaining peculiar rocks or hills as the work of giants or spirits. It's myths like this that often show totemistic features. Take this for an example: clans associating themselves with animals like bears, tigers, or snakes as ancestral spirits. And indeed, as we shall see, the bear actually plays a key role in Korea's most famous founding myth. But all truth be told, Korea's earliest folklore was indeed rooted around the shamanism and nature worship, providing a spiritual narrative for a world not yet mapped by historical dynasties. And it is that indigenous foundation that sets a stage for more elaborate stories of the ages to come. Now, I suppose we better start with the story of Dangun Wangyong. That kind of marks the dawn of Korean mythology and the birth of the first Korean kingdom. According to legend, first recorded in the 13th century chronicle Samguk Yusa, that is memorabilia of the Three Kingdoms, Dangun was the son of a god and a mortal, and became the founder of Gojoseon, that is often called Old Joseon, Korea's earliest kingdom. Now, the myth itself is quite captivating. Hwanin, the Lord of Heaven, had a son named Hwanung, who yearned to live among humans. Hwanin permitted Hwanung to descend from heaven, gifting him the 3 heavenly seals as tokens of divine authority. Accompanied by spirits of wind, rain, and clouds, Hwanung and his retinue settled on Mount Taibek, under a sacred Sindan Su, that is a divine altar tree, establishing a heavenly city on earth. This scene of a god-king, bringing order and culture to the human world, is Korea's equivalent of a descent from heaven myth, therefore laying a theocratic foundation for kingship. You'll find plenty more of these in different cultures. Well, even modern-day North Korea has their own descent from heaven myth, which is quite interesting. Well, now we enter the famous bear and tiger episode, often the first Korean myth taught to children. In those days, a bear and a tiger sharing a cave longed to become human. Hwanung accepted their plea, but he gave them a test. They received a bundle of mugwort and garlic, and were instructed to eat only this sacred food, and to avoid sunlight for 100 days. The tiger grew impatient, and failed to endure the cave's darkness. But the bear persevered. And so after 21 days, the bear was miraculously transformed into a woman, whereas the tiger, who couldn't hold out, remained an animal.
Now the bear woman, called Ungyo by the way, was grateful but soon felt quite lonely. You see, she had no companion. Before she had the tiger around, but now she was a human, and well, communication must have been a little bit difficult. So she prayed under the divine tree for a child. Huaneng was moved by her devotion and decided to take her as a wife, and their union produced a son, that son being called Dangun Wangyom. Thus, Dangun's very parentage symbolizes the union of heaven and earth, a celestial father and an earthly, formerly Ursine mother. Now this motive of a sky god marrying an earth figure, often a bear or other animal turned human, recurs in other Asian myths, and, well, it is a classic founding myth pattern. No one really claims that it's unique to their own culture. I suppose stories like this travel along trade routes and things like that. Everything gets changed to suit a local narrative. Now as for Dangun, he grew up eventually, and he became the first king of Joseon, establishing his capital at Asadal, and by tradition, founding the kingdom in 2333 BCE. The legend states that Dangun reigned for an astonishing 1500 years, during which he moved his capital several times, from Pyongyang to mountaintop Asadal, and back and forth again. Eventually, a new figure from Chinese lore, called Qijia, or Jizi in Chinese, was appointed by the Chinese Zhou dynasty to govern the region around 1122 BCE. At that moment, as the myth recounts, Dangun did not simply vanish. Instead, he withdrew back to Mount Asadal and became a mountain god at the ripe age of 1,908 years old. So in other words, Korea's founding father turned into an immortal guardian spirit of the land, worshipped by later generations as a kind of deity of the mountains. This end of the story is rich in symbolism. Dangun's mortal rule ends as political authority shifts, but he transcends into a spiritual realm. That indicates the endurance of native beliefs, even as new regimes rise and fall. Of course, the Dangun myth is the treasured genesis of the Korean nation, so much that it has been called the first sovereignty myth of Korea. It provided ancient rulers and modern nationalists, too, a divine mandate. The Korean people were indeed the children of heaven through Dangun, legitimizing their unity and their independence. Yet critical analysis reveals layers behind the legend. Scholars do note that the story preserves memories of old totemic clans, a bear totem clan, that is Ungyo's people, and a tiger totem tribe, which failed the trial, interacting with an incoming heavenly cult, that is Huanung's lineage. And so, in fact, the tale could encode a historical alliance, the, quote, divine city of Huanung's followers merging with a local bear-worshipping tribe to form a new kingdom. The tiger's failure may symbolize the exclusion or defeat of another clan. The myth also reflects a dual cosmology, the harmonious marriage of a sky father and an earth mother, a theme seen across many Korean foundational myths, and we'll see a few other examples soon. We're not quite done with them. But it is intriguing, too, that Samguk Yusa, a rather Goryeo-era text compiled by a Buddhist monk, is our earliest source for Dangun. The more official Samguk Sagi, 12th century, barely mentions Dangun at all, instead favoring a later Chinese sage as Joseon's founder for a more rational history. Well, this omission and later rediscovery of Dangun show how historical biases can suppress folklore. You see, the Confucian scholars downplayed what they considered to be myth, while later writers revived it to celebrate Korea's indigenous heritage. But despite the questions of veracity, i.e. there's no archaeological evidence of a Bronze Age demigod king living to 1900 years old, the Dangun legend has had very real cultural impact. It remains honored in rituals. For example, in modern Korea, they celebrate the National Foundation Day. That's October 3rd, by the way. It's said to be Dangun's founding date. And even in politics, North Korea once claimed to have discovered Dangun's tomb, a nationalistic claim showing how the myth can be pressed into political service. After all, Pyongyang was one of his capitals, right? So really, the tale of Dangun shows the genesis of the Korean identity. It's half myth, half history, but it's 100% revered. So let's move forward in time a little bit, and we get to the era of the Three Kingdoms. Yes, Korea had a Three Kingdoms era as well. For them it was the 1st century BCE to the 7th century CE. We have Goguryeo, Baekje, and Silla, and also the Confederacy of Gaya. Now each of these ancient states had its own founding myth, rich with its own supernatural portents and miraculous births, each of them serving to legitimize the royal lines. These myths were recorded in sources like Samguk Yusa, and even the official Samguk Sagi, which, while generally factual, did summarize some foundation legends. Here's a common thread. It's what we just observed. The motive of a celestial figure and a terrestrial figure, often an animal or earthly one, producing the first king, a reflection of that sky-earth union principle. So let's survey a few of these tales. First we have Goguryeo. The northernmost kingdom's foundation is tied to the legend of Jumong, also known as Dongmyeong. Now according to the Samguk Sagi, Jumong was born from an egg. Now how does that make sense? Well, his mother, Yua, was the daughter of a river god, Ha-bek, and she was impregnated by sunlight after encountering a heavenly prince, in some versions the sun god or heavenly emissary named Haimosu. Yua laid a large egg from which hatched a boy of prodigious ability, and he was named Jumong. Well, once he grew up, Jumong was an adult, and proved to be an unmatched archer, and actually his name, by the way, means skilled archer. So he fled a jealous foster father, leading followers to the remote region of Goguryeo. In a famous anecdote, when Jumong was pursued to a river, animals formed a bridge to carry him across, nature itself aiding the heaven-born warrior. Jumong established Goguryeo and became his first king, revered as the Dongmyeong Songwang. It's a long word in Korean. Well, we can just say the Holy King of the East. Well, the myth served Goguryeo kings by asserting divine paternity, a sun god, and the extraordinary omens at the kingdom's birth, too. And interestingly, Jumong's story doesn't end with him. It branches out into other myths. One Goguryeo offshoot is the Buyeo legend of Jumong's father, Haimosu, and another egg-born hero, Gunhwa, who ruled Buyeo, showing how interwoven these narratives really are. And then we have Baekje, a southwestern kingdom. It shares its roots with Goguryeo, and it was said to be founded by Onjo, the son of Jumong. Thus, Baekje's legend is less fantastical about Onjo himself. He's simply a prince who migrated south, that is. But Baekje did have a colorful myth regarding Jumong's mother and half-brothers. In folklore, Jumong's son Biryu and others had episodes that explain names of localities, though these are lesser known. So for brevity, we must say that Baekje's foundation myth is often subsumed under Goguryeo's narrative. They kind of get thrown into the same basket.
However, equally, Bakje folklore is rich in other areas, like the story of King Munju's daughter who became a spirit, or various temple legends under Buddhist influence. It's worth noting that Bakje, like the others, likely had a totem origin idea too. Their royal family claimed descent from Buyo's heavenly line, linking back to Jumong's sun god father. Next, we have the kingdom of Silla. That is, think of it as southeastern Korea, roughly. But it is perhaps the most elegant founding myth. Its first king, Park Hyok-gyose, was said to have hatched from a bright white egg. Now, the story goes, well, depending on the telling of it, but essentially the chiefs of 6 villages in the Jinhan Confederation, which was pre-Silla, saw a miraculous light and a white horse on a hill. Well, of course, approaching it, they found a large egg from which a baby boy emerged, and it was Hyok-gyose. The infant spoke and radiated charisma. By the age of 13, he was made king of the United Tribes. Now, as for that name, Hyok-gyose, it roughly means bright world, signifying that he would bring light or renewal. Simultaneously, a beautiful girl was discovered born from a dragon or sprung from a well, depending on what account you get. Now, this girl, Ardyong, became Hyok-gyose's queen. And again we see the pattern. Hyok-gyose is associated with a heavenly marvel, light from above and an egg, while Ardyong is linked to the earth, a well, a sacred water source, a dragon of the land. And in fact, Ardyong's name literally means princess of the well, and wells were revered in Silla as sacred sites of life. Now, as for the marriage of Hyok-gyose and Ardyong, it thus united the sky and earth symbols to found Silla. But the tale didn't stop at their birth. Later anecdotes tell of Hyok-gyose's death, and when he died, his body mysteriously disappeared, leaving only pieces of his rib, which were buried separately, and a giant snake prevented the king and queen's remains from resting together, an eerie ending that is a rare example of a burial myth in founding legends. But this part has invited analysis. Maybe it encodes a ritual or a local deity. The snake itself might symbolize an earth spirit claiming part of him. In any case, Silla's foundation myth, preserved in Samguk-yusa, has taken seriously enough, was taken seriously enough, rather, that later kings traced their lineage to Hyok-gyose's line, that is the Park clan, even though political power shifted to the Kim clan in the later centuries. Silla produced other myths too. The origin of its 4th century queen Ardyong, that is different from the first queen, by the way, just the same name, or the tale of King Kim Arje. A golden box containing a boy descended from heaven was found in a forest by a horse, from which the Kim lineage sprang. In any case, each tale reinforced the notion that Silla's rulers had this divine favor. Well, next we have Gaya, or the Garak Kingdom, which was a smaller confederation, contemporary with the 3 kingdoms, and it had one of the most transnational myths. King Kim Suro, the founder of Gumwan Gaya, was said to have transcended from heaven as one of the 6 princes born from golden eggs sent by heaven, similar in motive to Silla's egg, by the way. The most intriguing part, however, of Gaia's lore is the story of Queen Hyo Hwang-ok. She is said to have been a princess from a distant land called Ayutthaya, often identified with Ayodhya in India. According to Samguk-yusa, Queen Hyo traveled across the ocean guided by a dream to marry King Suro, bringing with her a golden pagoda and other treasures. That legend basically suggests early maritime connections, and has even sparked modern cultural exchange. For example, there are monuments in Ayodhya and Gimhae, that is the Gaya region, celebrating this ancient link. But from a folklore perspective, the Hyo Hwang Ok tale stands out as, well, did it really happen kind of story. While it is recorded in a near contemporary source, that is, Irion's 13th century compilation, historians debate its historicity. You see, some see it as plausible evidence of long-distance contact, and after all, Gaia was a trading hub, while others suspect it to be an embellished legend, perhaps to give prestige to the Kim clan by linking them to a foreign royalty. In any case, it enriches Korean folklore with a rare example of an international marriage myth, adding a dimension that Koryo is not completely isolated, even in its legendary narrative. Now it's important to note, too, that these foundation myths were not static. They existed in multiple variations and evolved as soon as they were told. For instance, the names and the details always seem to differ by region. Some version of Sila's founding identify the spawning dragon as a cockatrice, or add that the 6 village chiefs had heard a prophecy of some sort. In Goguryeo accounts, Jumong's father is explicitly the son of the supreme sky god, Hua Nin, aligning him subtly with Dangun's lineage, whereas others emphasize the sunbeam impregnation of Yuwa. But the core narrative, the hero of divine origin, found or born in a miraculous way, it stays put. Peripheral details just shift, resonating with a bit of local pride, or perhaps later evolving moral sensibilities. A critical evaluation also reveals a bit of political bias, too. For example, the Samguk Sagi, written by Kim Bu-sik, gives much attention to Sila's myth, since Sila unified the peninsula, and relatively scant detail on Goguryeo's, while Samguk Yusa and the monk Iryon includes a broader range, even the Tamna myth of Jeju Island's founding by 3 demigods, and we'll revisit that in the Jeju section later on, by the way. These differences highlight how each writer's regional or dynastic affiliation could color which folklore was elevated or ignored. Once again, not unique just to the Koreans. Well, beyond foundation myths, the 3 kingdoms era teems with heroic legends and supernatural tales. Goguryeo has a tale of General Gwangae-do's birth being heralded by a giant dragon, or the legend of Ondal the Fool, a commoner who, through marriage to a princess and brave death in battle, became a kind of unlikely folk hero. Sila's lore is especially abundant, reflecting its rich history and later Buddhist influence. One famous Sila story is the legend of Princess Chomyong's dream that led to finding the relics to cure a plague, involving a guardian dragon, an interplay on Buddhism and shamanic belief. Another is the moving tale of Aryong's song, a different Aryong, by the way, where a virtuous wife's spirit protected the kingdom, an early ghost story with a moral. But we also find the origin of Jiao-yong, a son of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. In late Sila, Jiao-yong found his human wife being seduced by a smallpox spirit, but instead of fighting the spirit, he sung and danced, forgiving it in the end, which made the spirit flee in shame. Now this gave rise to the Cho-yong-mu dance, and the custom of painting Cho-yong's smiling goblin-like face on doors to ward off evil. The story is quite striking, too. It's a blend of shamanism, warding off disease demons, with a courtly art form. Cho-yong's dance became an established ritual. But it also shows how a new narrative can form in a syncretic environment. Cho-yong is associated with smallpox lore, and that the idea that red bean porridge could appease or repel demons. Indeed, a related legend from later times said that villagers offered patjuk, that is, red bean porridge, to dokebi to persuade them to build a protective dam, reflecting a broader belief in red beans' power against evil. Now,
As Buddhism spread, the folklore of this era began absorbing the Buddhist motives, and we start seeing bodhisattvas and arhats in legends, temples built on sites revered in monks' visions, or Buddhist saints tame angry spirits. The Samguk being compiled by a Buddhist monk, preserves many such accounts. For example, the story of Won Hyo, a famed monk, has a legendary episode where he survives a night in a tomb by mistakenly drinking brackish water from a skull, a parable about enlightenment. Or the tale of a Sila monk, Myo Sang, carving a miraculous statue guided by a dream. Buddhist miracles like moving pagodas, talking statues, or protective sutras turning away arrows became part of a folklore. These are less mythic founders and more religious legends, but they are enriched the tapestry and coexisted with older shamanic elements. In this period, we even encounter our first textual mention of the mischievous goblins. Samguk Yusa recounts the tale of Lady Dowa and the bachelor Bi Yong, in which a Silla princess, loves a Bi Yong, a spirit or a goblin, and tragedy ensues. The story implies King Jinji of Silla was deposed due to his infatuation with Lady Dowa, and her spectral lover, Bi Yong. The term Bi Yong later became synonymous with goblins, by the way, dokebi. This is arguably the earliest recorded story of this kind, and shows a belief in such spirits were present in the royal capital by the 7th century. So it is through these examples that we see during the Three Kingdoms era folklore served as state-building and spiritual function. Founding myths gave divine legitimacy to kings and helped unify peoples under a shared origin story. At the same time, everyday folks could relate to tales of protective deities like Cho-Yong, or moral anecdotes of ghosts and miracles. But there was also regional pride. Each kingdom and each people took pride in their distinct mythical ancestor, a kind of friendly rivalry of myths, I suppose. But we must remember that these stories were transmitted orally for centuries before being written, thus variations abound. Some variations are simply due to time and the teller, etc. Some accounts name Jumong's mother as Yuwa with a specific lineage, others generically as the daughter of a water god. Some say Hyokyose's egg was laid by a white chicken from heaven, adding a celestial hen to the mix. In any case, such differences do not diminish the core narrative, but offer fertile ground for scholars to interpret. For instance, the presence of an egg in both Goguryeo and Silla myths suggests an ancient motive of rebirth and purity. Eggs as origin of life, you see. And it possibly indicates that the concept of kings hatching from eggs was widely respected. In fact, even the Samguk Sagi notes the similarity, and justifies it as a kind of heavenly miracle. Now the Goryeo dynasty, 918 to 1392. That's another fascinating chapter in Korean folklore, characterized by a syncretation of Buddhist and indigenous elements. Things begin to change. You see, Goryeo was a devoutly Buddhist state. Buddhism was the state religion. It permeated elite culture, but it was also a time when earlier folk beliefs continued to thrive among all classes, and that includes the elite. This blend produced rich folklore, miracles at temples, saintly monks, protective talismans, as well as goblins, foxes, and mountain spirits that coexisted with Buddhas in popular imagination. One of the most significant contributions of Goryeo to folklore was the preservation and compilation of older myths. You see, in the 13th century, the monk Iryon compiled the Samguk Yusa, that is the memorabilia of the Three Kingdoms, we've mentioned it a few times, a collection of legends, folk tales, and of course some historical anecdotes. But unlike the earlier Samguk Sagi, which was a more strict Confucian-style history. The Samguk Yusa unabashedly included foundation myths, miracles, and a lot of marvelous tales in between. A little bit more fun than the straight-laced historical tradition. Now, as for Irion, being a Buddhist monk, he devoted large sections to the lore of the Buddha's land, stories of monks, nuns, and Buddhist relics, but he also recorded the ancient myths of Dangun, Jumong, Hyokyosei, and others that we have already discussed. In many ways, Goryeo saved Korea's mythic heritage by simply taking the time to write it down. Irion's work is considered a treasure of Korean Buddhism and literature. For example, it's thanks to Samguk Yusa that we have the full account of Dangun's legend, the oldest surviving version, and numerous Silla legends. Goryeo's other scholars and writers also pen tales, historical miscellanies that blur into folklore, such as the stories of strange events recorded in the official histories of Goryeo. Now, this indicates an openness in Goryeo's intellectual climate to the supernatural as just another part of history. But Buddhism's influence is evident in many Goryeo-era folk narratives. Buddhist monks became central characters in folklore, often depicted as wise, powerful, sometimes even magically endowed. The notion of hagiography, that is, the lives of saints, merged with local storytelling. In fact, there is a story of Myo Cheong, a monk who claimed the mountain spirit of Mount Paktu told him Goryeo should move its capital. Another blending of shamanistic mountain worship and Buddhist prophecy, just the syncretism of the era. Although Myo Cheong's rebellion failed, and is historical by the way, the legends that sprouted around it painted him as a kind of mystical figure in contact with the spirits and gods. Another beloved figure is the monk Do Son, a 9th century monk/geographer, who according to folklore placed geomantic stones in temples across the land to channel spiritual energy. Many tales credit Do Son with shaping Goryeo's fortune through feng shui-like divination, demonstrating how even technical tasks were now mythologized. Now, Goryeo's royal family itself spawned legends too. King Taijo Wangyong, the founder, was said to have been prophesied by a guardian mountain spirit and aided by a dragon of the West Sea. One tale actually recounts that as a young general, Wangyong was guided by a vision of a dragon that revealed a secret shallow water route, enabling him to surprise his enemies at sea. Another divine intervention story, elevating his status to something above that of a mere mortal. But given Goryeo's Buddhist leanings, temple legends also flourished. One famous example is the story behind the massive Buddhist bell of Gyeongju. Now, according to the legend, when casting a giant iron bell for a temple, the bell would not ring properly until a monk received a revelation. A pure sacrifice was needed. Now, tragically, a young child was sacrificed, thrown into the molten bronze, and thereafter the bell rang with a haunting tone that seemed to echo the child's cry, "E mi la," that is mother in the old Silla language. Now, that's a bit gruesome, don't you think? The story does show how folklore sometimes explained the unearthly sound quality of an artifact through a spiritual or moral tale. Now, that poor kid. Not good. The key elements that need for a sacrifice to appease the spirits of metal echo shamanistic practice, yet are folded into a Buddhist context, that is the temple bell. Goryeo's Buddhist chronicles didn't officially endorse such sacrifices, of course, but the tale survived in oral tradition, showing that older shamanic idea of placating the object spirits. Now, what about ghost stories and supernatural encounters? Of course, they're also found in Goryeo folklore. Buddhism teaches about hungry ghosts and transmigration, concepts which enriched the local ghost lore. A well-known story from late Goryeo or early Joseon sources is that of Arang, the virtuous daughter of a magistrate in Miryang. Arang was murdered, unfortunately, and her ghost began appearing, causing trouble until a new magistrate promised to investigate her death properly. Once her killer was found, Arang's ghost was finally appeased. And this tale, though often dated to early Joseon, likely has roots in Goryeo's mix of Confucian justice and Buddhist afterlife. Goryeo's atmosphere of relative religious pluralism allowed such stories to propagate widely. Now let's discuss the dokebi and gumiho in the Goryeo context. Now just to remind you, the dokebi means goblin, though first mentioned in Seela's story, likely became a staple of oral folk tales during Goryeo. These goblins were conceived as mischievous, capricious spirits, often inhabiting old things, that is, a rusted tool or a centuries-old tree could perhaps spawn a dokebi. Now, we don't have written Goryeo folktale books, those come a little bit later. But scholars note that the notion of dokebi as trickster spirits was already well known by this time. In fact, one of the earliest documented words for goblin, bi-yong, as we saw, appears in the Samguk Gyusa, referring to a spirit lover. Another term, dokgebi, appears in folklore references by the Goryeo period. One interesting hint, a 9th century Chinese miscellany, that is Yoyang Zazuo, mentions a Korean tale about two brothers. This is the story of Hyungbu and Norbu. Actually a Joseon tale of two brothers and a magic gourd. And is also something about a goblin club, that is a dokebi bangmangi. Now this suggests that some Korean folk tales, goblins included, had traveled to China, or were at least known early on. The prototypical dokebi in folk tales is a jester of sorts, sometimes punishing greedy people with pranks, but other times rewarding kind people with magical gifts. For example, people might have told the forerunner of the famous story, The Old Men with Wen, where a nice old man dances with goblins, and they remove the wen, that is the tumor, on his face as a reward. But the greedy man tries the same, and the goblins, offended by his bad dancing, stick the removed wen back onto him. Well, a classic karmic humor tale. While our first written compilation of such tales came in Joseon, it is likely that they were part of Goryeo's oral tradition. And how far that goes back, well, it's anybody's guess. Notably, the dokebi's image in Goryeo times would have been amorphous, described in stories, but not yet standardized visually. Not like the Japanese oni. I'm sure later they would be drawn kind of like this with horns and clubs, but of course that was a much later development. Now we get on to the gumiho, that is a nine-tailed fox. The concept of foxes turning into beautiful women or other disguises was imported from Chinese lore, but it certainly took on Korean flavors. An early reference to a nine-tailed fox in Korea comes from Chinese records. The ancient Chinese text, Shanhai Jing, that is the classic of mountains and seas, mentions a nine-tailed fox in a distant eastern land called Qingqiu, which later commentators interpreted as referring to the Korean peninsula. Well, by the Goryeo period, we have mentions of fox spirits in historiography. Goryeo historians recorded sightings of strange foxes believed to portend unrest. Now these foxes, far from benevolent, were rather seen as harbingers of misfortune, or even embodiments of deception. One Goryeo tale speaks of a fox that could mimic a human's voice to lure people, an eerie forerunner of many later stories. Yet interestingly, not all fox spirit tales were negative in the early times. Chinese and perhaps early Korean lore sometimes portray them as wise, long-lived creatures, and if you were lucky, they might even take pity on you and help you out with something. A remnant of this appears in Korean tradition with stories of kind gumiho being tricked by cruel humans. But still, the dominant Korean version solidified later. By late Goryeo or early Joseon, gumiho were almost uniformly evil or dangerous, seducing men to eat their livers or hearts. Well, there's a case in point. The story attributed to the early Joseon writer Kim Si-seop, who lived just after Goryeo. In his tale, Gumyo Sinwa, a fox woman falls in love with a scholar, but cannot escape her nature in one version, while in another she is tragically sacrificing herself, showing, of course, conflicting portrayals. But the mere fact that such tales were written by early Joseon literati implies that they were circulating in the late Goryeo oral culture. Folklore in Goryeo was also deeply connected to shamanic rites, often under the patronage of Buddhism. The royal court itself engaged in rituals that, while cloaked in Buddhist language, were essentially shamanistic, like praying to mountain spirits for rain, or inviting temple monks to perform exorcistic dances. Goryeo kings consulted geomancers and monk maguses for state decisions, indicating that the supernatural was indeed part of governance. And these practices birthed their own legends. For instance, a court monk's successful rain-making could become legendary, even if it was just a bit of a coincidence. Goryeo is also when we see formal recognition of certain folk traditions. The court designated official shamans for certain tasks, and is syncretized with Buddhism by, for example, identifying some native gods with bodhisattvas. The sea goddess was often identified with the bodhisattva of compassion, just for an example. Well, this created a layered folklore. A sea captain may pray to both the dragon king of the sea from shamanism and Guan Num, or Guan Yin, from Buddhism, and this wouldn't be any contradiction in doing it. Stories would reflect both. A sailor's tale of surviving a shipwreck, he might attribute it to the Dragon King's turtle carrying him ashore, and a vision of Guan Yin guiding him, a blend of two traditions. But finally, it's crucial to note how regional folklore within Goryeo was recorded. Goryeo controlled most of the Korean peninsula, and even parts of Manchuria. It inherited local legends from former Bakje and Goguryeo lands. Many Samguk Yusai entries are basically Goryeo-era retellings of local myths. For example, the miraculous youth of Non-san story, or the origin of Jiri-san, that is Mount Jiri. These entries often start something like, in the town of so-and-so, there was a legend that so-and-so, things like that. And that shows how local origins persisted and were finally written down by the likes of Iryon. Here's another example. Samguk Yusa tells of a smallpox goddess, Lady Manura, whose origin story explains why offerings are made to her to protect children. Smallpox deities were widespread in East Asia. Goryeo folklore localized it, tying it to maybe a historical figure's deified form. And that was recorded too, giving scholars insight into how folk religion addressed these kind of epidemics, or puts it into something they can understand. Another example from Iryon is the story of General Seo Hei tricking the Khitan by invoking a mythical shared ancestor Tangun, which is more of a historical anecdote than folklore. But in how it's told, it certainly shows reverence for myth and diplomacy. That's for sure. Well, with the advent of the Joseon dynasty in 1392, Korea underwent a bit of a ideological shift. The rulers embraced a kind of neo-Confucianism as a state orthodoxy, and that favored rationalism, hierarchy, and above all, secular governance. As for Buddhism, that was suppressed. Monasteries were closed, moved to remote areas in the most generous of cases, and anything deemed superstitious, that includes shamanism and folk rites, were frowned upon by the elite. Now, on the surface, it might sound like a death knell for folklore, and indeed, the Confucian scholar officials saw many folk beliefs as unseemly or even harmful. Well, this was not going to be conducive to the new moral order, so they decided to take steps to stamp them all out. Yet paradoxically, the Joseon era is also incredibly rich in recording the evolution of folklore. Now, how does that make sense? Let me explain. Essentially, while officialdom tried to eliminate or control folk practices, the common people, and even some literati, some gentry in private, continued to practice them. Many educated individuals began compiling folk tales as literature or curiosities. The result is a dynamic tension, suppression on one hand, and an outpouring of folk creativity, often underground or informal, on the other. So first of all, we have shamanism, the indigenous faith. It bore the brunt of the Joseon suppression. Early Joseon law taxed shamans heavily and banned them from performing certain rituals, branding them as obscene superstition. The government periodically rounded up the shamans, the Mu Dang, and even expelled them from the capital. A bureau was even set up to catalogue and monitor them. Can't get away with anything anymore, can't you? Well, Neo-Confucian writings disparage Mu Dang as deceitful women, leading the populace astray. But despite this, shamanism proved to be resilient. It survived by going underground, or adapting. Royal and aristocratic families would publicly eschew shaman rites, but privately they still consulted fortune tellers or sponsored exorcisms during epidemics, with a knowing wink that it was just tradition. Well, among the common folk, life events, weddings, births, funerals, they often still involved shamanic ceremonies. They always did. Maybe they always will. Folklore in this period reflects an interesting duality. Outwardly, written stories might satirize shamans, but the continued existence of those stories indicates shamans' presence. For example, a common character in Joseon anecdotes is the Myo Seung, a female shaman often portrayed comically or as a foil to a clever Confucian scholar, yet always in a way that acknowledges that she's still part of the society. Well, one of the richest sources of Joseon folklore comes from the Ya-dam, or unofficial story collections written by the learned literati gentlemen. These Ya-dam were short tales or anecdotes, sometimes factual, sometimes pure fiction, most of the time somewhere in the middle. They often included ghosts, foxes, goblins, miraculous events, and the more of these they included, well, the more they sort of leant more towards the fiction. But they stand in as a reference to real-life people and events, I suppose. Now, curiously, even as the Confucian ideology reigned, these educated authors enjoyed and recorded tales of the supernatural, perhaps viewing them as harmless entertainment or moral fables rather than religious truth. We take, for example, Yu Mong In, a 17th century scholar who compiled the O Ya-dam, filled with ghost stories and strange occurrences that he had heard from people. And one story tells of a gumiho who had lived as a faithful wife to a man. Remember, that is a fox spirit, right? Only to be discovered when hunting dogs sensed her. A tale that elicits both fear and pity for the fox woman, suggesting a more sympathetic twist in an otherwise frightening trope. Another tale might involve a dokkebi's hat, which grants invisibility, being stolen by a cheeky protagonist. Stories like this serve multiple purposes: entertainment in social gatherings, moral lessons, or just simply as a record of strange happenings. Now, under the Neo-Confucian influence, filial piety, loyalty, and chastity became key virtues. We see folklore being reinterpreted to emphasize those values. The classic example is the ghost tale of Chun Yang, where a faithful wife's spirit helps to bring her unfaithful husband to justice, aligning the supernatural with the Confucian virtue. Or take the Dokebi tales, earlier folk tales were just often humorous or scary, but in Joseon compilations, they sometimes take on a moral quality. One noted by folklorists is that a Joseon version of a goblin tale might add the good protagonist was rewarded because he was filial to his parents, a detail not originally part of the oral tale, but inserted into it to make it more morally palatable for the times. Another example of ideological editing. However, many tales remain subversive or just plain fun, flying under the radar of censorship. Dokebi goblin tales in Joseon folklore fully blossomed as comical, harmless monsters. It's in this era that their iconic attributes appear in stories. The Dokebi's club that can summon wealth, the Dokebi's hat that makes one invisible, and their love for contests, riddles, or wrestling with humans. Now, one beloved folktale is The Man Who Befriended a Goblin, in which a poor but clever man drinks and jokes with the Dokebi, receiving gold only to outwit them in the end and send them away when they become annoying. They often portray Dokebi as goofy and gullible, rather than truly fearsome, reflecting perhaps an increased psychological distance. People were less likely to actually fear goblins in the late Joseon age, but they enjoyed them as folklore characters, and indeed by this time the image of the Dokebi might even have been influenced by Japanese depictions. Late Joseon and early modern illustrations drew Dokebi with horns and tiger skin loincloths, virtually identical to the Japanese oni. Well, mainly due to this cultural exchange and a little bit of later colonial influence perhaps. Now as for ghost stories, they reach a peak in popularity during the Joseon period. Well, they're usually spirits of those who died unjustly, or perhaps with lingering grievance. Joseon's strict social norms and often tumultuous events, wars, factional purges, etc., unfortunately provided many real tragedies which then birthed their own ghost legends. The aforementioned Arang story actually happened under early Joseon administration, and became so famous that Miryang, the town, still holds an Arang festival. Another, the story of Jianghua and Hongryong, tells of two stepsisters betrayed and murdered by their cruel stepmother. The ghosts haunt the village until a new magistrate investigates and punishes the evildoers. This tale, recorded in the 17th and 18th century, encapsulates Confucian morality with a chilling supernatural veneer. An evil step-parent, virtuous magistrate, filial daughters even in death. But it also shows how regional folklore carried on. Jianghua and Hongryong's story is set in Gaipong County, and likely was a local oral tale that made it into print because it resonated with broader values. Notably, these ghost tales serve as a social safety valve of sorts. In a rigid society where speaking out was difficult, stories about vengeful ghosts punishing corrupt officials or wicked family members provided a kind of narrative justice of sorts. Well, they weren't openly political, but they certainly carried an implicit critique. A bad magistrate might escape human law, but ghostly retribution could get them in the end. And then we have Confucian biases. Those are meant that some older myths were downplayed or rationalized. The Dangun myth, for instance, wasn't officially celebrated in Joseon as history. Yet, Dangun was not forgotten among the people. There remained shamanic rites to Dangun in some regions, and a cult at a supposed shrine on Mount Taebaek. Late Joseon Silak, that is, practical learning scholars, began to reappraise Dangun as well, as they searched for Korea's authentic past. By the 18th to 19th centuries, a nascent sense of Korean nationalism within some intellectual circles led to a renewed interest in indigenous lore, and that includes the story of Dangun. We can certainly see it as a tug-of-war between official ideology and cultural identity. There's no other way to really frame it. But for most of Joseon, official records avoided fantastical stories. But near contemporary sources like the 15th century Annals of King Sejong did quietly record, for example, the sighting of a Gui Sin, a ghost or strange phenomena, often adding the note, people say something something, but who really believes it? Kind of an interesting half-acceptance. Not saying that they don't believe it. I suppose they're just dipping their toes in, testing the water. Now, regionally, we have Jeju Island. And during Joseon, that retained much of its own unique folklore. While on the mainland, certain provinces were known for particular tales. Let's look at the Hamgyong region that is in the northeast. They've got stories of tigers as mountain lords, reclusive goblins too. And then in the Honam region in the southwest, they were famous for their pansori stories like Hongbu and Norbu, the tale of two brothers, one kind, one greedy, involving a magic gourd from a bird, essentially a folk tale with a moral story attached to it. All Joseon folk tales often incorporate social satire. For example, the character of Mr. Byon, that is Byon Gangsue, a cowardly person, but a pretentious one too, who ends up getting scammed by a goblin, implicitly mocking Yang Ban, who claim knowledge but have no substance. And then there are mask dance dramas, popular folk entertainment, especially in the late Joseon, directly lampooning the elite and the clergy, and within them folklore elements like greedy monks and foolish aristocrats, along with meddling shamans, appear as the stock set of characters. Now, even as Confucianism tried to erode shamanism, ironically the royal court itself ended up patronizing a certain folk rite out of necessity. You see, during the Joseon era, if there was a drought or an epidemic, the king would often sanction rituals that were essentially shamanistic in nature, but performed by court approval or personnel. For example, rain rituals. They might involve a procession to a mountain altar, which is basically appealing to a mountain spirit. A shamanic act, of course, albeit it is done by Confucian officials to avoid empowering the Mudang shamans. Now, when smallpox, considered to be the dreaded disease of the age, think about Europeans suffering with the Black Plague, Black Death, rather, all that sort of thing. Well, when smallpox struck the royal family, they also secretly invoked the smallpox deity, Mamyong Halmonye, with offerings, despite officially condemning such a practice. A dichotomy noted by contemporary observers, of course. And indeed, one late Joseon document complains that, quote, even after all these bans, when a calamity occurs, they revert to the shamanic rites, showing an enduring belief in folklore among Koreans, even those in power. But then we have the Gumiho law, and in Joseon times it became truly codified as terrifying. The nine-tailed fox was a staple of cautionary tales. A beautiful woman, which was actually a fox in disguise preying on an unweary man. A kind of succubus, I suppose, possibly reflecting male anxieties in the patriarchal society about female sexuality or deceit. Well, a well-known Joseon tale is the Fox Sister, where a family's third daughter is actually a fox in human form, who devours her brothers one by one until she is discovered. Pretty grisly story, told to children as a warning. Yet there are also romanticized fox tales, Gu family book-style narratives of a Gumiho yearning to become a human through love. One such account, in late Joseon, says a fox can become a human if they refrain from killing or eating for 100 days. some versions say 1,000 days. And also they have to win a genuine love from a human. The variations show a tension between viewing the Gumiho as pure evil versus allowing the possibility of redemption, perhaps influenced by Buddhist compassion or simply just imaginative storytelling. Well, by the late 19th century, as Joseon opened up to the world, we start getting accounts from foreigners noting the superstitions of Korea. They observe shamans performing rituals, folk remedies, and so on, giving us an outsider snapshot. It's evident that despite under 500 years of conservative regime, the folkloric imagination was suddenly unquenched. If anything, the contrast made folk tales a cherished outlet. What you couldn't say openly, you could say via a ghost story or a masked play. It reveals the undercurrents of the society, the fears, the hopes, and its irreverent humor. But it also shows how external influences, Confucian morality, Buddhist persistence, and even a bit of Japanese art were absorbed into that rich Korean folk tradition. Thailand. It's a country with its own myths and legends, where ancient folklore thrives just beneath that surface of everyday modern life. From the serene village temples to the bustling streets of Bangkok, the old tales of spirits, gods, and legendary heroes are continually whispered, performed, and celebrated. Thai folklore has a vast array of mythology, animist traditions, ghost stories, and religious belief that have been passed down through many generations. And the stories aren't just confined to the history books. They live on in local festivals, superstitious customs, and the daily rituals of everyday Thai people. It's a unique blend of indigenous beliefs with Buddhist and Brahmanic influence. So for centuries, Thai folklore was preserved primarily through oral tradition and communal storytelling. Long before being actually written down, the narratives were shared by word of mouth in monasteries and homes, details evolving with each retelling. And early royal chronicles and temple inscriptions occasionally hint at these folk beliefs, recording omens, miracles, and mythical lineages. But it wasn't until the 20th century that systematic efforts were made to document Thai folklore. Pioneering scholars devoted themselves to collecting folk tales, superstitions, and village customs, recognizing the cultural value of knowledge that had long been considered common or everyday. And it is thanks to such efforts that the rich tapestry of Thai folklore has been studied, preserved, and left for people like us of the future generations to enjoy. But importantly, Thai folklore varies a lot from one region to another. It's shaped by the area's history and ethnic heritage. The rugged mountains of the north, they have their own ghost stories and founding myths, and they're quite distinct from the rain-soaked rice fields of the central plains. And in the northeast Isan region, with Lao cultural ties, you can find a rich treasury of serpent legends and spirit rituals, while the southern peninsula boasts tales infused with Malay influence and seafaring lore. Yet across these regional differences, there is a shared reverence for the unseen and the supernatural. The Thai people, whether urban or rural, often honor ancestral spirits alongside Buddhist saints, and consult fortune tellers and monks alike for guidance. And so here we are today, continuing our story on the folklore of all nations. You can find them all in the playlist. I think we're up to number 8 by now. And today we talk about the folklore of Thailand. Of course, we'll do it in an academic manner, but we'll keep it accessible. Any terms that are jargon-like, I'll make sure to explain them the best I can. It's a journey from old to new. And so, let us begin that exploration together and spend the next hour together talking about Thai folklore. Before we do, though, allow me to just quickly welcome you. Anyone new to the channel, I invite you to subscribe. And for people coming back, good to see you again. Now remember that this video is completely ad-free along with all of the other videos on this channel. And this is because we are sponsored by, well, no one. No one sponsors us, but we do have a lot of support on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the occasional donation. All links can be found in the pinned comment and channel description. But also your word of mouth, telling your friends, a like, a comment, a subscribe, it boosts us up in the algorithm, and that means the world to us. So thank you in advance for clicking those few buttons. Now, with that being said and done, all out of the way, let's begin. You see, Thai mythology draws on a rich blend of indigenous tales and ancient Indian epics. A bit of a crossroads has produced a pantheon of heroic figures, celestial beings, and even a few of the more fantastical creatures. One of the cornerstones of Thai mythic lore is the Ramakien, the Thai version of the Ramayana. Adapted from the Hindu tradition and officially recorded in the early 19th century under King Rama I, the Ramakien tells of the divine prince Rama, his loyal wife Sita, and the monkey general Hanuman in their battle against a 10-headed demon king. Of course, the Indian tradition has their own names for it, but in Thai it's known as Tosakan. The epic has been thoroughly, I suppose, Thaiified. Hanuman, for example, is not only a brave warrior, but he's also a bit of a trickster in the Thai renditions. And local audiences seem to enjoy the added humor and romance woven into the character. Scenes from the Ramakien adorn the walls of Bangkok's famous temples and are brought to life in classical dance dramas, the Khon performances, showing once again how an ancient myth still thrives in modern Thai culture. But beyond all these grand epics, there are also countless local legends that explain the origins of cities, the deeds of past kings, and the mysteries of the natural landscape, which is absolutely gorgeous, by the way. Well, many Thai kings and heroes have been enveloped in folklore over time, their real deeds enhanced with these mythical elements. Let's take just one example. The legend of King Naresuan's elephant duel. It's often recounted as a mix of history and myth. In the 16th century, Naresuan is said to have challenged a Burmese crown prince to single combat on war elephants, dramatically defeating him with a single blow. Now, while historical records of that battle do exist, the folkloric version adds supernatural omens and a sense of destiny to the event, such as claims that Naresuan's victory fulfilled an ancient prophecy and was watched over by guardian spirits. Tales like that serve to glorify national heroes, and to this day they instill a sense of pride and unity. But the legends also speak of mythical creatures that bridge the human and divine worlds. First of all, and among the most revered, is the Naga, a giant, serpent-like spirit, believed to inhabit waterways and underground realms. Naga appear in countless stories, and they can be both tricksters and protectors, depending on what kind of story you encounter them in. But in Buddhist lore, a Naga king once sheltered the Buddha from a storm, and ever since, serpent motifs have guarded Thai temple stairways. In folk belief, entire communities along the Mekong River credit the Naga with creating mysterious fireballs seen rising from the water at the end of the rainy season, a phenomena they celebrate as proof of these serpent spirits paying homage to the Buddha. Another beloved creature is the Garuda, a mighty half-man, half-bird originally from Hindu mythology, which in Thailand became a symbol of royalty and divine protection. Now the Garuda is actually even the national emblem, so there you go. Meanwhile, the enchanted Kinare, half-woman, half-swan beings of the legendary Himavanta forest, are celebrated for their grace and beauty in Thai tales and traditional dance. These creatures populate Thai art and storytelling, embodying ideals of virtue, strength, and beauty all at once. And some folk tales have distinctly local flavors. And of course, it wouldn't be folklore without a few moral lessons thrown into the mix. One popular origin myth among the Lao-speaking people of the Northeast is the tale of Kun Borom, a culture hero of sorts sent from the heavens. According to this legend, Kun Borom had 7 sons who dispersed to find various Thai kingdoms, a story that symbolically ties the peoples of Laos, northern Thailand, and surrounding areas to a common divine ancestor. Other tales explain natural landmarks. One northern lore recounts that the formation of a certain lake came from the tragic love story of Fa Deng and Nang Ai, in which a furious Naga king flooded an entire city when his serpent daughter's human lover was brutally killed. Well, it left behind a lake said to be the remnants of that fateful drowned kingdom. It's through such myths and legends that Thai folklore provides not only entertainment, but a sense of identity and even a moral compass. Like I said, it's not really folklore without that moral story thrown in there too. Heroes exemplify courage, loyalty, and even a bit of cleverness, often rewarded by the intervention of heaven, while those who act with greed or cruelty meet poetic justice. Listeners, young and old, learn cultural values from these stories, whether it be the importance of keeping one's word, as in the tale of Prince Suthon and Minora, where a prince's fidelity to a magical bird princess is tested, or the belief that just governance brings divine favor, as many chronicles assert about righteous kings. And of course we'll get to a few more of those stories as we go on. So having explored the lofty realm of gods, heroes, and mythical beasts, we now turn to the other side of Thai folklore, and it's one that's much closer to the fears and fascinations of daily life. It is beyond the benevolent, beyond the noble figures of myth. Thailand's cultural landscape teems with spirits and ghosts, you see, and these supernatural beings, sometimes malevolent, sometimes merely mischievous, form the core of countless Thai ghost stories and continue to influence behavior and customs to this very day. Indeed, there's few aspects of Thai folklore that are as pervasive and vivid as that belief in ghosts and ghost-like creatures. They're known collectively in the Thai language as Phi. Ghost stories are shared in every corner of Thailand, too, and fear of restless spirits lingers even amid the trappings of modern life. In Thai tradition, the line between the living and the supernatural is quite thin, and it's long been accepted that certain unseen beings inhabit this world alongside us, influencing the fortunes of the living. These, of course, range from protective household spirits all the way up to angry and vengeful ghosts of the dead. The lore is remarkably rich, that's for sure, with spirits classified by their origins and temperaments. Many are the souls of who died in tragic or unnatural circumstances, unable to move on, staying on earth with their grief. One notorious example is Me Nek Phra Kanong, perhaps Thailand's most famous ghost. The legend goes like this. Me Nak was a beautiful young wife in 19th century Bangkok who died along with her infant during childbirth, while her husband, Mak, was away at war. But so great was her love and her sorrow that her ghost remained in the home, maintaining the illusion of life, not willing to let go. When Mak returned, he lived with Maynak's ghost, blissfully unaware of her demise, until a revelatory moment. It depends by the version. But in one version, he sees his wife's arm stretched unnaturally long to pick up a dropped lime, an inhuman act that exposes her true nature. Understandably terrified to find out that his wife is actually a ghost, Mark flees. Flees at Mach speed, perhaps. Oh, I shouldn't joke. Well, Maynak's spirit, grief-stricken and angry, then terrorizes the village until a respected Buddhist monk intervenes and finally puts her soul to rest. Now, according to some tellings, the monk confines her restless spirit in an earthen jar, or in a piece of bone from her forehead, tossing it into the river, finally ending the haunting. But to this day, and I suppose the story has not ended, Maynak is revered at a shrine in Bangkok, where people offer prayers for love and good fortune, turning a frightening tale into a cultural symbol of devotion and tragedy. And Maynak's just one of the dozens of ghosts that populate Thai folklore. Another infamous spirit is the Phi Tai Hong, a ghost of someone who suffered a sudden and violent death. Phi Tai Hong are considered especially dangerous and hungry, often haunting the place of their death until the proper rituals are performed to put their soul at ease. Travelers have long been weary of such spots, a lonely stretch of road or a deserted field, lest a Phi Tai Hong latch on to them as they pass by. And the villagers also tell of the horrifying Phi Kra Sui, a cursed woman whose disembodied head floats through the night, trailing organs, and her male counterpart, Phi Kra Hang, a filthy spirit flying on a winnowing basket. Not a good sight to see out on a night walk. And these nocturnal ghosts prey on livestock, and folk wisdom holds that hanging thorny vines around a house can help deter them. But not all Thai spirits are sinister. Some are merely capricious. Some are even benevolent. Tree-dwelling female spirits known as Nang Mai, that is, ladies of the wood, such as Nang Takyan of the ironwood tree or Nang Tani of the wild banana grove, are generally benign if respected, but they can punish those who defile their domain. People tie colorful cloth around the trunks of such trees and leave offerings, flowers, incense, and even cosmetics. It's all to keep the spirits happy, another practice that hints at how seriously these nature spirits are taken. Thai ghost belief also intersects with Buddhist concepts. Of course, they're a Buddhist country. The gaunt, towering Preta, that is the hungry ghost, is something that comes straight from the Buddhist teachings. It is said to be the spirit of an extremely greedy person, now wandering in the earth in torment, and with an insatiable hunger, but a mouth too small to eat. A moral warning in a ghostly form. Monks even hold rituals to offer food to Pret spirits during certain ceremonies, reflecting how religion and folklore once again merge in practice. Meanwhile, a more domestic ghost called Phi Am is blamed for the eerie phenomenon of sleep paralysis. Now, the word Phi Am literally means a ghost pressing on one's chest, which is an absolutely horrifying thought for those light sleepers among us. Many Thais half seriously believe that a ghost might sit on the chest of a sleeping person, leaving them completely immobile. So a sufferer might wear a protective amulet or recite a prayer before bed to ward off any Phi Am or other nightly spirits. Now, ghost belief also influences everyday customs, down to the smallest things too. For example, when someone dies, some families carry the body out through a hole cut in the wall instead of a door, so that the spirit, confused by the unusual exit, cannot easily find its way back into the house. I suppose there's a logic to that too. while many traditional Thai houses have high thresholds that one must step over. One explanation is that ghosts who glide just above the ground might be tripped up by the raised threshold, and thus they'd be too scared to cross it, and they'd keep out of the house. Though ghost stories, important social norms, through ghost stories, important social norms are reinforced. Young children are warned not to play outside at dusk to avoid the roaming ghosts, and pregnant women are cautioned about Phi Pob, a notorious spirit in rural lore said to possess victims and feast on their insides. A pretty terrifying notion, likely born from attempts to explain sudden wasting illness. In the past, entire villages might band together for an exorcism if a Phi Pob was believed to be attacking someone, with a shaman performing an ecstatic dance to drive the spirit out. Well, such events like this, whether or not they truly expelled ghosts, it doesn't really matter. What does matter is that they rather undeniably strengthened community bonds and allowed normal people to collectively face their fears. After all, there's strength in numbers, even against the other world. The prevalence of ghosts in Thai folklore shows a worldview in which the supernatural is accepted as part of the natural order, just a different side of the same coin. Every old house, every quiet riverbank, every dense forest, it might have its own unseen inhabitants, and learning to live with them, whether that be through rituals, respect, or a little bit of healthy fear, has long been part of Thai cultural wisdom. These supernatural tales have persisted, not just because they entertain, but because they offer explanations for life's mysteries and a sense of continuity with the past. And as we shall see next, the deep respect for spirits extends beyond the ghosts of the departed. It is closely tied to Thailand's animist traditions, in which a multitude of spirits are believed to inhabit the world around us, influencing the prosperity and well-being of normal people. Of course, underlying these many ghost stories and myths of Thailand is an older stratum of belief. And when I say old, I mean prehistoric, a form of animism and spirit worship with roots that predate and coexist with organized religion. You see, in the traditional Thai world view, the natural world is alive with all sorts of spirits. In a broad sense, we can say Phi. They inhabit trees, rivers, mountains, even human-made spaces. And appeasing these spirits and enlisting their favor, that is a cornerstone of folk practice. Walk through any Thai neighborhood, be it a rural village or a modern city block, and you'll likely see a spirit house standing in the corner of the property. These miniature shrine-like structures, often perched on a pedestal, are built as dwelling places for the guardian spirits of the land, or for any roaming entities who might otherwise cause mischief. By providing the spirits a pleasant little home of their own, complete with daily offerings of incense, rice, fruit, maybe some flowers, people hope to keep the household safe and prosperous. The practice is so widespread that even shops, hotels, and office buildings maintain spirit houses, a striking example of ancient beliefs persisting seamlessly in a modern capitalist environment. Every Thai village traditionally has its own protective spirit, often called the Chao Te, lord of the palace, lord of the place rather, or Phi Ban, the village guardian ghost. It is a spirit regarded as the territorial patron of the community's well-being. To honor Chao Te, communities hold annual ceremonies at a spirit shrine, offering food and sometimes performing dances or music to ensure good harvests and protection from calamities. In fact, in some locales, the village guardian is conceptualized as a female deity, Chao Mei, or mother spirit, and in others as a male warrior or even as a tiger spirit. That, of course, all depends on the local lore. The details vary widely, but the underlying principle is quite consistent. If humans show respect to the invisible beings around them, those beings will in turn
bless the community. But in addition to guardian spirits of places, Thais pay respect to a host of other spirits linked to daily activities. Farmers, for instance, honor May Phosop, the rice goddess, who personifies the life-giving rice crop, of course. So during planting and harvest, small offerings and rituals are dedicated to May Phosop to thank her for abundance. And of course, beg forgiveness for cutting the stalks. You see, harvesting is seen as harming the rice's spirit. So by taking away from it, you have to give back, I suppose, a kind of reciprocity of sorts. This reverence for the rice spirit reflects the agrarian roots of Thai society and ensures that even an act as mundane as farming is imbued with spiritual significance. Likewise, before chopping down a large tree for wood, a villager might perform a brief ritual to ask permission from the tree's resident spirit. And failing to do so, well, you could be inviting yourself quite a bit of misfortune. Fishermen and seafarers in southern Thailand have traditionally offered prayers or simple offerings to the Mei Yan Nang, that is the guardian spirit of boats, to ensure safe voyages. Across occupations and religions, such customs integrate respect for unseen forces into the fabric of everyday life. And I don't think it's going away anytime soon. In fact, I hope it never does. Now there's another living aspect of Thai animist tradition that's still around too, and that's spirit mediumship. In many communities, certain individuals, often called mo fi, meaning spirit doctors or shamans, serve as intermediaries between the human and spirit worlds. These mediums may enter trance states during ceremonies, believed to be possessed by a particular spirit or deity who then speaks or heals through them. And it's not uncommon for a medium to channel the spirit of a local guardian, a famous monk perhaps, or even a Hindu god like Shiva during these rather involved rituals. People consult spirit mediums for various reasons. It could be to cure illness, thought to be caused by angry spirits, or even to bless new business ventures, perhaps even just communicating with deceased ancestors. For example, if a family experiences a streak of bad luck, things going wrong left and right, well, they might not just put it up to circumstance. They might actually invite a mo fi to perform a house-cleansing ritual. And you'd get a bit of everything. It's complete with offerings, chants, all to appease any offended spirits lingering on the property. In the Northeast, for example, ceremonies such as the Baki or the Su Quan, the soul-calling ritual, involve elders tying sacred threads around a person's wrist to recall and bind that person's quan, that is the vital essence or soul, after a fright or perhaps an illness. While Buddhist monks often participate in these rites today, the belief behind them, that the soul can wander and must be ritually secured, that has its roots in ancient animism. Many of Thailand's most colorful folk festivals also have animist origins. One such event is the famous Phi Ta Kon, that is the Ghost Festival in Loei Province, where villagers don whimsical ghost masks and costumes in a raucous procession to wake the spirits and invite good fortune during a Buddhist merit-making holiday. As festivals like these that clearly show how pre-Buddhist spirit rites have been woven into the seasonal calendar alongside the more modern Buddhist observances. Of course, you can't forget about the amulets and charms. They also play a role in Thailand's spiritual practice. You might notice it too. Many Thais still wear Buddha amulets or occult talismans, but it's not really an expression of faith. Perhaps some are, but for most people it's more of a source of protective power, believed to ward off evil, and even, in a better case, to attract a bit of luck. Some amulets feature images of Hindu deities, legendary hermits, or fearsome animals, drawing from a syncretic mix of animist and religious symbolism. The tradition of Sakyant, that is, sacred tattoos, similarly straddles animism and Buddhism. Holy men or tattoo masters inscribe mystical diagrams and deity images onto the skin, accompanied by incantations, to imbue the wearer with a supernatural aid of sorts. All the way from taxi drivers up to soldiers, many attest to uncanny stories of survival or success, and it's all thanks to the charms, reinforcing the ancient conviction that the right ritual or talisman can harness supernatural help in times of grave need. So in essence, Thai animist traditions provide a spiritual framework that address the uncertainties of life, the sickness, the poor harvests, the natural disasters, and all those little things in between, unexplained misfortunes. It attributes them to displeased spirits in a cosmic imbalance. And of course, once you have a problem, you have a remedy through ritual. This framework operates in harmony with formal religions, rather than opposition. A Thai person might, in the same day, offer alms to Buddhist monks at dawn, and then consult a spirit medium in the afternoon about a personal problem. And there'd be no sense of contradiction in this. You just, take both of them in your stride. The integration of animism into daily life has certainly fostered a cultural ethos of respect. That's respect for elders and monks, yeah, sure, but also respect for the unseen guardians of the land and even one's home. And so as we move on to discuss the role of organized religion in Thai folklore, it will become clear how Buddhism in particular has adapted to and absorbed these age-old spirit beliefs. It creates a uniquely Thai spiritual tapestry, where nearly every aspect of life has a mythic explanation. Of course, Thailand's often described as a devoutly Buddhist country, and that's fair enough. Indeed, the majority of Thais do follow Theravada Buddhism as their main religion. However, Buddhism in Thailand has developed in tandem with the folk beliefs that we've discussed, so it's a little bit different. It's not like the normal run-of-the-mill Buddhism. It's a syncretic spiritual landscape, and rather than displacing older animist and Brahmanic traditions, Buddhism has rather absorbed and accommodated them. Now, this result is that many Thai folk tales, rituals, and cultural practices are suffused with religious meaning, and conversely, religious narratives often take on a local folkloric flavor. Let's take one clear example of religion blending with folklore. That is the incorporation of Buddhist Jataka tales. These are the stories of the Buddha's past lives into popular culture. For centuries, monks in temple courtyards have captivated lay people with Jataka tales that kind of double up as folk stories too. And one of the most famous is the Vesantara Jakata, the tale of a prince whose extreme generosity is retold in Thailand with local embellishments to teach lessons of charity. Monks narrating the story often add folk characters or dramatic miracles to keep the audience engaged, blending a moral doctrine again with a bit of village humor. Temple murals across the country visually recount Jataka stories alongside scenes of the Ramakien and local legends, and creates a kind of illustrated encyclopedia of Thai sacred folklore on temple walls. It's really fascinating to see. There's that really good one it's up in the north somewhere, I can't remember. Is it Nakhon? Oh, no, it's Chiang Rai, I think, that big white temple. That's it, I think it's Chiang Rai. You can go there and you can see all sorts of this sort of stuff. It's one thing to learn about it in a video, but to actually go there and just see it for yourself, yeah, that's something special. So, Hindu or Brahmanic influence, also called Brahmin influence, also persists in many religious folklore practices. and this is especially seen in ceremonies associated with the monarchy and the annual agricultural cycle. And yes, Thailand is a monarchy. They have a king. Now, the Thai kings historically patronized Brahmin priests who officiate at royal ceremonies that are essentially living folklore itself. For instance, the annual royal ploughing ceremony in Bangkok, led by Brahmin priests and observed by the king or his representatives. It revives an ancient fertility rite to bless the rice planting season. During this event, sacred oxen plow a furrow and choose from trays of food and drink. Now, whatever choices they make are interpreted as omens for the coming harvest. Though Brahmanic in origin, this spectacle is fully embraced as part of a national tradition. And of course, it's now very Thai in its nature. Everything adapts to the locality. Similarly, Thai coronations and other state events often feature Brahmanic rites. Conch shell fanfares, sacred waters poured over the monarch, and invocations of Hindu deities alongside the run-of-the-mill Buddhist prayers. And these rituals even hark back to ancient Indian concepts of kingship, though filtered through Khmer traditions of old Siam, showing again how the Thai state wove folklore, religion, and politics together to sanctify the authority. But at the popular level, many Thais worship or pay respects to Hindu gods in certain contexts, seeing no conflict with their Buddhist faith. It is common to find shrines to Ganesh, which the Thai people call Phra Phikanet, the elephant-headed deity. You can find them at universities and art departments, and students might pray to Ganesh for success in exams or creative endeavors. One of Bangkok's busiest spiritual sites today is the Erawan Shrine, dedicated to the god Brahma, Phra Phrom. Originally erected in the 1950s to pacify spirits troubling the construction of a hotel, this shrine in particular has gained a reputation for granting wishes. And even now, people line up to offer flowers and take wood elephants to Phra Phrom, and they hire traditional dancers to perform when a prayer has been answered, essentially treating the Hindu creator god as a powerful local spirit who can intervene in daily affairs. And it's phenomena like that that certainly show how imported gods became part of the local folklore tradition, integrating seamlessly into the Thai spiritual worldview. Thai Buddhism itself has generated new folk legends through the lives of charismatic monks and holy men. Many revered monks have miracles attributed to them, which then circulate as folklore. Let's look at the southern region first, where we find the tales of Luang Por Tuat, and they have achieved legendary status. Now, Luang Por Tuat was a 17th century monk historically recorded as a wise and pious man. Folklore remembers him for extraordinary miracles. Most famous of all, once during a sea voyage he turned salt water into fresh water with a prayer, of course saving the ship's crew from thirst. Today, amulets bearing Luang Por Tuat's likeness are among the most sought after in Thailand, because people believed his protective power resides within them. So it's not uncommon to hear someone credit their survival in an accident to the Luang Por Tuat amulet around their neck. In this way, a real monk has become a kind of a mythical guardian figure. Similarly, if we look into central Thailand traditions, the 19th century monk Somdet To is a historical personage around whom many legends have grown, and that is including, as mentioned earlier, his triumph over the ghost Mai Nak, using his holiness and a little bit of knowledge of magic. Monastic figures in Thailand often straddle the line between history and myth, and that shows how religious devotion can give rise to new folklore. One thing enriches the other. The Buddhism enriches the Hinduism, vice versa, and the folklore influences the religion. Major Buddhist festivals in Thailand also carry layers of folklore within them. Let's take Loi Krathong, the festival of lights held on the full moon of the 12th lunar month. On this night, people release small floats, krathong, decorated with flowers, candles, and incense onto rivers and ponds. Officially, it's explained as a time to pay respects to the Buddha. Some say the floating lights honor as a footprint of the Buddha on a riverbank in India, and to thank the water goddess for her bounty. Yet the origins of Loi Krathong are wrapped up in legend. One story credits a woman named Nang Nopamas, a consort in the Sukhothai royal court, with creating the first decorated raft to impress the king, and of course to honor the spirits of the river. Whether or not she was real, I don't think it really matters. The tale is widely told and gives a romantic folkloric sheen to the festival, so no harm done. During Loi Krathong, many Thais make silent wishes as they set their candle-lit rafts afloat, believing that the act carries away misfortune and pleases the spirits of the river. The Thai New Year water festival, Songkran, even has a Brahmanic backstory. A deity loses his head in a wager, and his 7 goddess daughters take turns in carrying it, a tale still referenced in holiday pageants. Meanwhile, ordinary people celebrate Songkran by visiting temples, washing Buddha statues with scented water, and gently sprinkling water on their elders to seek blessings. Myth and practice once again coexisting. Thai religious expression often uses folklore as a means to convey moral and ethical teachings. It's common for monks to sprinkle their sermons with local ghost stories or fables to illustrate the law of karma or the importance of kindness. A monk might tell the story of a greedy nobleman who becomes a roaming preta to stress generosity, or he might equally recount a trickster tale like that of Sri Tanonchai to gently chide people into not being too gullible. Well, in this way, folklore serves as a pedagogical tool in religious life. A Thai person growing up will hear the same core values echoed in the temple sermons and in bedtime stories told by their grandparents. The medium might differ, one formal religious setting, the other casual family entertainment. But the messages reinforce each other. It makes morality a natural part of the narrative landscape. In Thai society, there is little perceived conflict between folk belief and formal religious doctrine. A person can light incense at a spirit house, attend a Buddhist chanting ceremony, and consult an astrologer or fortune teller in the same week, and there's no real sense of spiritual inconsistency in doing all these things, because each of them addresses a different need. The spirit house for the immediate worldly concerns, the temple for cultivating merit and inner peace, and of course the fortune teller, because after all, how else would we navigate our personal destiny? It's all part of a holistic approach to life's uncertainties. And this syncretic harmony between Buddhism and folklore is a hallmark of Thai culture. It's allowed ancient beliefs to survive, not as fossilized relics to be put in museums, but as real dynamic parts of a living tradition. And with this understanding of the religious dimensions of Thai folklore, we can all better appreciate how deeply ingrained these traditions are. But to truly grasp the richness, we should also recognize how it varies across the country, each region adding its own flavor to this grand national story. So, let's talk a little bit more about that now. The themes and characters of Thai folklore weave a common cultural fabric, and each region of Thailand has its own distinctive color and flavor. It comes down to the historical, ethnic, and environmental differences that give us all these different kinds of stories and practices. A folktale told in one province might be completely unknown in another, or a ritual performed in the northern mountains might differ from one by the southern mountains, or southern sea rather. Let's look first at northern Thailand. In the Lana Kingdom of the North around Chiang Mai, folklore reflects the region's mountainous environment and blended Thai-Burmese heritage. Many northern legends highlight divine guidance in the founding of settlements, For instance, a famous tale recounts that a sacred white elephant carrying a Buddha relic climbed the Doi Sutep mountain, and when he got to the summit, he died, marking it as the heaven-chosen site for Chiang Mai's most revered temple. Thus, Northerners feel that their land was sanctified from the start. The North also abounds in stories of forest guardians, village ghosts, befitting its dense forests, of course. Travelers once left offerings at giant trees or misty mountain passes to appease the spirits and ensure safe passage. During the Northern Yi Peng festival, coinciding with Loi Krathong, thousands of lanterns are released into the sky, a beautiful custom meant to carry away misfortune and send blessings upward. Lana folklore emphasizes harmony between Buddhism and nature, and the gentle spirits and protective deities reflect the region's serene cultural ethos. Next we have northeastern Thailand, that is the region of Isan. This region shares many traditions with Laos, and is known for its exuberant, earthy folklore tied to the rice farming cycle. One celebrated Isan legend is the epic of Fa Deng and Nang Ai, a tragic romance between a human prince and a serpent princess that ends in a cataclysmic war between humans and the Naga, those aforementioned dragon serpents. Locals say that this battle created certain lakes and formed the land, and even today, people along the Mekong River attribute the mysterious glowing orbs known as Naga fireballs to serpent spirits honoring the Buddha. Isan villagers have long feared spirits like Phi Phob, blamed for unexplained illnesses, any real misfortune, and they developed communal healing rituals where shamans performed dances to expel these spirits, events that doubled as community theater. The region's festivals retain a raw animist spirit. The annual Rocket Festival, that is Bung Bang Phai, sees villagers launching homemade rockets into the sky to urge gods for rain amid raucous music and laughter. Sounds really fun, actually. In any case, these lively customs show how Isan people blend humor, spirituality, and communal solidarity, keeping ancient fertility rites and ghostly lore alive alongside their strong Buddhist faith. And then we have central Thailand. The Central Plains, home to historic capitals of Ayutthaya and Bangkok, have produced many folk tales that became national classics. Stories like Kun Chang Kun Fang, a long romantic epic filled with magic and adventure, and of course the ghost tale of Mae Nak, the loyal wife ghost of Bangkok, originated in central Thailand and spread to all corners of the country through literature and drama. Because the central region housed royal courts, many local legends were recorded by scholars and transformed into literary works which helped establish them as the official Thai folklore. Central Thai folklore is a blend of courtly influence and rural superstition. Even in bustling modern Bangkok, it's common to see a spirit house tucked beside a skyscraper or office workers pausing at noon to pray at a sidewalk shrine. It's a coexistence of old beliefs with a new lifestyle, and it really exemplifies central Thailand's role as the heart of Thai culture. It preserves the revered old stories and ghostly legends, right in the midst of that bustling modernity. Well, let's look at folklore in the south now. That is colored by the region's seas, jungles, and it's mixed of Thai, Buddhist, and Malay Muslim communities. One famous tale is that of Manora, the half-bird, half-woman princess who falls in love with a human prince. This story of love, loss, and reunion is commemorated in a vigorous dance drama unique to the South, keeping the legend alive through performance. Many southern folktales revolve around the sea. Along the Andanam coast, fishermen still pay respects to the water spirits. In Krabi, for example, a cave shrine dedicated to a mythical princess spirit is filled with wooden offerings from locals seeking safe voyage and plentiful fishing catch. In the deep southern provinces, local Muslim lore about holy men, jinn spirits, and miraculous events parallel the supernatural beliefs of the Thai Buddhists, showing once again a different cultural context for similar themes of faith and magic. But despite religious differences, some people share one belief, and that is that in guardian spirits and sacred powers, whether attributed to a Buddhist monk's relic, or perhaps even the tomb of an Islamic saint. Well, Southern folklore, from its serpent tales and its healing rituals, thus reflects a blend of Thai and Malay influences, once again adapted to a lush coastal world. In any case, across all regions, these diverse traditions form a collective tapestry of Thai folklore. Each locale adds its own characters and its own customs, but there is a strong common thread of reverence for the spiritual and the unseen. A northerner can appreciate the ghost of Mae Nak from central Thailand, and a southerner knows of the Naga fireballs of the Mekong. In this way, regional folklore has become a shared national heritage. In a rapidly modernizing country, Thai people continue to cherish their folktales, rituals, and festivals as a vital link to their history and identity. And by preserving and adapting these traditions, telling the old stories, honoring the spirits, and celebrating the ancient festivals, they ensure that the wisdom and wonder of Thai folklore endures for the future generations to enjoy. Today's a journey from the ancient to the modern, an analysis of roots that run so deep they are hard to trace, though they have grown and survived all the way into our modern era. It is one of yokai, of oni, and yurei, demons, sometimes benevolent, sometimes frightening. That is the breadth of Japanese folklore, not merely a collection of old stories in dusty books, but a window into the cultural psyche, values, and spiritual life of the Japanese people across centuries. There are core themes, the tension between nature and civilization, but we'll also talk about the significance of liminal spaces, concepts of spiritual purity and pollution, and all the moral lessons embedded in the supernatural lore. And we'll also have a look at the regional traditions, from Tohoku's snowy villages to Kyushu's subtropical islands, showing how these local environments gave birth to their own unique legends and rituals. It's been highly requested that we continue our folklore series and end up with the Japanese episode. And so today, here we are. We are fulfilling that obligation for you, dear viewer. And so before we begin, allow me to welcome you to the channel. If you're new here, it's your first time, well, I bid you a very warm welcome. It's good to have you here, and I invite you to click that subscribe button. As always, I'll remind you that this video and all of the other videos on the channel are all mid-roll free, so you're not going to get any interruptions halfway through. This is because we are supported by the Patreon and YouTube members, also the merch store, and the occasional donation. All links can be found in the video description, channel description, and pinned comment. But if you really want to do us a solid, then just give it a like, subscribe, leave a comment, and also hype the video. It all helps in the algorithm. And tell your friends too. We're always growing on this channel. So, we invite you to relax for the next hour, and we can go into the very interesting world of Japanese folklore. Enjoy. Of course, you can't understand Japanese folk tradition without looking at those Shinto roots. The creation myths as well. They were recorded in texts like Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, and they recount how the islands of Japan were born from the union of gods, that is, kami in their tongue, such as Izanagi and Izanami, and this established a sacred foundation for their later folklore. So let's understand them first, because they set the stage for a worldview in which the landscape is very much alive with spirits, mountains, rivers, forests, and even humble tools, inanimate objects. They all possess a spiritual essence. As centuries passed, oral tales and local legends grew around these beliefs, blending native Shinto ideas with the imported Buddhist cosmologies to explain every little bump in the night, every little run of bad luck or twist of fate. But moving into the Heian period, which is 794 to 1185, we find a rich corpus of folklore intertwined with the elegant aristocratic culture and superstition of the era. The Heian court was a place of refined art and literature, but also a very pervasive belief, that is, in mononoke, unseen spirits, or maleficent forces, and of course, onryo, vengeful ghosts. In fact, some of Japan's earliest recorded ghost stories come from Heian literature. A famous example occurs in the well-known tale of Genji no Monogatari, an 11th century novel where the living jealous spirit of Lady Rokujo leaves her body to torment her rivals, most notably causing the mysterious affliction and death of Genji's wife, Aoi no Ue. Well, this episode reflects the Heian belief that intense emotions like envy or rage could manifest as roaming spirits, blowing that line between the supernatural and the living. While the capital, Heian-kyo, now Kyoto, was often gripped by fear of Goryo, that is, the angry souls of those who died unfairly or were wronged by ruling elites. In fact, court historians describe how sudden plagues, fires, or disasters were attributed to these vengeful ghosts. For instance, after the exiled statesman Sugawara no Michizane died in 1903, and Kyoto was struck by calamities and lightning fires, many believed quite firmly that these were because of his wrathful spirit seeking revenge on the imperial court that wronged him. So what's the response? Well, the emperor hastily reinstated Michizane's honor and enshrined him as a deity of scholarship to placate his angry spirit. A telling example of how folklore directly influenced real political and religious actions, all the way up to the top levels of society. But another illustrative Heian tale is that of Oni, demons or ogres, and the heroes who battled them. Stories of demon-quelling warriors became quite popular, blending folklore with emerging samurai legend. A classic anecdote is the legend of Shuten Doji, a fearsome Oni leader who was said to terrorize the capital by kidnapping noble maidens. According to lore, the emperor commanded the renowned warrior Minamoto no Yorimitsu, also known as Raiko, and his band of loyal retainers to hunt down this demon on Mount Oe. Well disguised as monks, Yorimitsu's group infiltrated the Oni's lair, and then they tricked Shuten Doji into drinking poisoned sake. As the drunken giant fell unconscious, the heroes decapitated him, carrying away his severed head as proof of victory. Well, this tale, though rooted in the late Heian era, survived in oral tradition and inspired countless artworks. No plays, that is NOH, by the way, that's their kind of theater in Japan, and later folk tales were also inspired by this. And it also highlights a recurring motive in Japanese folklore, that is this cleverness and courage triumphing over the monstrous forces of chaos. Well, even more intriguing is how such demon legends often carry such symbolic weight. The Oni in Shuten Doji's story can be read as representing the wild, lawless fringes beyond the capital, ultimately subdued by human bravery with a little bit of divine favor. Heian Japan was also the era of the onmyoji, the master diviners and exorcists of the yin-yang path, whose existence itself straddled the line between folklore and historical reality. Now, the most famous onmyoji, Abe no Seimei, became a kind of legendary figure on his own. He lived in the 10th century and was employed by the court to perform perform folk rituals to ward off evil spirits and discern auspicious signs. Over time, Abe no Seime's reputed powers, such as controlling shikigami, that is, spirit servants, more or less, but also outwitting demons, these were all exaggerated in folklore and popular drama. Certainly makes for a good story. And by the medieval period, he was mythologized as a half-human, half-fox being with supernatural insight. A story that shows how historical individuals could be elevated to folkloric status, embodying the era's deep fascination with the occult and the balance of cosmic forces. The Heian period's contributions to folklore resonate in later centuries. The concept of restless spirits, the need for appeasement rituals, they all became ingrained in Japanese culture. Annual ceremonies like the Goryo-e, rituals to pacify the vengeful souls, were performed to calm any angry spirits lurking around in the city. And these customs show an interesting synthesis, a little bit of religion, a little bit of folklore, and a little bit of governance, where the supernatural was addressed through formal rites to ensure the well-being of society. Really, if we're going to sum it all up, this classical era of Japan established many of the core motifs that we can identify with Japanese folklore. Unpredictable spirits, influenced by human emotion, demons lurking at the edge of civilization, and the importance of rituals and clever heroes to restore harmony. So with all those foundations laid, we can certainly trace how folklore evolved in the subsequent periods, especially during the vibrant storytelling culture of the Edo era and beyond. Well, let's fast forward a little bit. 1603, the beginning of the Edo period, and we find an explosion of interest in ghost tales, monster lore, and popular legend. Now, the Edo era, characterized by over 2 centuries of domestic peace, a rising merchant class, and a flourishing of the arts, it became a golden age for folklore, not just in performative form, but in the more new and modern printed form. Originally, people used to gather for the parlor game Hyaku Monogatari Kaidankai, that is, the gathering of 100 supernatural tales. Basically, they'd tell ghost stories one by one, extinguishing a candle after each tale until an eerie darkness had fallen. Now, this game, quite popular among samurai and townsfolk alike, it fueled the creation and dissemination of many kaidan, that is, ghost stories. It was said that when the last candle went out after the 100th story, something truly supernatural might be summoned. An idea that shows how deeply storytelling and belief intertwined in entertainment and ritual. Pretty interesting, that's for sure. I suppose, as the candles go out, the last 10 to be kind of a countdown, making everybody increasingly nervous. Now, one of the most iconic Edo-era kaidan is Yotsuya Kaidan, the chilling story of Oiwa, a betrayed wife who becomes a vengeful ghost. The tale first appeared as a kabuki play in 1825, and has since become Japan's most famous ghost story. Well, in this tale, Oiwa is tragically poisoned and disfigured by her unfaithful husband and his lover. After her death, her spirit in yurei form returns with stringy hair, a drooping eye, and a blood-stained face. She's come back to take her revenge, haunting her treacherous husband and driving him to madness. The imagery of Oiwa's apparition, often depicted with a white burial kimono and wild black hair, helped cement the archetype of the vengeful female ghost in Japanese culture. And to this day, theater productions of Yotsuya Kaidan are treated with a kind of superstitious reverence. Actors even pray at Oiwa's grave for forgiveness before they do the performances. The moral underpinnings of the story are pretty clear too. It serves as a cautionary tale about betrayal and cruelty, and that reflects the Edo period value placed on marital fidelity and social ethics.
but with a supernatural twist that wrongdoing will eventually be avenged, whether it be in this world or the next. No one really gets away with it. It all catches up with you in time in a kind of karmic cycle. And then we have another beloved Edo tale, that is Banjo Sarayashiki, the story of Okiku and the 9 plates. Basically, Okiku was a loyal housemaid who accidentally, or in some versions deliberately, broke a dish from a precious 10-plate set. Well, in a fit of unjust anger, her master killed her and threw her body down a well. Okiku's ghost, therefore, haunted the estate, emerging from the well each night, wailing and counting from 1 to 9 before bursting into tears upon finding the 10th plate missing. This repetitive, ghostly counting, of course, terrorized the household nightly. And ultimately, depending on the version, perhaps it's a priest or a clever servant, they shout 10 at the end of her count, and that resolves the haunting by symbolically completing the count of plates and calming Okiku's spirit. Of course, the story not only gave Edo audiences a delightful scare, but it carries these themes of injustice and the need for resolution. You see, her ghost only finds peace when the wrong is acknowledged, symbolized by completing the count. And the tale became so popular that it inspired woodblock prints and even local superstitions about wells. People peering into old wells at night might imagine a pale figure rising, counting dishes. And of course, maybe you're thinking of the movie The Ring. You know, how the white-dressed and long black-haired girl start crawling out of the well. Well, there is the origin. In any case, beyond ghosts, the Edo period also systematized a pantheon of yokai. That is the myriad of monsters, trickster animals, and strange phenomena that constitute Japan's monsterology. A key figure in this endeavor was the scholar-artist Toriyama Sekien, who published a series of illustrated encyclopedias of yokai in the late 18th century. Sekien's works, such as Gazu Hyakiyagyo, the illustrated night parade of 100 demons, catalogued creatures from folklore and his imagination, giving them visual forms and written descriptions. In fact, many popular yokai today owe their fame or standardized image to Sekien's depictions. For example, he portrayed the Kappa, a water goblin, as a scaly child-sized creature with a beak-like mouth and a dish-like depression on its head, containing the water that is the source of its strength. And then he sketched the Tengu, the long-nosed goblin, as a winged humanoid living in the mountains. He also included whimsical entries like the Karakasa Obake, a one-eyed umbrella that hops around on a single leg, an example of the Tsuku monogami, everyday objects that come to life after 100 years, that is. Sekien's catalogues were widely read in Edo, much like bestiaries or illustrated guides to supernatural Japan, and they helped spread and standardize local legends into a more unified and recognizable national folklore. And so, in a sense, this was folklore scholarship avant la lettre, a precursor to formal studies, though Sekien did it in a more playful and artistic manner. But this era was also a time when literature and theatre embraced folkloric themes. Ueda Akinari, an 18th century author, drew from earlier folk tales and legends to create literary masterpieces of the supernatural. His famous collection, Ugetsu Monogatari, Tales of Moonlight and Rain in 1776, features elegant ghost stories laid with moral and Buddhist philosophical messages. One story, for instance, the Chrysanthemum Vow, tells of undying friendship tested beyond the grave, while another, the Cauldron of Kibitsu, depicts the lingering curse of a scorned wife, again highlighting the moral that broken promises and treachery leads to deadly hauntings. Well, these works bridged oral folklore with high literature, and they show that ghostly tales could carry deep human truths and even political commentary. By weaving folklore into refined prose, Akinari elevated the genre's prestige and ensured these legends would be preserved among the educated classes, not just in the rustic countryside. We're quite lucky to have this sort of thing, the legacy of Japanese culture. So, the Edo period's love affair with folklore culminated in a vibrant ghost story culture by the 19th century. People enjoyed scary stories during the hot summers, believing that chills from fear could actually cool you down. While many of the ghost and yokai tales from Edo remain staples of Japan's folklore canon today. And just as importantly, the era's printed books and artworks created an archive of folklore that later generations and scholars could draw upon. So when Japan opened to the world at the end of the Edo period and modernized rapidly in the Meiji, this treasure trove of recorded folklore would prove invaluable for those who wish to remember and celebrate the old tales, albeit amid the new sweeping societal changes. And so with the dawn of the Meiji era, that being 1868, Japan went through changes, rapid industrialization, but also rapid westernization. The transformation posed a challenge to the old folk beliefs, you see. Some viewed them as superstitious and incompatible with modern science and progress. But despite all this, folklore proved remarkably resilient and adaptable. In fact, the late 19th and early 20th centuries saw a renaissance of interest in collecting and preserving Japanese folk tales, fueled in part by both native scholars and curious foreigners. One notable figure was Lafcadio Hearn, also known as Koizumi Yakumo, an Irish-Greek writer who settled in Japan in the 1890s. Hearn was enchanted by Japan's ghostly lore and traveled the country gathering stories, much like the brothers Grimm did for German folklore. His 1904 book, Kaidan, Stories and Studies of Strange Things, introduced English-speaking audiences to spectral tales like Yuki Onna, the Snow Woman, and Hoichi the Earless. The latter is Hearn's rendition of an old legend, which the blind biwa lute player Hoichi performs for the ghosts of samurai and is saved from their clutches only by having holy sutras painted on his body. Except for his ears, of course, which the ghosts tear off when they find those ears invisible, that is, not covered by the sutras. Hearn's works were not academic studies, I suppose, but they did play a role in preserving oral tales at a time when Japan was changing into modernity, and might have even been tempted to leave its old ghosts behind. In any case, we're very lucky to have that work too, I think. But during the 20th century, Japan's rapid urbanization and the horrors of war, also the economic upheaval, they could have consigned folklore to obscurity too. But instead they just gave it new forms and contexts. The rise of mass media, the first radio, then television, later the internet, it allowed ghost stories and yokai legends to be shared in new ways. Folklore themes found their way into modern literature, film, and eventually anime and manga. For example, the concept of the onryo, the vengeful spirit, from Edo period kabuki was reimagined in the contemporary horror cinema. The famous image we've already mentioned, Sadako, the pale long-haired ghost from Ring in 1998, or Kayako from Ju-on, also known in the West as The Grudge, which, yeah, that's a very scary movie. It draws directly from the archetype of Oiwa and other traditional ghosts, showing how the old motives still haunt the modern imagination. And really, you owe it to yourself to go and watch the original Japanese versions of The Grudge. Not before bed. Oh, they are, well, they've aged quite well. But to me, even the way that, even just the way, the graininess in how they were filmed, it's quite a disturbing piece of media, I think. but nonetheless, go and watch it. In any case, quite similarly, beloved children's anime like Gutenberg no Kitaro revolve around yokai characters adapted from folklore, such as Kitaro's father, who's essentially the Hitoran no Oyaji, an eyeball with a tiny body. Presents them in a friendly, whimsical way, too. Mizuki Shigeru himself was a folklorist at heart, who traveled across Japan to sketch and document local yokai stories, contributing to a revival of interest in traditional monsters in the late 20th century. And you really can't go past mentioning Inuyasha as well. That was a good show. Old one, I think it was 90s. You should go watch that too. Well, modern Japan has also generated new urban legends, and they carry the spirit of folklore into a more contemporary setting. The classic example from the 70s is Kuchisake Onna, the slit-mouthed woman, an eerie figure said to roam late at night in the streets wearing a surgical mask, which is quite common in Japan, so initially not too alarming. If people get sick or something, they'll usually wear a surgical mask to not pass it on to others. In any case, according to legend, she would approach lone pedestrians, often children, and she'd ask, "Am I beautiful?" Well, if the person answered yes, she would remove her mask to reveal a grotesquely slit-open mouth from ear to ear. And then she'd ask you, "How about now?" Well, if the victim reacted with horror, she would attack them with scissors. The modern folktale spread like wildfire through a word of mouth and sensationalist reports, causing real panic at schools at one point. Essentially a contemporary yokai tale, complete with a moral of sorts, I suppose. Be careful of strangers. Appearances deceive. And of course variations have evolved over time. Some say that carrying candy or saying certain phrases can ward her off, much like one might use a charm against a yokai. And another widely told modern ghost legend is that of Hanako-san, the spirit of a young girl who haunts school bathrooms, usually the third stall of the third-floor girls' restroom. Children across Japan know the dare of knocking on the stall and calling out, "Hanako-san, are you there?" to see if the girl responds. These stories aren't really old in a historical sense, but they still function exactly like traditional folklore. And they're told orally too, or at least nowadays via the internet. I remember the old days of chain emails with ghost pictures. If you don't pass it on, the ghost is going to get you. Back in the old Hotmail days and MySpace, showing my age a bit. But they've also got regional variations too. And I suppose there's a bit of thrill and a bit of caution reflecting social anxieties. Now, for instance, that Kuchisake Onna, the slit-mouthed woman, she emerged at a time of rising awareness of random violence, and perhaps even subconscious fears of changing social roles, since she's often depicted as a former victim of a male aggressor. Well, meanwhile, many folk practices and festivals continue to thrive in modern Japan, and they're often supported by local and national efforts to preserve cultural heritage. Annual events like Obon, that is the summer festival when the ancestral spirits are welcomed back home, remain widely observed, and it blends both Buddhist ritual with ancient ancestor worship beliefs. During Obon, communities light mukaebi, that is welcoming fires, and toro nagashi, floating lanterns on rivers to guide the spirits, a rather picturesque tradition rooted in the folklore's view of the border between life and death being porous at certain times of the year. And then there's regional festivals too. They often celebrate folkloric characters. For example, every New Year's in Akita Prefecture, that is northern Tohoku, villagers enact the Namahage ritual, where men are dressed as ferocious, ogre-like beings to visit houses to scare children into good behavior and bring blessings. What outsiders see as frightening monsters are, to locals, protective figures performing a rite of passage. Again, it gives a bit of depth to these beings. But the government and cultural organizations now designate many of these folk customs as intangible cultural heritage, recognizing that preserving folklore is as important as preserving monuments. And so in urban settings, you might find summer ghost story events, theme parks, or museums dedicated to yokai, and young people reading manga or playing games filled with folkloric reference. All of this shows that folklore in modern Japan is not a relic of the past, but a living and very evolving part of the culture, adapting and finding new life as time goes on. So let's get away from the chronological approach for a while, because we've sampled folklore across time enough, and I think it's time we look at a few more, several core themes and symbolic motifs consistently emerging in Japanese folklore. Not all of them unique, but some of them quite Japanese in their style. First of all, let's talk about nature versus civilization. It's a predominant theme, and it's the tension between the natural world and human civilization. You see Japan's terrain, the thick forests, the towering mountains, remote islands, has always posed a stark contrast to its densely populated villages and cities, and folklore often personifies this contrast through spirits and creatures that embody nature's power, reminding humans to respect those forces beyond their control. And we see this in tales of the mountain kami, or Yama no Ke, the god that guard the forests and peaks, rather. For example, Tengu, we've mentioned, those long-nosed, bird-like goblins. They lurk in the mountain strongholds and punish woodcutters or proud monks who intrude too arrogantly into their domain. In the lowlands, the kappa inhabits rivers and ponds, ready to drag the unwary, especially misbehaving children, into the water. Stories like this are cautionary tales. They're warnings to villagers, especially youngsters, about the dangers of straying too far into wild places or disrespecting the elements. And the implication is quite clear. Nature is alive, and nature is watching. If you violate its rules, you might incur the wrath of the supernatural guardians. This theme symbolizes the delicate balance that Japan has long negotiated between the wilderness and civilization. Rice farming communities depended on tamed nature, fields, irrigation, so on. Yet just beyond the paddies lay untamed woods, believed to be the realm of the yokai. Many festivals and local customs have developed to appease natural spirits, suggesting a social acknowledgement that human prosperity relied on cooperation with the unseen forces of the world. A vivid example comes from Tohoku's Tono region, where villagers traditionally left small offerings by riverbanks to placate the kappa and prevent drownings or crop damage. Folklore here encodes a form of environmental ethics. Treat the river well, don't pollute or waste its waters, and the kappa will not bother your family. Across Japan, there's countless folk tales of animals like foxes, the kitsune, or raccoon dogs, the tanuki, that take human form to test people's kindness or humility. If a lost traveler offers help to a fox disguised as a frail old man, he might later be rewarded with good fortune. The fox may have been the messenger of the Inari deity. But if a person acts arrogantly, he may be led astray by a shapeshifter or become a cautionary example himself. The next thing we have is another key theme in Japanese folklore. It's liminality, the importance of thresholds, borders, and in-between states. Many supernatural events in these tales happen in liminal spaces or times, showing the belief that boundaries between our world and the other world are quite porous, and should of course be approached with caution. Twilight, the dusk, literally called Tasogaredoki, literally who is it time, was thought to be especially treacherous, as it's neither day or night, a time when yokai and yurei find it easiest to slip into the human realm. And indeed,
A number of ghost stories begin with a lone traveler finding himself on a road at dusk, when shadows lengthen, and a friendly stranger met at a wayside could turn out to be a fox in disguise or a ghost leading them astray. Similarly, certain seasons and festival days are considered to be liminal. During Obon, the boundary between the living and the dead thins so that ancestral spirits cross back into the world of the living. On New Year's Eve, the old year turning to new is marked by rituals like ringing temple bells 108 times to drive away negative influences, symbolically guaranteeing the liminal moment so no evil follows into the fresh year. But physical thresholds also abound in folk tales. The bridge is a classical liminal space neither here or there, suspended over running water, which is itself another boundary. It's no coincidence that one famous no drama and legend, the story of the Hashihime, the bridge princess, features a woman who transformed into a demon while waiting on a bridge at night due to jealousy. She became a vengeful spirit said to haunt Uji Bridge. In many stories, a village's bridge, or mountain pass, is exactly where one might encounter something otherworldly. Like, for example, the Yuki Onna on a snowy mountain path, or the Oji Baba, the old crone yokai asking travelers strange questions at crossroads. And even the threshold of a home, the entryway called Genkan, has its protective folklore, placing a protective charm or a Kagura Suzu, a ritual bell that is, and the door can ward off evil from crossing into that domestic space. And of course, the notion of tsukumogami, tools or objects coming to life after long years, plays on the liminality between the animate and the inanimate. An old sandal or teapot at its 100th year steps over a metaphorical boundary and gains its own spirit, suggesting that even the line between object and living thing is not absolute in folklore logic. But why exactly an emphasis on liminality? Anthropologically, we could say it reflects in how Japanese culture ritualizes transitions to ensure that they are auspicious. Folklore, in turn, populates those transition points with vivid imagery to warn and remind. So if you must travel at dusk, be extra vigilant. If you stand at the border of a village at midnight, remember unseen eyes might watch. It instills a respect for boundaries and transitions, whether they be life stages, or perhaps spatial edges like the coastline, where one might meet the wrathful sea spirit Umi Bozu on a boat. Liminality in Japanese folklore ultimately highlights the idea that most powerful or uncanny things happen at the edges, that is, either society, the edges of the day, of life and death, and that one must navigate these edges carefully, often with reverence and sometimes with ritual. Well, next we have purity and pollution, i.e., a kind of spiritual cleanliness. Underlying much of the Japanese folklore is the concept of spiritual purity versus a pollution. It's called kegare. This theme is heavily influenced by Shinto beliefs where maintaining purity is essential to avoid any misfortune, and defilement, especially by death or violence, attracts evil. And many ghost stories can be interpreted through this lens. Ghosts are often the result of a disruption in the natural order, something impure that was not cleansed, a soul that cannot move on, perhaps because it suffered a wrongful death or improper burial rites. It becomes a fuyure, a wandering ghost, essentially a form of spiritual pollution troubling the living until things are set right. For example, in the tale of Oiwa, or Okiku mentioned earlier, each becomes an angry ghost due to an egregious wrong, that is either betrayal or murder, and they need to atone for them. The haunting continues until someone acknowledges the crime and performs the appropriate appeasement, whether that be prayer, ritual, or a full-on exorcism, thus purifying the environment or the grudge. Folklore also encodes daily life purity rituals. The akaname, a rather grotesque yokai depicted as a slimy creature that licks the dirt in untidy bathrooms, is essentially a personification of filth, kind of like a demonic cockroach of sorts. The tale warns that if you don't clean your bathroom, the akaname might come. An amusing yet pointed reminder that uncleanliness invites unwanted company, figuratively and supernaturally. Likewise, there are beliefs that evil spirits are attracted to places of decay or impurity, and this ties in with why many Japanese folks even today sprinkle salt at the door after attending a funeral. You see, salt, in Shinto tradition, purifies and blocks any clinging spirits of the dead, who are considered ritually unclean, from entering the home. And another example is the kappa's aversion to iron. In some stories, since iron used to make blades and knives is thought to repel spirits and purify by cutting ties, hence fishermen would sometimes throw iron scraps into rivers to ward off kappa. The interplay of purity and impurity is dramatically seen in the practice of misogi, that is, water purification. Many folk tales and shrine legends involve people washing away sins or curses in waterfalls or rivers. The folklore of certain waterfalls or hot springs often claims that they have originated from a deity's tears or blood and therefore have the power to cleanse illness, which in older times was seen as having a spiritual cause. For instance, Tono Monogatari describes how villagers avoided certain river spots deemed unclean because a kappa had in the past attacked someone there, until a priest could at least come and perform rites to purify the area. Whether it's a ghost driven by unresolved defilement, or a monster embodying physical dirt, or even a hero cleansing a cursed place, the theme of purity versus pollution is woven throughout Japanese folklore. It shows a moral that is both practical and spiritual. Keep yourself and your surroundings pure in behavior, thought, and environment, and you will invite protection from the good spirits, and in turn repel the malevolent ones. And if impurity occurs, whether through moral wrongdoing or contact with death, it must be acknowledged and cleansed through proper ritual, or else that darkness might fester. Next, let's talk about a little bit of the morality and justice, these themes that are pervasive in supernatural tales. Supernatural tales often serve as allegories for ethical conduct, with karmic consequences doled out by otherworldly agents. Unlike straightforward moral fables, though, Japanese ghost and yokai stories teach morals in a more nuanced way, frequently using fear and awe rather than direct didactism. We have already noted how many yurei tales caution against betrayal, murder, or broken oaths, since the aggrieved party might come back from the grave to settle the score. And this instills a sense of justice beyond the human legal system. Even if a crime goes unpunished in human courts, no deed is truly secret or forgotten in the spiritual realm. The belief in enkiri, ties that sever, that death cannot even sever, rather, means that if you wrong someone deeply enough, you are bound together until justice is achieved, whether in this life or as ghosts. It's a powerful moral deterrent against cruelty and treachery. Likewise, yokai tales serve to reinforce social norms and values. The trickster, fox, and tanuki stories, for instance, commonly reward honesty and kindness while punishing greed and arrogance. A well-known folk tale tells of a poor woodcutter who kindly frees a trapped tanuki, that is a raccoon dog, just to remind you, and later, the tanuki, possessing shape-shifting powers, turns into a teapot and asks the woodcutter to sell it for money. Then it, after that, reverts to tanuki form to escape the buyer and return to the woodcutter, essentially providing him financial assistance. Well, this tale, often called bunbuku chagama, highlights generosity repaid with generosity.
but it also carries an implicit lesson about compassion for even the smallest beings. Conversely, other tales describe villagers who mistreat a fox or tanuki, only to suffer pranks, bad luck, or even horrifying illusions in retribution. And these outcomes reflect a kind of folk justice. The world of spirits and animals will not suffer human hubris lightly. Folkloric beings also often test the virtues of humility, diligence, and respect. In one charming story, a traveling monk, who might have been an incarnate deity in disguise, comes to a village and is shunned by a rich, proud family, but welcomed by a poor farmer's family. So the next day, the rich family's home is found mysteriously burned down, or their wealth has vanished, while the humble family is blessed with unexpected prosperity. Such tales, with variations across regions, show the classic moral lessons of hospitality and humility. Now, that supernatural element, a monk with hidden powers or a divine stranger, just amplifies the weight of the lesson, making it more memorable and, I suppose in a way, culturally authoritative. And another moral dimension in Japanese folklore is the idea of reciprocity and obligation, on and giri in Japanese social virtue. When someone receives a great favor, even from a supernatural being, they are expected to return it, or at least not take it for granted. Folktales illustrate the dire consequences of failing to uphold one's giri. For example, the legend of Urashima Taro tells of a fisherman who rescues a turtle, actually a disguised undersea princess, and is rewarded with a journey to the dragon palace under the sea. He stays there for what seems like a few days, but when he returns to his village, he finds that many years have passed, and so has everybody he once knew. In some versions, this twist is simply a sad consequence of Taro's neglect of time, but in others, it's subtly framed as Taro's fault for leaving without properly expressing gratitude and saying farewell to the Dragon Palace. Either way, the story imparts a moral about respect for gifts and the inexorable flow of time, a warning that one cannot just indulge in wonder without a regard for real-world responsibilities. But just as Japan's geography spans from subarctic Hokkaido to subtropical Okinawa, the folklore of Japan varies widely by region too, with each locale contributing to its own colorful threads to the national tapestry of tales. So let's start first with Tohoku, that is northeastern Japan. It's known for its long, harsh winters and rugged mountains, and it has folklore that reflects both the challenges of rural life and the close-knit nature of its communities. One famous figure here is the Zashiki Warashi, a house spirit in Iwate Prefecture, appearing as the ghostly image of a small child, sometimes with a bobbed haircut and red vest. The Zashiki Warashi is said to reside in old farmhouses, bringing good fortune to those who honor it, but misfortune if it leaves. Many families in Tohoku historically left out offerings, like small meals or toys, to keep their Zashiki Warashi content. The idea of a protective child spirit may have arisen in this region due to high infant mortality in earlier times, which is obviously tragic. Also the desire to believe that deceased children's souls stayed to watch over the home and the parents. An example of how folklore provided comfort and a sense of guardianship amid those living in difficult conditions and going through life's little tragedies. Tohoku's landscape also gave birth to chilling winter tales. In the snowbound villages, people told of the snow woman, the Yuki Onna, who appears on blizzardy nights as a beautiful pale woman in a white kimono. In some local stories, she is benign, guiding lost travelers to safety, and in others she's deadly, luring men to freeze to death or stealing the life breath of children. The dual nature of it reflects the winter itself.
mesmerizingly beautiful but potentially lethal. Parents might have used the tale to warn youth against the danger of winter storms. Don't go out in the blizzard or the Yuki Onna will get you, while also personifying the awe they felt toward the silent, otherworldly snow landscapes. Another well-known Tohoku tradition is the Namahage of Akita, which we touched on a little earlier. The Namahage is essentially New Year's demon. Villagers dressed as fearsome ogres with straw cloaks and oni masks that go door to door, growling phrases like, "Are there any lazy children here? Any naughty children?" Well, this practice, unique to the Oga Peninsula of Akita, is both a festive ritual and a living folk tale. It reenacts the legend of ogres that once tormented the area until villagers made a pact with them, only to scare children on New Year's in exchange for peace the rest of the year. The exact custom is deeply local, tied to the agricultural calendar and the year's end renewal, but also the social need to encourage youngsters to be diligent. Tohoku's remoteness historically has allowed such customs to persist, and today they are celebrated as part of regional identity. Next we have Shikoku. As the smallest of Japan's 4 main islands, Shikoku is famous for its 88-temple pilgrimage route associated with the Buddhist monk Kukai, or as he's also known, Kubo Daishi. But it's equally rich in local yokai and legends. Shikoku's wooded mountains and rocky coasts harbor tales of some frightening creatures of their own. One notable yokai said to roam Shikoku is the Ushi Oni, literally cow demon. Descriptions vary, but it's often depicted as a monstrous creature with the body of an ox or spider and a horned Oni's head. The Ushi Oni was feared for attacking fishermen and villagers along the coast, and in some areas during festivals, locals parade large Ushi Oni floats or puppets as a way to ward off evil and commemorate the legends, turning a scary yokai into a kind of protective symbol. And this is a great example of how a community can take a negative folkloric figure and ritually transform it into a guardian, essentially saying we acknowledge the danger of our coast, like storms, rough seas, unknown beasts, but by ritually taming the Ushi Oni in celebration, we hope to gain its favor or protection. The existence of Ushi Oni lore along Shikoku's coast highlights how isolated islands and communities invented powerful creatures to personify the perils of the sea and cliffs. Shikoku is also known for stories of Bake Tanuki, that is, shape-shifting tanuki. While tanuki tales exist all over Japan, Shikoku's Iya Valley claims a very famous one, the legend of the 800 brave tanuki of Shikoku. In this story, different tanuki clans, each led by a chieftain with a colorful name, like Danzaburu Tanuki of Sado Island and Kincho Tanuki of Awaji Island, engage in a grand war of trickery, only to later reconcile and become benevolent. One local hero tanuki from Shikoku, Yashima no Hage Tanuki, was said to drum on his big stomach to entertain people, and even have helped in a historic battle by frightening enemy soldiers with ghostly flames that he conjured. It's a playful yet epic folktale, and it possibly emerged from Shikoku's many isolated villages, where telling tall tales about clever tanuki would be a popular pastime on long evenings. But it also reflects Shikoku's rugged terrain, since human warlords seldom reached its hidden valleys. The tanuki could be imagined as staging their own mock battles in the folktale realm, I suppose. Region-specific folklore like this fosters local pride, too. Even a tiny hamlet can claim this is where the mighty tanuki general beat his drum, linking the community's identity to a story not found in other places. Additionally, Shikoku has folklore tied to its religious heritage. The 88-temple pilgrimage has generated countless anecdotes of miracles and yokai encounters. One tale tells of Kobo Daishi meeting a dangerous yokai woman in the mountain pass who tried to waylay him. only for his prayers to reveal her true demonic form and send her fleeing. Now, moving on to the southernmost main island of Kyushu, we encounter a warm climate, active volcanoes, and a history as a crossroads of trade and foreign influence. It's these factors that color Kyushu's folklore. For instance, Kyushu has numerous fire-related legends, which is understandable, given the presence of volcanoes like Mount Aso and Sakurajima. In Kagoshima, people told of Hinoemna, a fiery horse demon, or of Katakirawa, a one-eared piglet spectre believed to appear in the aftermath of fire disasters. Kyushu particularly, its eastern edges and southern parts, has a tradition of tsukimono, that is, possession spirits, that is stronger than in many other regions. One infamous example is the Inugami, the dog god, which is actually a kind of malevolent spirit used in sorcery, thought to bring wealth or curses depending on how it's implored. Belief in Inugami was historically prevalent in parts of Kyushu and Shikoku. Some families were stigmatized as Inugami mochi, that is, keepers of the Inugami, and feared by neighbors, who thought that they could send their invisible dog spirit to possess and harm others. The origin of Inugami folklore is actually quite gruesome. A dog spirit created through ritual animal cruelty, reflecting how extreme social stresses might lead folklore to secretly attacking rivals with magic. But it shows a darker side of regional folklore too. Not every local tale is about a fun-loving jokester yokai. Some are about curses and fear of one's neighbors, which are just as much part of the tapestry of folklore as anything else. But on a friendlier note, Kyushu is home to the kappa's watery haunts as well. The city of Fukuoka, for example, has kappa legends in its canals, and various villages in Kyushu have their own kappa laws. In fact, one town claims that kappa even taught them how to irrigate the fields. In some places, kappa are called by local names, like Gataro or Enka, and farmers once offered cucumbers, which is the kappa's favorite food, for protection. Kyushu's version of the well-known Isun Boshi, the one-inch boy, a Tom Thumb-like folk hero, has him starting his journey in Kyushu's rivers. And these regional twists again highlight that while some stories spread nationally, they often get localized flavors. And lastly, Kyushu's proximity to Okinawa and earlier contact with Korea and China, Nagasaki was a trade port, even during isolation, meant that some foreign folklore elements entered local lore. For example, the Karakasa Obake, the haunted umbrella, and other objects possibly drew on Chinese Taoist ideas of household spirits, and the concepts of ghosts returning on the seventh day after death. That is found on some Kyushu stories, and it might reflect the blending with Chinese Buddhist mourning customs. Thus, Kyushu folklore is a pretty rich one of its own, with indigenous Japanese elements seasoned by a touch of outside influence, but ultimately all adapted to its own environment. There is a hut at the edge of every Russian fairy tale. It stands on chicken legs. It rotates slowly in the forest, turning toward whatever the visitor least expects. And inside this hut lives an old woman with iron teeth and a nose so long that it scrapes the ceiling when she sleeps. Her name is Baba Yaga, perhaps the strangest figure in all of world mythology, because she might save you, or she might eat you, but there's no way of knowing which one she'll do until you're already inside the hut. At first, she'll give you a test. She always does that. And if you pass, she'll send you deeper into the forest, closer to the thing you need, but could never have found on your own. In any case, she's always known that you were coming. The only question is whether you really deserve
what you came for. And that's a little bit of a taste of Russian folklore. And truly the signature of that culture is terror and guidance, danger and wisdom inseparable, all rolled into one. And the best thing about it is it only gets stranger from here. Hello everyone, welcome back. Today we're doing a guide to Russian folklore. Good to see you here again for continuing our series. Just quickly before we begin, thank you to everybody who's crowdfunding this channel, keeping it all ad-free. Links are available in the pinned comment and description. And thank you to those who took the time to hit the like button, subscribe and leave a comment. That helps us reach more in the algorithm. Now that being said, let's get right on with it. The Russian fairy tale, the сказка, operates on a logic that is, at first encounter, a little counterintuitive. Basically, the hero is almost never the most capable or the most diligent person available. It is most commonly Ivan the Fool, the youngest of three brothers, dismissed by everyone, including himself, as someone who's lazy, simple, and unlikely to achieve anything. He lies on the stove, the great domestic hearth that was the literal and symbolic center of the Russian peasant home, eating and sleeping while his elder brothers demonstrate their competence and their ambition, and their repeated failure to achieve the task that the tale has set. And then Ivan goes. He does not go with a plan at all. He rather goes with patience, with courtesy, to whatever he meets on the road, and with a willingness to comply with requests that sensible people would refuse. And he succeeds, invariably, whether sensible people and the well-prepared, well-planned ones have all failed. Now this motive of Ivan the Fool is kind of a placeholder. It's so central to the Russian сказка tradition that it constitutes the specific moral and philosophical position, not merely this narrative convenience. The Soviet folklorist Vladimir Prop, whose 1928 Morphology of the Folktale is one of the founding texts of structural narrative analysis, argued that the function of the fool figure was to embody a specific relationship to fate and to the irrational requirements to the supernatural world. The elder brothers fail precisely because they apply this rational, self-interested calculation to situations that require something else. This generosity to strangers, a willingness to share resources rather than hoard them, readiness to perform apparently pointless acts of kindness. Ivan succeeds because he doesn't calculate. He gives some old woman half of his last crust of bread without being begged and asked for it. He shares his fire with the frozen snake in the snow. And he tells the fish he caught to go free, for no other reason than it asked him nicely. Each of these acts of apparently irrational generosity is, in the logic of the Russian fairy tale, a down payment on supernatural assistance that arrives much later on, at the moment of greatest need. The stove deserves particular attention as the symbolic object in Russian folk narrative tradition. Ivan lies on the stove. His elder brothers work while he just lies there. The stove is at the same time his vice and preparation. Now the Russian peasant stove, made of brick or clay, was an enormous structure that occupied a significant portion of the smaller peasant home, provided heat for cooking and warmth through the bitter Russian winter, and it had sleeping platforms built into its upper surfaces, where the warmer spots in the house were found. Lying on the stove was, literally, the most comfortable and secure position in a Russian house. In the сказка tradition, it is simultaneously a motive of laziness Ivan's apparent unwillingness to engage with the world, and a figure of quiet preparedness, of waiting at the center of warmth while the cold world outside does its worst. Ivan on the stove is not doing nothing. He is just being in a way that the tale will eventually vindicate. The structural features of the Russian fairy tale were the subject of Prop's morphological analysis, which identified 31 functions that recur across the corpus of the Russian skazki in consistent sequence. The initial lack or violation that sets the story in motion, the departure of the hero, the encounter with a helper figure, the acquisition of magical talent, the journey to another realm, the confrontation with the villain, resolution, return, and recognition of the hero in the final stage. This structural consistency across hundreds of separate tales is not just a coincidence, it's a deep narrative grammar that shaped both the creation and transmission of the tales within the oral tradition. Performers did not memorize every tale verbatim, they reconstructed them from a shared structural template, and they filled in that template with specific characters, settings, and details that varied across stories. The structure was the real backbone. The specific content, that was more improvised. The language of Russian skazka is itself distinctive and formulaic in ways that reflect the oral tradition from which it emerged. Tales begin with specific opening formulas. You'd have something like, in so-and-so kingdom, in so-and-so land. Things like that signal the transmission from the ordinary experience to the realm of make-believe. And they end with closing formulas that re-establish the boundary. Something like, I was there, I drank mead and beer. It ran down my mustache but didn't enter my mouth. This kind of thing. Combining the participatory claim of the storyteller with the explicit statement that the tale's world is not the listener's world. Between opening and closing, the language employs characteristic repetitions, triplings, tasks given 3 times, brothers named 3, attempts made 3 times, and specific epithets for recurring characters and objects that create a consistent verbal texture recognizable to anyone familiar with the tradition. The firebird has golden feathers, the magic horse stamps, and his breath is a column of smoke. Baba Yaga lives in her hut on chicken legs in a forest that is always described as dense and dark. These are all formulaic elements, the markers of a living oral tradition that carries its history mainly through its language. But of course, there's no figure in Russian folklore more distinctive and complex than Baba Yaga. She appears in hundreds of tales across the corpus, always in her hut on chicken legs, always with her iron teeth and enormous nose, and always detecting the smell of a living Russian with the same formula. Foo, foo, foo. Previously, the Russian smell was unknown, but now the Russian smell has arrived. Her words, not mine. And always presenting the arriving hero or heroine with the same sequence, the offer of the bath, food, and sleep before she asks their business. She is as hospitable as she is terrifying. You fail the tests, you get eaten. If you pass them, she'll equip you for the road. She is the oldest thing in the forest, older than the story being told, and she speaks as if she has seen every version of the current situation many, many times before. The scholarly analysis of Baba Yaga has been quite extensive and sometimes wildly speculative, ranging from the plausible to the imaginative. Vladimir Prop himself traced her origins to the donor function in his morphological schema. She is primarily the figure who provides the hero with information and magical assistance, while noting her ambivalence, her potential for both help and harm. Other scholars have identified her with older Slavic goddesses of death in the underworld, pointing to her function as a boundary figure between the living world and the realm of the dead. She lives at the edge of the forest, which is also the edge of the world, and her heart rotates to face the underworld rather than the human realm. The chicken legs have been interpreted as perching on grave posts, a reference to archaic burial practices. Her teeth of iron, her mortar and pestle as vehicle. She flies through the air in a mortar and pestle, by the way, sweeping away the traces of her passage with a broom, and her relationship to the animals of the forest. It all connects her to this older, pre-Christian layer of Slavic supernatural tradition. But what makes her really fascinating, rather than just simply strange, is the specific moral logic that she embodies. She does not reward virtue in a conventional sense. She rewards competence, courtesy, and the willingness to comply with apparently arbitrary demands. When Vasilia the Beautiful arrives at her hut in some versions of the tale, fleeing her wicked stepmother's household, Baba Yaga sets her impossible tasks, sorting poppy seeds from soil by morning, separating millet, performing the full round of household labor for an immortal and insatiable old woman. Now, Vasilisa succeeds, but not through supernatural power or cleverness, but through the help of a doll her dead mother gave her, a small domestic object that embodies maternal love and, practical assistance, effectively, but also through her diligent compliance with whatever was demanded. When Baba Yaga finally asks how she managed the tasks, Vasilisa answers honestly that she was helped by her mother's blessing. And at this answer, Baba Yaga throws her out of the hut. She will not have blessed people in the house. The blessed survive. The unblessed are food. The tale of Vasilisa, the direct Russian precursor to the Cinderella story tradition, is notable for the specific cosmic scale that Baba Yaga takes in this version. She has 3 pairs of hands attached to her house, the hands of the dawn, the full day, and the night. She has 3 horsemen that ride out from her hut at intervals, a white horseman for dawn, a red one for noon, and a black one for midnight. She operates at her scale of cosmic time, presiding over the structure of the day and night from her position at the edge of the world. The scale of her power is commensurate with the scale of the assistance she can provide. The firelight she gives Vasilisa at this story's end, a skull on a stick whose eyes burn with fire, by the way, pretty cool, is the only fire capable of burning the stepmother and stepsisters to ash, a justice that the ordinary world could not deliver. Baba Yaga's relationship to the heroes who visit her is governed by a set of protocols that the tales consistently describe. The hero must not speak first. Baba Yaga must invite him to eat, bathe, and rest before the conversation begins. He must not reveal his mission uninvited. Baba Yaga will ask for that information. He must respond to her questions truthfully, not elaborately, and he must not show fear. These protocols are not arbitrary, but rather the specific forms of correct behavior required when encountering a being of immense power who is simultaneously of helping and killing you. You must demonstrate that you know the rules of engagement and can observe them under that pressure. Baba Yaga in this reading is the ultimate test of the hero's social competence in this supernatural world, more demanding in some ways than the dragon at the story's climax, because the dragon can be killed, you see, with a good sword, while Baba Yaga, she's something a little bit more subtle, and her whole personality, her whole essence is somewhat harder to figure out. Well, the next thing we're going to talk about is the home, the things you'll find within the house in a folklore context. And it is one of the most distinctively Russian dimensions of folk belief, that dense population of the domestic and natural world with spirits whose relationship to human beings can be protective or malevolent, and whose requirements for correct behavior are pretty consistent and well documented in the ethnographic record. The Russian peasant did not inhabit a spiritually neutral domestic space. Every house had what was called a domovoi. Every bathhouse had a bannik. Every barn had its vorovoi, and every field had its polivik, a layered inhabitation of a rather ordinary world by supernatural beings, whose goodwill was, of course, essential to domestic and agricultural success. The domovoi, the house spirit, the master of the house, is the most important of the domestic supernatural beings. He's typically described as a small, hairy old man, sometimes resembling the household's eldest male, sometimes invisible but felt as a warm weight on the sleeping person's chest. He lives behind the stove, the spiritual center of the Russian house again, or under the threshold, and he is the guardian of the household's well-being. He watches over the animals, warns of coming misfortune, and maintains the household's luck, as long as he is properly respected, of course. When a family moves to a new home, a specific ceremony was required to invite the domovoi to accompany them. He was not automatically transferred, you see, and moving to a new house without bringing your domovoi meant abandoning your household's supernatural protection, and, well, starting from scratch again is a little bit difficult. The requirements of the domovoi are modest but pretty specific. Bread, salt, and occasionally some porridge left out as an offering. He requires the family not to whistle in the house. You see, whistling was widely believed to attract malevolent spirits and offend the domovoi's sense of domestic order. He requires that no one sleep at the threshold. That's his territory. He dislikes disputes and quarreling within the house, which he may punish by braiding women's hair into painful knots when they sleep, pinching them, or moving household objects to confusing locations. When a household member was ill, the domovoi's behavior was carefully observed. If he pressed down heavily on a sleeper's chest, it was a bad sign, but if his touch was gentle and his form warm, then recovery was expected. Simultaneously, he was a source of protection and a barometer of the household's spiritual health. When he was heard wailing in the night, or when the family reported that he had been seen leaving through the door, these were understood as the most serious omens. The departure of the domovoi from a house meant that disaster was coming, and nothing the family could do could hold it back. Then we have the bannik, as we mentioned, the spirit of the bathhouse, and that occupies a more ambivalent position. The Russian banya, the steam bathhouse, was a site of intense social and ritual significance. It was where children were born, where the dying were brought in final hours, where weddings were preceded by ritual purification, and where, in folk belief, the boundary between the human and spirit worlds was particularly permeable. The bannik inhabits the steam of the banya, and he's dangerous. The first 3 shifts of bathers were generally considered safe. The 4th was the bannik's own time, and entering the banya during the 4th shift risked encountering him in an unfriendly mood. And I mean properly unfriendly. He might suffocate bathers with steam, heat the stones until the building caught fire, or drive people mad, leaving bread and salt for the bannik before the first bathing of the day, and thanking him when finished. That was the ritual requirement for safe use of the bathhouse. Specific combination of intense heat, steam, and darkness that characterized the banya experience seems to have generated particularly vivid supernatural associations. Now next we have the dorovoi, the yard spirit, who governed the domestic animals, the horses, cattle, sheep, and chickens, whose health and productivity were essential to the peasant household's survival. Unlike the domovoi, who was generally benevolent toward the entire house, the dorovoi, had strong preferences among the animals in his care, and might show these preferences by harming animals he disliked. Once again, he could braid their manes up and leave them sweaty and exhausted in the morning, causing them to lose weight and condition. The standard explanation for a horse that was losing condition without apparent physical cause was that the dovoroi did not like that particular horse. The remedy was to bring a new horse into the stable and observe whether the dovoroi accepted it. A horse he liked would thrive. Once he disliked, well, they would continue to decline, regardless of the care given to it. These practical explanations for unexplained animal health problems, framed in supernatural terms, served the social function of providing an acceptable narrative for losses that otherwise couldn't be explained, and they maintained the community's commitment to the ritual protocols that kept the household spirits content. Next, we're going to talk about forest and water spirits, because if the domestic spirits represented the supernatural dimensions of the settled and human world, well, then the spirits of the forest and water are more the dimension of the wild world, laying beyond that village boundary. The boundary between the settled and the wild in Russian folk belief was not just geographic, it was kind of moral, spiritual, and existential all at once. The forest was the primary space of the unknown. The dangerous and the magically charged all lived there. And to enter the forest without proper precautions, without knowing the correct protocols, well, that was not wise. You're going into a world governed by different rules now, inhabited by beings with no particular commitment to your well-being. First off, we've got the Leshy, the forest spirit, the forest owner, the lord of the woods, one of the most richly described supernatural beings in the Russian tradition. It appears in multiple forms, sometimes as a peasant in grey kaftan, with his left coat lap folded over the right, rather than the conventional right over the left, always with some details subtly wrong, sometimes as a whirlwind, sometimes as an enormous figure as tall as the trees of the forest itself, or sometimes even as a small little mushroom-sized creature in the undergrowth. His eyes are pale and glowing, and he doesn't have a shadow. He walks, but his footsteps leave no tracks. He can be encountered at any moment in the Russian forest, and the encounter is dangerous, because the Leshy is the primary cause of being lost in the woods. Now, I don't mean lost in the ordinary sense of taking a wrong turn. That you can fix. But I'm talking about profoundly and magically lost in a forest that suddenly looks wrong, where every direction looks like every other direction, and the familiar landmarks have rearranged themselves. The Leshy has absolute dominion over the animals of the forest and over the behavior of the forest itself. Mushroom pickers, gatherers, hunters, and woodcutters all operate in his domain, and his goodwill was essential to their success. He could drive game away from the hunter, turn mushrooms invisible to the gatherer, and cause the woodcutter's axe to twist in his grip so he'll end up cutting himself rather than the tree, and then you're in real trouble. Well, his relationship to the humans was part of a powerful landholder towards trespassers in his property, technically hostile by default, capable of being placated by the right offerings and the right forms of behavior, but never entirely trustworthy. Operating safely in the forest required specific knowledge that every Russian peasant needed. The prayers said before entering, the offerings left, and the formula for appeasing the Leshy lest you lose your way. All of it transmitted through oral tradition and direct experiential learning, because after all, the price of ignorance could be wandering in the forest until you just, well, died. And nobody wants that. The next thing we could encounter is the Rusalki, kind of hauntingly beautiful, but the most lethal of water spirits, beings who inhabit rivers, lakes, and springs, and draw down the men who encounter them. Their origins are disputed in literature. Some researchers link them to the spirits of drowned young women, those who died before marriage, or the ones who died unbaptized, all categories of ritually incomplete dead in Slavic folk belief, who were particularly prone to becoming supernatural beings of a dangerous kind. Others have argued for a deeper agricultural origin, connecting the Rusalki to the fertility spirits of grain and water that were appropriated in the Rusalgia week ceremonies of late spring. That's the Rusalia. Both traditions appear to be present in the composite figure that the recorded sources describe, and the scholarly debate has not settled the question. Dare I say, the question will remain unsettled for a long while. The Rusalki are young, beautiful, long-haired, and their hair is always wet and always unbound, which in the context of peasant society marked them both as sexually available and ritually outside the nominal categories. They dance in meadows and forest clearings on warm nights, and men who see them are drawn to them. The dance with a Rusalka is generally fatal, because she will dance you to exhaustion and then drag you down into her watery domain. The specific danger of the Rusalki intensifies during the Rusalia week, and that is the week before Troitsa, the Trinity Sunday of the Orthodox calendar. That's when they were believed to leave the water entirely and inhabit birch trees, whose branches were tied with ribbons in ceremonies that combined Christian festival elements with much older propitiation of the spirits of water and vegetation. During Rusalia week, swimming was forbidden, and wormwood and feverfew were carried as protection, just in case the Rusalki put her gaze upon you. Well, next we have one that's a little bit more philosophically interesting. Kashe the Deathless, which sounds a lot like a Warhammer fantasy character, but that's just my opinion. He is the principal villain of the Russian heroic fairy tale. He's the kidnapper of the princess, the enemy of the hero, the sorcerer whose defeat is the climax of dozens of tales. But what makes Kashe unique is what has generated an extraordinary volume of interpretive commentary from scholars who have found him something, well, considerably more interesting than a simple villain, and that is the specific nature of his deathlessness and the specific mechanism by which he can be killed. Now, that mechanism is not by ordinary means. Swords are useless, fire doesn't burn him, and you can't drown him either. He is, in the full sense of the word, deathless, hence the name, right? A being who has separated himself from the possibility of death by the simple expedient of hiding his death somewhere outside his body. His death is concealed in a needle, the needle inside an egg, and the egg is inside a duck. The duck is inside a hare, the hare is inside a chest of iron, the chest is buried under an oak tree. The oak tree grows on an island in the sea, and the island is the hardest place in the world to find. No wonder no one can kill him. But to kill Kashe, the hero must find the island, dig up the chest, catch the hare, catch the duck, break the egg, and break the needle. Only then does Kashe die. The problem is, when you try to catch the hare will run away as soon as the chest is opened. You try to catch the duck flies away. You try to break the egg, well, it rolls away as soon as the duck is killed. That's the issue. The nested structure of Kashe's death, the concentration and concealment of vulnerability through successive layers of container and guardian, is one of the most symbolically rich motives in Russian folklore, and its parallels appear in mythological traditions from India to Ireland. The specific Russian version has a quality that distinguishes it. The death is not merely hidden, but externalized. Cachet is literally a being without a soul, or more precisely, a being whose soul is detached from his body and stored in some other place. Yes, it is kind of like a Horcrux. He is unkillable because he's incomplete, because the essential vulnerable thing about him has been removed from where it should be. His power and weakness are the same thing. The separation from self, from death, makes him deathless, but it also makes him a kind of hollow entity, living indefinitely by the expedient of having put the most important thing he possesses somewhere that he cannot feel it. Well, there's a few interpretations. Scholars have gone in multiple directions. The psychoanalytic reading sees the externalized soul as a symbol of emotional unavailability, a man who's protected himself from death by protecting himself from feeling, from vulnerability, the thing that accompanies genuine attachment. The mythological reading connects Cachet to the ancient tradition of the Lich, the undead sorcerer, whose very long life has come at the cost of everything that makes life worth living. The specifically Russian reading connects him to village beliefs about those who could not die, the Koldunni, the sorcerers who accumulated power had to be discharged before death was possible, and who might torment their own families from their deathbeds in the desperate effort to give away the power that kept them alive against their will. All of these readings have something in common, and that's that Cachet is a figure whose deathlessness is its own prison. He's achieved the thing that most humans desire, and found that it cost him everything else. Of course, think about it all in metaphors. The heroes who defeat Cachet in the different stories are assisted in most versions by animals. The very animals Cachet nested containers tried to use as guardians. The hare, the duck, the pike that catches the egg before it hits the water. These animals help the hero in exchange for the hero's earlier kindness in sparing their lives. And here again, the kind of Russian fairy tale reciprocity operates. The hero who's released the hare, when he could have just eaten it, the hero who freed the pike from the net, when he could have eaten that too, is now repaid in the specific coin that the story requires. The animals do not help from abstract benevolence, they're just repaying a specific debt. The world of Russian skazka runs on the premise of accounting by obligation, and Cachet is ultimately undone, not by the superior power, but by the accumulated goodwill that the hero's generosity had accumulated in these creatures that he, well, really had no reason to suppose would ever be relevant again. But alongside the fairy tales stand the Belini, the heroic epic songs of Russian oral tradition, performed by specialist singer-poets called skaziteli, who sang the great cycles of Russian heroic legend to the accompaniment of a stringed instrument, often the gusli, in performances that could last many hours. The Bellini were discovered, or rather rediscovered, by educated Russian society in the 18th and 19th centuries, and their discovery produced a sensation comparable to the discovery of the Homeric epic in Western Europe. Here, in the apparently simple folk tradition of peasant Russia, was an ancient heroic literature of considerable power and sophistication. The central heroes of the Bellini are the Bogatiri, the heroic warriors who serve Prince Vladimir of Kiev, the legendary ruler, whose court at Kiev is the center of the Bellini world. The greatest bogatyr is Ilya Muromets, or Elisha of Murom, one of the most distinctive heroes in world epic literature. Ilya spent the first 33 years of his life paralyzed, lying unable to move on the stove. Once again, the stove. In his parents' peasant hut, he would just whittle his time away. But he was healed by two wandering pilgrims, who gave him a cup of honey mead and told him to stand up. Well, lo and behold, he stood up. He asked his father's blessing, saddled his horse, and rode to Kiev to offer his sword to Prince Vladimir. On the way, he defeated the monstrous nightingale robber, a creature whose whistle could prostrate entire armies, tying him to his saddle and delivering him to Kiev like a hunting trophy. He arrived at court, a fully formed hero, as if the 33 years of immobility had not been a disability but a preparation, a quiet invisible accumulation of strength the world would eventually need. The convergence of epic and religious tradition around Ilya is quite remarkable too. He was canonized as Saint Elias of Murom by the Russian Orthodox Church in 1643. His relics venerated in the Kiev Perchisk Lavra, making him almost certainly the only hero of a living oral epic tradition to have been officially a recognized saint. The Church appears to have decided it was simpler to absorb him than to argue with several centuries of popular devotion. Now, we mentioned before the nightingale robber, Solovey Razboynik, one of the most memorable monsters in the tradition, partly because of the specific nature of his power. A man, or a thing that looks like a man, who lives in a nest in an oak tree at a crossroads, and whose weapon is his whistle. When he uses it, the earth shakes, forests bow down, and warriors fall unconscious or dead from the force of the sound. He has been blocking the direct road to Kiev for 30 years, forcing travelers onto longer and more dangerous routes. Ilya defeats him by the simple expedient of approaching him with sufficient speed and at a sufficient angle that Solovey has no time to whistle, and he knocks him from his tree with an arrow. The victory is one of preparation and timing, not of supernatural power this time. The monstrous is defeated not by matching its monstrousness, but by exploiting a gap in its defenses. Only patient observation can reveal that. The Bellini cycle also contains Dobrynya Nikitich, a bogatir of aristocratic refinement, skilled in diplomacy and music as well as combat, who is the second of the great trio, and Alyosha Popovich, the third, a clever and sometimes morally questionable figure, the trickster of the group, whose victories come through wit and deception rather than strength. The trio of Ilya, Dobrynya, and Alyosha have been extensively compared to the trifunctional heroic model identified in Georges Dumézil in Indo-European tradition. The warrior, the priest-diplomat, and the clever man. Whether this specific parallel holds across the full Bellini cycle, that's debatable, but the complementary of the three characters certainly functions in a good way in narrative terms, and their different qualities allow the Bellini tradition to address a range of challenges that no single heroic type could handle. The Bellini were not static texts, of course. Just like the Skazka tradition, they were living oral forms that varied with each performance and performer. The Skazitelli of Lake Onega region, who were recorded by Rybnikov and Hifoding in the 1860s, were not reciting memorized texts. They were just composing in performance using a shared formulaic vocabulary of standardized epithets, repeated scenes, and conventional narrative moves to reconstruct each Bellina fresh. The discovery that this tradition was still alive in the 19th century northern Russia, a region that had been relatively insulated from modernizing forces affecting the rest of the country, was what made mid-19th century collections so exciting to the scholars who made them. They were not recording a fossil tradition. They'd encountered a living one still being transmitted, still being performed, and of course, still generating new variations on these ancient themes. But let's move on to a few magical animals and supernatural helpers. and several of these have been so culturally significant through their incorporation into classical music and ballet tradition, think about Stravinsky's Firebird, that they now exist in the popular imagination largely independent of their folkloric origins. First, let's talk about that Firebird. Jar Titsa is, with Baba Yaga, one of the most immediately recognizable figures of Russian lore. A bird of incandescent beauty, whose feathers glow like flame. Its possession is simultaneously enormously valuable and extraordinarily dangerous. A single feather from a firebird dropped in the road and found by a young man sets the entire narrative of several of the most important Russian сказки in motion. The Tsar demands the bird itself. The young man has to go and find it. The bird is captured or encountered through a specific trick. It is attracted to golden apples by the way that it steals from the royal orchard, and its capture or taming requires magical assistance. In the most developed versions of the Firebird tale, the hero accomplishes not only the capture of the bird, but several additional impossible tasks, each of which he achieves through some supernatural help received for acts of generous behavior. Among them, you've got the acquisition of a magical horse, the rescue of a princess from across the sea, etc. Things like that. It changes. Now, the grey wolf is perhaps the most important magical helper in the Russian lore. He appears typically after the hero has made some error or shown some impatience. Killing a horse, maybe, talking to someone he was told not to talk to, or taking something he was told not to take, and offers to compensate for the resulting difficulty by serving the hero directly. The Grey Wolf's service is extraordinary. He can run faster than any horse, transform himself into any shape, and his intelligence is consistently superior to the hero's. Kind of like Gandalf, right? Sort of like Gandalf. Well, in many versions of the Firebird tale, it is the Grey Wolf who provides all the practical strategy, telling the hero exactly what to do in each situation, while the hero's function is essentially to do what he's told and maintain the relationship with the wolf, with the various kings and princesses they encounter as well, of course. The wolf's strategy basically guides the hand of the hero. The hero and the wolf together form a composite entity. The hero provides the human face and the capacity for genuine relationship and relatability, and the wolf provides the power and knowledge. Neither of them can really function or succeed alone. They have to lean upon each other. The magical helper relationship in Russian folklore reflects a broader principle of the tradition, and that is that heroism in the Russian stories is rarely something that is individual. The quote, Ivan, whoever this Ivan would be in the different stories, who succeeds, does so through the accumulation of supernatural allies, the animals he's helped, the old woman he fed, the magical objects he's been given, whose assistance is repayment rather than charity. The firebird's golden feathers, the grey wolf's speed, the skull on a stick that Baba Yaga gives to Vasilisa. These are all forms of concentrated supernatural power that the helper transforms to the hero as payment for previous goodness. The hero's defining quality is generosity, patience, and the willingness to accept help from apparently unpromising sources. The greatest gift the Russian fairy tale hero can receive is an ally, and the greatest quality he can demonstrate is knowing what to do with that ally. The Jartitsa's incorporation into Russian high culture through Stravinsky's 1910 ballet score is a case study in the relationship between folk tradition and artistic transformation. Stravinsky drew on the collected tales of Afanasiev and earlier works of Rimsky-Korsakov, whose opera The Tale of Tsar Sultan and his orchestral suite has established the template for the musical evocation of Russian folk material.
to create a work that is simultaneously drawing on and transforming the source material. The resulting Firebird is magnificent as music, but substantially divorced from the moral logic of the Skazka tradition. The ballet's emphasis on beauty and magic of the Firebird, and on the romantic love between the Tsarevich and the captive princess, replaces the folktale's more rigorous system of reciprocal obligation with a more conveniently romantic narrative. The bird becomes more symbol than character, more spectacle than player. But what is worth noting is what this tells us about the fate of folk material as it passes through high artistic tradition. It gains formal beauty, but it loses structural depth, acquiring a different kind of immortality. It saves it on the surface level, but, well, it transforms its meaning. Think about how they turn books into films. They have all the explosions and all that up on the screen, but it's never going to have the depth that the original had. That's just the way it is. Well, Russian folk tradition extended beyond the narrative forms of the Skazka and Belina into a dense calendar of seasonal rituals, agricultural ceremonies, and calendar festivals, whose origins were certainly pre-Christian, but whose forms had been substantially reshaped by centuries of an Orthodox Christian overlay. What was the result? Well, what we're left with is a distinctively Russian synthesis in which Christian saints took over the functions of the pagan nature spirits. Church festivals were observed alongside folk practices, whose meaning was essentially incompatible with Christian theology, and the liturgical calendar and the agricultural calendar were mapped onto each other in ways that made it impossible to tell where one ended and where the other one began. Maslenitsa, the butter week, or the pancake week, which sounds fantastic, is the most exuberant of the Russian folk festivals, observed in the week before the beginning of the Orthodox Great Lent, and incorporating elements that go back to the pre-Christian celebrations of the end of winter. The central activities of Maslenitsa were the eating of blini, the round butter-drenched pancakes that symbolized the sun, whose return was being celebrated. Also the writing of troikas, the conducting of snowball fights and snow fortress battles, and the burning of a large straw effigy called Maslenitsa herself, a female figure representing winter, whose destruction welcomed the spring. The burning of the Maslenitsa was accompanied by tears and lamentations. She was addressed in songs as a beloved figure who was being sent away, one that stood in strange contrast to the festive mood of the week, and that reflected the ambivalence of a tradition that both celebrated winter's end and mourned the passing of the warm, close, well-fed darkness of the cold months. Ivan Kupala night, the night of the summer solstice, associated in the Orthodox calendar with the birth of John the Baptist, was the most magically charged night of the Russian folk year. The specific beliefs and practices of Ivan Kupala are among the most vivid in the entire tradition. On this night, the fern flower blooms, and the person who finds it receives the power to discover hidden treasure and to understand the speech of animals and plants. Fires were lit on riverbanks, and young people jumped over them in pairs. Couples who jumped holding hands and remained holding hands when they landed were destined to marry. Oh, that's sweet. Girls made wreaths of flowers and set them floating on rivers, reading the direction of their drift as prophecy. Herbs gathered on Ivan Kupala night had tripled the medicinal power of herbs gathered at any other time. The boundary between the human and supernatural world was especially thin on this kind of night, and the same permeability that made magic accessible also made the Rusalki and the forest spirits more active than usual, so watch out for that one too on your way home. The cult of ancestors was woven through the Russian folk calendar, in ways that the Orthodox Christian framework absorbed but could never really eliminate. The Roditelskaya Subota, the Saturday of the Ancestors, observed at several points of the year, was a day for visiting graves, leaving food for the dead, and maintaining the relationship between the living and the dead that the folk tradition regarded as essential to the household well-being. The dead were not simply gone, they remained present in the household's spiritual life, capable of helping or harming the living, depending on whether they were properly honored or fed, of course. The specific rituals of the ancestor cult, the meals eaten at graves, the food left out on the night of the feast, and the verbal formulas of invitation addressed to the dead to join the living at the table, represent one of the deepest strata of the tradition, connecting the 19th century peasant household to practices attested in ancient Slavic and even pre-Slavic religious life, across a continuity that Christianity had just modified a little bit but never really broken. But before we finish up for today, we have to say that the legacy of Russian folklore extends far beyond the borders of Russia, and its influence on world literature, music, and art is so extensive that it's easy to lose sight of the specific folk tradition that generated it. The fairy tales, connected by Afanasyev, informed the literary tales of that of Pushkin, who based several of his most famous narrative poems directly on folk sources. Also, look at classical music. Mussorgsky, Rimsky-Korsakov, Balakirev, Borodin, the mighty handful, as they're called, and Tsui. They also drew on folk melody, folk legend, and the cosmology to create a Russian classical tradition explicitly grounded in this folk material. And it was these artists that informed Stravinsky and the ballets of the Russes. They informed Prokofiev's Peter and the Wolf, in which the folk tradition tradition of the helped animal rather in the purest possible music form is expressed. And through the international reach of Russian art, music, and the wide translation of the old tales, they've influenced fairy tale and fantasy traditions globally. The 20th century Soviet relationship to Russian folklore was sometimes contradictory, but all the times complex. The early Soviet period treated folk tradition with ambivalence. It was simultaneously the people's culture, which fitted the political narrative, and also a survival of the pre-scientific, religious and superstitious thinking that the materialist worldview was supposed to be leaving behind. The result was a series of contradictory interventions. Folktales were published, but in sanitized and ideologically modified versions. Folk singers and storytellers were celebrated as people's artists, while the religious and supernatural dimensions of their tradition were quietly edited out, and the Bellini were reinterpreted as proto-proletarian literature, whose heroic bogatiri were early examples of the working class's resistance to oppression. The Baba Yaga of the Soviet children's book is considerably less terrifying than those of the old collections, and this diminishment reflects the specific discomfort of a rationalist political culture, with a tradition whose power derives precisely from its embrace of the irrational and morally ambiguous. But the most important observation about Russian folklore as a literary tradition, one that is its greatest interpreters have all made different registers, is that it is a tradition that takes the underdog very seriously, in a way that officially sanctioned culture rarely can do. The folktale's consistent valorization of the third son, the despised fool, and the apparently, quote, worthless girl who turns out to have the only qualities that really matter in the end, well, these represent an alternative accounting system, one that the peasant tradition developed over centuries of living under conditions in which the officially recognized values of the dominant culture did not reliably correspond to the qualities that actually made the difference between surviving and not surviving a Russian winter. Patience, generosity, and the ability to recognize help in unlikely forms, the willingness to be honest with a dangerous supernatural being who might eat you if you are not. These are the Ivan the Fool virtues. And despite the name, they are not foolish. Well, as for Baba Yaga, she's still at the edge of the forest. Her hut still rotates, and she still knows when you are coming. She'll have her strong opinions about whether you deserve what you are coming to seek. The firebird still drops feathers in inconvenient places to set young men on impossible journeys. Gaucher still has his death hidden in a needle, in an egg, in a duck, in a hare, in a chest buried under an oak tree, or on some island in the middle of the ocean. And he cannot imagine that anyone will ever find it, which is of course the very quality that guarantees that somebody eventually will. The domovoi still lives behind the stove, at least in some metaphorical sense in every house, that has been lived in long enough to have its own character, its own warmth and small requirements for respectful treatment. The Russian folklore is still a live tradition. It's just been partly transformed, partly suppressed, partly exported and reimagined, and partly preserved in forms sufficiently ancient and sufficiently true to human experience that they really don't need to change that much. And so as you're listening to this, there's probably some Russian mother or father tucking their kid into bed, telling them one of the old stories. They'll still be told for quite a long time. They still know what they know. And the forest, as the tales have always insisted, is of course very, very large. Just don't get lost. Well, thank you very much for listening today to our guide to Russian folklore. I hope you've enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. Russia's one country I've yet to visit, but it's certainly on the list. I mean, they're all on the list, but you know what I mean. Anyway, I'd like to thank you for listening. I'd like to thank the supporters on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, the donators, the merch store visitors, for keeping our little project here crowd-funded and ad-free. Thank you very much. And make sure you give a like, comment, and subscribe if you're not already asleep. If you are already asleep, don't wake up. Well, wake up in the morning, of course, but continue to sleep until you're sufficiently rested. Good night, everyone. I'll see you in the next exciting episode.